As you listen to this story unfold, I'd like you to pause for a moment and tell me in the comments where in the world you're watching from. Every time, it feels like these voices stretch across oceans and mountains, connecting strangers who are carried by the same curiosity. And if you have not yet subscribed, let this be the moment you join us, so that the next chapter of these journeys will find its way to you as soon as it is told. The smell of smoke and fear often lingered in the air of small medieval villages long before the church bells called people to gather. Imagine standing in a muddy square, pressed shoulder to shoulder with your neighbors, and hearing whispers about a woman who had been arrested because she dared to brew a tea for a sick child. Not a spell, not a curse, just a tea. And yet, for those watching, the line between a healing hand and the devil's hand seemed almost invisible. That's how it all began. The absurdity of branding women as witches, not for flying on broomsticks or making pacts with demons, but for the crime of knowing how to use plants better than the men who claim to control truth and faith. It sounds ridiculous now, doesn't it? That a sprig of thyme could be more dangerous than a sword. But in a time when epidemics swept across Europe and people were desperate for answers, anyone with a little extra knowledge seemed suspicious. People wanted a culprit, someone to blame when a baby died in the night or when the fields dried up under the sun. And who better than the woman who seemed to carry mysterious answers in her basket of herbs? After all, she didn't study in universities. She didn't wear a priest's robe. She just knew. And that knowledge, instead of being celebrated, was turned into a weapon against her. The truth is, these women were often the only accessible healers for the poor. A wealthy noble might send for a doctor trained in Latin, but villagers depended on the neighbor who knew which leaves soothed a fever or which roots eased childbirth. Ironically, those doctors in fine robes sometimes used the same plants, but with fancy names and thick books to hide behind. The difference? When a man mixed a potion, it was called medicine. When a woman did it, it was called sorcery. There's a bitter comedy in that hypocrisy, one that would be funny if it hadn't cost so many lives. Picture a small hut on the edge of a forest, smoke curling from the chimney, the shelves lined with jars filled with dried flowers and crushed leaves. To us, it looks like a charming apothecary. To them, it looked like the lair of a witch. Neighbors might whisper, "Why does she know so much? Who taught her? Could it be the devil?" And yet, when their child burned with fever, they knocked on her door in the middle of the night, desperate for help. They wanted her remedies, but they also feared her power. It's the classic story of humanity, wanting what we don't understand while also trying to destroy it. Sometimes it was sheer bad luck that turned a healer into a witch. If her potion cured 10 people but failed on the 11th, suspicion spread like wildfire. People didn't understand bacteria, viruses, or even basic hygiene. So if the medicine failed, it wasn't fate. It had to be malice. Imagine being blamed for someone's death because you gave them a tea that worked for everyone else. In a way, it was the medieval version of bad reviews, only instead of losing customers, you lost your life. And what fueled all this paranoia? Fear. Fear of disease, fear of hunger, fear of women who didn't stay in their place. These women were independent in ways society found threatening. They didn't always need men to tell them how to live. They could survive on their own skills, their own knowledge. That independence was more terrifying to the patriarchy than any alleged curse. Sometimes I wonder if the real witchcraft wasn't the herbs at all, but the simple act of a woman saying, "I know how to heal, I don't need your permission." Of course, we can laugh at the absurdity of it now. Imagine a court where a woman is asked, under serious threat, "Did you speak with the devil when you gathered those nettles?" And she might have thought, if only she dared to say it aloud, "No, but I did speak with the farmer who let his goats eat half the crop." The humor hides the horror because behind those questions came the torture, the confessions forced from broken bodies. The public trials meant more to entertain than to deliver justice. Villagers came to watch not because they believed in witches, but because they enjoyed the drama. Human suffering is theater. It makes reality TV look almost noble in comparison. And here's the strangest part. Many of the plants these women used are still with us today. Chamomile tea for calm, peppermint for digestion, garlic for infections. Things we keep in our kitchens, things doctors now recommend. Back then, though, a simple garlic poultice could be twisted into evidence of consorting with the devil. You could almost imagine a priest holding up a clove of garlic as if it were a cursed object, while today we sprinkle it on pizza without a second thought. The absurdity is almost too much to process. And yet, it was deadly serious for those women. The beginning of this long, cruel history wasn't marked by any grand declaration. It started in small ways, an accusation whispered in a marketplace, a rumor carried by a neighbor, a priest reminding the congregation that the devil prowled among them. Little by little, the definition of witch stretched to fit anyone who didn't conform, anyone who dared to step outside the fragile rules of a society built on fear. What began with herbs in a jar turned into chains on wrists, and the line between medicine and magic disappeared in the smoke of the pyres. And perhaps the most haunting thought of all is this: the first women accused didn't even see it coming. They thought they were helping, offering knowledge handed down through generations. They thought they were safe within their communities. But all it took was one sickness, one failure, one envious glance, and the hand that healed yesterday became the hand that supposedly cursed today. And from that moment on, the village fire was no longer used only for warmth. It became the stage for a new kind of spectacle, one that demanded victims in the name of purity. The village air was thick with smoke from hearth fires, and the faint perfume of drying herbs, a scent both familiar and dangerous. Women who hung bundles of lavender and rosemary from their rafters believed they were storing medicine for the future. Yet those very bundles could become the noose around their necks if someone decided to twist meaning into menace. Imagine the absurdity of being feared not for carrying a blade or a weapon, but for owning a sprig of sage. It sounds like the setup for a bad joke. A woman walks into a marketplace with a basket of herbs, and instead of being thanked, she's accused of sorcery. The punchline is that the joke was on her, because laughter quickly gave way to shackles. Knowledge was the real crime, especially when it rested in the hands of women who hadn't been taught Latin or given seats in scholarly halls. A monk could scribble on parchment about the medicinal use of peppermint and be celebrated as enlightened, while a mother crushing the same leaf into hot water was suspected of bargaining with demons. The robe carried authority, the apron carried suspicion. If you've ever wondered how hypocrisy smells, it probably smelled like ink-stained parchment in the monastery and smoke in the village square. Both dealt with plants, but only one was allowed to live in peace. The truth is that most of these women weren't trying to be mysterious at all. They were practical. Fever broke with willow bark, coughs eased with honey, stomach cramps melted away with mint. No rituals, no spells, just the simple passing of knowledge from grandmother to mother to daughter. And yet, the less people understood about illness, the more mystical healing looked. A child recovering after drinking a bitter tea felt miraculous, so miraculous that suspicion grew. Because in a world built on fear, success was dangerous. If it worked too well, people whispered. If it failed once, they screamed. Either way, the woman who offered help walked a razor's edge. Midwives lived permanently on that edge. Every birth was a gamble, and every gamble had consequences. When a baby arrived safely, the midwife was praised as a blessing. But when tragedy struck, the very hands that tried to save mother or child became the hands accused of cursing them. Death was inevitable in those days, but inevitability wasn't comforting. Someone had to take the blame, and who better than the woman who dared to claim she knew how to guide life into the world? Imagine carrying the weight of generations in your hands, knowing that saving 9 mothers might mean nothing if the 10th didn't survive. The 10th failure could erase everything, transforming a healer into a heretic overnight. The herbs that midwives used only deepened the risk. Pennyroyal, rue, mugwort, plants that science later confirmed had effects on fertility and menstruation, were cast as diabolical precisely because they granted women even a small measure of control over their bodies. Healing a headache was tolerated, but helping a woman decide if and when she bore children was branded as rebellion against divine order. The unspoken fear was clear. A woman who could control her own reproduction was harder to control in every other sense. What terrified authorities most wasn't the plant itself, but the independence it represented. If freedom had a smell in those centuries, it probably smelled like bitter herbs hanging from a cottage beam. Suspicion didn't only flow down from pulpits, it grew like weeds in the cracks of daily life. Gossip was a currency, and envy was its sharpest coin. If your cow stopped producing milk, it was easier to blame the widow who sold remedies than to accept that pastures had dried. If your child fell ill, it was more comfortable to whisper about curses than to admit the fragility of life. If your husband wandered at night, perhaps he wasn't unfaithful. Perhaps someone had bewitched him. Superstition turned personal failures into external attacks, and the herbalist next door became the perfect scapegoat. It's funny, in a grim way, how little has changed. Even now, people would rather blame the neighbor, the outsider, or a shadowy conspiracy than face their own mistakes. Humanity has always preferred easy villains to uncomfortable truths. Ordinary objects became dangerous in this atmosphere of paranoia. A jar of dried rosemary could be held up in court like a murder weapon. A mortar and pestle described as tools of Satan. The irony is that these same objects now sit innocently in kitchens across the world, gathering dust between cookbooks and spice racks. Garlic, once evidence of a pact with the devil, now seasons pasta sauce without fear of execution. To imagine an inquisitor trembling before a clove of garlic is almost comic, until you remember that the laughter would have been drowned out by the crackle of firewood beneath someone's feet. In this world of fragile trust, daily acts of care became acts of defiance. Stirring a pot at midnight, tying herbs with thread, whispering prayers over the sick. Each was a gesture that could be reframed as sinister. Women lived in a state of double vision. What they saw as healing, others might see as hexing. That constant tension shaped every choice, every word, every glance. Life itself became performance, because survival depended on how convincingly ordinary you could appear while holding knowledge that others feared. The deeper tragedy is that none of these women thought of themselves as witches at all. They were mothers, widows, neighbors, and healers who carried traditions as naturally as breathing. They weren't inventing magic, they were preserving wisdom. But once suspicion rooted itself in a community, every action grew thorns. What began as drying herbs above a door could end as smoke rising into the sky. And with each execution, fear didn't vanish. It grew stronger, spreading from village to village until the very scent of rosemary or sage could carry the weight of accusation. This is how the ordinary became extraordinary in the worst possible way. The simple act of preparing medicine turned kitchens into crime scenes and neighbors into witnesses. The comedy of mistaking parsley for sorcery hides the cruelty that followed. But perhaps that contrast is what makes the story unforgettable. It was never really about herbs. It was about fear, power, and the fragile line between trust and suspicion. And once that line blurred, there was no turning back. The sound of church bells rolling across the countryside was not only a call to prayer, it was also a constant reminder of who dictated truth. And under that sound, women who once bent over their gardens collecting mint or sage began to realize that their very movements were being watched. The same hands that brewed teas for fevers could, in a matter of whispers, be accused of stirring potions for the devil. This wasn't merely about plants anymore, it was about authority. The church, struggling to explain plagues, famine, and misfortune, found it convenient to redirect blame onto those least able to defend themselves. What better scapegoat than women who worked quietly with roots and leaves, especially when their knowledge bypassed the pulpit entirely? There was a particular unease about the idea that women could possess power outside the blessings of the clergy. Healing was supposed to flow downward, from God to priest to parishioner. When healing instead came sideways, from woman to neighbor, it undermined the whole chain of command. It was as if society couldn't tolerate the possibility that divine wisdom might reside in a peasant cottage rather than a gilded altar, and so sermons thundered about the dangers of female knowledge, warning that what appeared to be compassion could really be corruption. If you think about it, it's like being told your grandmother's chicken soup is suspicious because it didn't come with church approval. That might sound silly, but in that atmosphere of suspicion, silliness became deadly serious. The stories that circulated were designed to frighten. Priests painted vivid images of women whispering incantations at crossroads, or secretly feeding herbs to livestock to control their owners. Reality was much more mundane. They were often just trying to keep a cow from colic or a child from fever. But the human imagination thrives in shadows. People saw shapes where there were none, and suddenly a woman grinding fennel for digestion became an accomplice of Lucifer. It's not so different from how conspiracy theories spread today. Start with a sliver of truth, stretch it until it snaps, and before long, people believe parsley is a portal to hell. Control of women's roles was another unspoken layer. In a world where women were expected to remain silent, obedient, and tethered to the home, a woman who displayed independent skill or knowledge was dangerous. She disrupted the order simply by existing outside the mold. Widows were particularly vulnerable because, without husbands, they stood as symbols of female survival. They didn't just survive, they often thrived by selling remedies and services. To men already uneasy with women living without male oversight, this independence looked like defiance. It was easier to brand them as witches than to admit that women could, in fact, manage without constant control. The label of witch was less about proof and more about punishment for stepping out of line. Even domestic details could turn threatening. A widow who lit her own fire, managed her own finances, or tended her own garden was suspect simply because she was doing things normally reserved for men. If she knew how to heal, that knowledge stacked suspicion even higher. Every jar of herbs, every strange root hanging from the rafters, was another reason for her neighbors to whisper. It didn't help that those who accused her often gained something in return: her cottage, her land, her silence. Sometimes what looked like holy vengeance was nothing more than opportunism dressed in robes. And isn't that always the way? People will invent demons if it means they get a new roof out of the deal. The witch trials themselves were less about justice than about spectacle. Entire communities gathered to watch interrogations, torture, and confessions extracted by force. The audience came not because they fully believed, but because human suffering had become a form of entertainment. People wanted drama, and the church delivered it in flames and chains. There's something disturbingly modern in that craving. It's the medieval version of binge-watching tragedy, except the victims weren't actors. They were neighbors, women whose only crime had been brewing teas and offering salves. The entertainment value of pain turned persecution into theater, with an audience hungry for more. Behind the stagecraft of trials lay another irony. Many inquisitors who condemned these women secretly relied on their remedies. There are records of priests applying ointments or teas in private, while publicly denouncing the very women who made them. The contradiction is almost comical in its audacity. Imagine shouting about the dangers of garlic salves during the day, and then rubbing one on your sore joints at night. The hypocrisy was thick enough to spread like butter on bread, and yet nobody dared laugh. Fear doesn't leave much room for humor, though the absurdity of it all begs for a chuckle even across centuries. The fear of herbalists was not just spiritual, but also political. Leaders understood that keeping people afraid meant keeping them compliant. By teaching that the devil worked through women with herbs, they created an enemy that could be easily identified and eliminated. The community, in turn, learned to police itself, turning suspicion into a civic duty. To accuse a woman of witchcraft was to prove loyalty to church and state. To defend her was to risk being branded as her accomplice. In that way, paranoia became self-sustaining, a cycle that required no evidence beyond fear itself. Once fear becomes its own evidence, reason has no soil left to grow. It's important to remember that while we often picture the accused as strange recluses at the edge of society, many were ordinary women. They laughed with neighbors, sang at festivals, shared bread at tables. Their downfall was not their difference, but their visibility. The more someone was known for helping others, the easier it was to twist her reputation when something went wrong. What started as trust could be reshaped into suspicion with only a few words. In communities where everyone's life intertwined, every favor carried the shadow of accusation. A simple "thank you for healing" could, under the right circumstances, transform into "she bewitched me." And so the cycle deepened, rooted not in cauldrons or curses, but in the fragile psychology of fear. The church bells kept ringing, sermons kept warning, neighbors kept whispering, and women kept dying. Every herb dried above a doorway, every jar lined on a shelf, every whispered remedy carried both the promise of relief and the threat of ruin. The tragedy was not only that knowledge was lost, but that compassion itself was punished. Healing was dangerous, independence was criminal, and the line between life and death could be drawn with nothing more than a handful of mint leaves. The louder the accusations grew, the darker the stories became. It was no longer enough to say a woman mixed herbs for healing. Now tales spread that she whispered to demons in the forest, that her teas carried curses instead of cures, that her very touch could sour milk or make crops wither. Once fear takes hold, it doesn't stop at the truth. It stretches, exaggerates, and invents. People were less interested in reality than in drama, and drama demanded villains. It is almost laughable to imagine a village in panic because someone's butter didn't churn, but such absurdities were enough to condemn a life. The more ordinary the mishap, the more people searched for extraordinary blame. Trials grew harsher, and with them the methods used to extract confessions. Women were bound, questioned, and pressed until exhaustion blurred their sense of reality. If she denied the charges, she was stubborn, and stubbornness itself was suspicious. If she confessed, it confirmed guilt. Heads I win, tails you lose. Some were even tested by being thrown into rivers. If they floated, they were witches. If they drowned, they were innocent. In short, survival was the worst possible outcome. Imagine calling that justice. It's like setting a trap where no matter how you step, you fall. The cruelty of the system hid behind the mask of righteousness, and ordinary villagers convinced themselves they were cleansing their community when in fact they were destroying it. The accusations did not stop at women working with herbs. They reached daughters, grandmothers, even children, because suspicion spread like wildfire. A single slip of the tongue, a poorly timed laugh, or simply being too close to an accused woman was enough to draw the net tighter. Fear thrives on association, and communities found themselves tearing apart families piece by piece. One day a girl might watch her mother be accused, and the next day she might be accused herself for knowing too much, or perhaps for knowing too little. The boundaries were so elastic that anyone could fall within them. When rules bend to fear, they don't bend, they break, and with them, human bonds. There were grotesque lists of evidence, many of which read like grim comedy. Owning a black cat? Suspicious. Talking to yourself while cooking? Evidence of spells? Having a birthmark? Proof of the devil's mark? Some inquisitors even believed witches had secret teats on their bodies to feed their familiars, tiny creatures sent by Satan. It's astonishing how far human imagination can stretch when paranoia takes the reins. Imagine having a mole on your arm and finding yourself in court because someone decided it looked too suspicious. A dermatologist would have had a full-time job back then saving lives by simply explaining skin conditions, but instead, people were condemned for the natural features of their bodies. Communities began to see witches everywhere, and soon paranoia became a kind of entertainment. Just as people today binge on crime dramas or gossip columns, villagers back then devoured every rumor of witchcraft. It gave them something to talk about, a way to distract themselves from famine, disease, and political unrest. Witchcraft was the medieval version of scandal news. It didn't matter if it was true, it mattered that it was exciting. And in this fevered climate, the boundary between curiosity and cruelty blurred. Watching a trial became an afternoon event. The same hands that clapped at festivals clapped again as women were dragged before judges, tied and trembling. The crowd pretended it was justice, but beneath it was something darker, the thrill of spectacle. One of the most chilling aspects was how easily neighbors betrayed each other. Friends who had shared bread and laughter suddenly became witnesses against one another. People swore they had seen a woman flying at night or muttering curses under her breath, even if the supposed witch had been asleep in her bed. Fear doesn't require truth. It only requires belief. And once people convinced themselves of something, no amount of reason could pry it away. It's sobering to realize how fragile loyalty is when survival is at stake. Many preferred to sacrifice a friend rather than risk suspicion themselves. Betrayal became a form of self-defense. And behind all this chaos lurked greed. Accusing a woman wasn't just about purging evil. It often meant her land, animals, or possessions were seized. Suddenly, piety had profit. A field of wheat looked holier in your hands if its previous owner had been declared a witch. The marriage of fear and greed made for a ruthless machine, one that devoured not only individuals, but entire communities. Religion preached purity, but economics whispered opportunity, and together they fueled the fire. History has a cruel sense of humor. Salvation often came with a price tag, payable in someone else's suffering. What's most unsettling is how normal this all seemed to those living it. People didn't wake up thinking, today we will commit an atrocity. They woke up thinking, today we will protect our souls, our homes, our families. The most terrifying horrors are rarely committed by villains twirling mustaches, but by ordinary people convinced they are doing good. It forces us to look at ourselves. How often do we justify cruelty because we've convinced ourselves it's necessary? That uncomfortable question lingers, like smoke clinging to clothes long after the fire has burned out. The escalation of cruelty turned villages into stages of suspicion, trials into theater, and suffering into ritual. Every confession wrung from broken lips, every cry under torture, every flame that licked the sky reinforced the illusion that society was safer, purer, more righteous. But the truth was the opposite. Fear had consumed them from within. The herbs, the teas, the remedies, these were never the danger. The true poison was suspicion itself, brewed in the cauldrons of fear, greed, and authority, poured into the veins of entire communities until they could no longer tell the difference between care and curse. There were moments when the cycle of fear cracked, when someone dared to notice that the accusations didn't always add up. A child might whisper to a trusted teacher that her mother only made teas, not curses. A neighbor might remember how often the so-called witch had shared bread or cured their fever. These small flickers of doubt were dangerous, but they carried the seeds of change. Imagine the courage it took to stand in a crowd and say, "I don't think she's guilty," when the very act of defending her could mark you next. It was like trying to put out a fire with a cup of water, yet sometimes that cup was enough to keep the truth alive a little longer. Those who spoke up often came from unexpected places. A midwife saved by an herbalist during childbirth might refuse to testify against her. A priest who secretly used a salve for his aching joints might hesitate to condemn its maker. Even children played their part, telling stories that contradicted the narrative of witchcraft. One young boy insisted that the witch next door had only ever given him honey for his sore throat, and his stubborn innocence unsettled the accusers more than 1,000 arguments. It's remarkable how sometimes the simplest truths, spoken by the least powerful voices, can rattle the strongest systems of lies. And yet, those moments of resistance were fragile, easily drowned out by the roar of fear. There were also communities where silence became a form of protection. Neighbors quietly ignored the jars of herbs drying in kitchens, choosing not to see what might incriminate. Families shielded each other with carefully chosen words, pretending ignorance while secretly passing remedies under the table. This quiet rebellion wasn't celebrated in history books, but it was essential for survival. Sometimes the bravest act wasn't open defiance, but the refusal to feed the fire of accusation. In a world where words could kill, silence could save. It's almost comical to think how many lives were spared simply because someone looked the other way at the right moment, proving that sometimes gossip withheld is more powerful than gossip spoken. Gradually, cracks appeared, not only in villages, but in the grand halls of justice. Trials became too frequent, accusations too absurd, and even the authorities began to worry that the hysteria was spiraling beyond control. When half a village was accused, the logic of witchcraft lost its edge. After all, if everyone is guilty, then who is left to be pure? Judges noticed that confessions were suspiciously similar, as if copied from the same script, and some began to question whether torture produced truth or just pain. A few even dared to halt executions, realizing that the system was consuming itself. The machinery of fear had been so efficient that it risked grinding society to dust, and those in power recognized that endless fire eventually leaves no one to rule. At the same time, the world outside these small villages was beginning to shift. Knowledge expanded through books, trade, and travel. People encountered new ideas that chipped away at superstition. Physicians started to study anatomy. Astronomers charted the skies, and philosophers argued that not every unexplained event needed a devil behind it. Slowly, the language of reason began to challenge the language of fear. And though progress was uneven, it planted doubt in the very soil where witch hunts had thrived. The irony, of course, is that many of the herbs once branded as tools of sorcery were eventually cataloged in medical texts as valuable remedies. The very knowledge that women were killed for preserving became the foundation of modern medicine. If history had a cruel sense of irony, this was it. Their crime was being centuries ahead of their time. Yet, even as reason spread, the scars of persecution lingered. Generations grew up in the shadow of the trials, taught to fear the very people who once healed them. Folklore painted witches as hags with crooked noses and bubbling cauldrons, images that distorted memory into caricature. The truth of who they were, mothers, healers, neighbors, was buried under centuries of storytelling designed to entertain rather than remember. We laugh now at Halloween witches with pointy hats, but that laughter is hollow when we recall that the costume hides centuries of real women who paid with their lives. It's one of history's cruelest jokes, turning tragedy into festivity. Still, the spirit of those women refused to vanish completely. Their remedies survived in secret, tucked into lullabies, whispered in kitchens, hidden in family traditions. A grandmother teaching her granddaughter to steep chamomile was not just passing on a recipe, but quietly defying the forces that once tried to silence her ancestors. Even when the fear ebbed, the knowledge endured, shaping the everyday rituals of care that live on in homes today. It's humbling to realize that every time we reach for peppermint tea or honey with lemon, we are touching a thread that stretches back through centuries of resistance. The liberation didn't come all at once, nor did it erase the cruelty that had already been done, but the shift in perspective, from fear to reason, from accusation to curiosity, marked the beginning of an escape from the nightmare. Slowly, communities learned that healing was not heresy, that care was not crime, and that perhaps the devil was never in the herbs at all, but in the human hunger for control and fear. These realizations did not restore the lives lost, but they allowed future generations to carry forward the knowledge without the constant shadow of fire. What remains today is a paradox. We live in a world where natural remedies are celebrated, sold in health stores, and recommended by doctors, yet their history is drenched in blood. The tea bag on a supermarket shelf is the quiet descendant of a tradition that once sent women to the stake. Remembering that contradiction forces us to look differently at the ordinary objects in our kitchens. It invites us to see them not only as tools of comfort, but as symbols of survival. The cup of tea in your hand is not just a drink, it is the echo of voices that refuse to be silenced, even when silence was all they were allowed. And so, the story does not end with ashes, but with memory. The women who were branded as witches for their herbs left behind more than tragedy. They left resilience, wisdom, and the lesson that fear can twist kindness into crime. To honor them is to look past the caricature and see the truth. They were healers, not monsters. And perhaps the greatest legacy is that despite centuries of attempts to erase them, their knowledge still thrives every time someone chooses care over cruelty, compassion over suspicion, and healing over fear. Centuries later, when we walk into a kitchen and see glass jars filled with herbs, it feels cozy, safe, familiar. Yet for those who lived in the height of witch trials, that same sight could feel like staring at evidence of a crime. What we now associate with comfort once carried the weight of suspicion. It is unsettling to realize how fragile the boundary is between ordinary and forbidden, and how quickly a society can decide that something harmless deserves punishment. The herbs themselves never changed. What shifted was the story wrapped around them. That is the great irony of fear. It never needs facts, only interpretation. The stories told about these women shaped the way generations saw them, and those stories lingered even after the flames burned out. Instead of remembering them as healers, communities retold tales of hags with crooked noses, of women dancing with devils in the forest. Those caricatures survived in folklore, passed down not as warnings about injustice, but as entertainment for children. A bedtime story about witches might sound harmless until you remember it was built from the ashes of real people. The joke of a bubbling cauldron becomes harder to laugh at when you realize it once represented the very act of boiling herbs for survival. History has a strange way of disguising pain as play. The transformation of memory into myth wasn't accidental. Authorities had every reason to rewrite the narrative. By turning healers into monsters, they justified the horrors committed in the name of purity. It was easier for later generations to remember witches as grotesque figures than to admit that ordinary women, mothers, and neighbors had been executed for kindness. Folklore became a mask for guilt, covering wounds that society didn't want to acknowledge. If you think about it, it's almost the equivalent of a bad PR campaign. Rebrand the victim as the villain, and suddenly history looks less ugly. The tragedy is that the mask stuck, yet the knowledge never truly disappeared. Even under threat, families whispered remedies to each other, disguising them as prayers or harmless household rituals. A lullaby might carry instructions for steeping chamomile. A recipe passed down in secret could double as a remedy for fever. In this way, knowledge survived like embers hidden under ashes, glowing quietly until they could burn safely again. It is remarkable how resilient memory is when tied to care. People forget laws, they forget rulers, but they don't forget the recipe that eased their child's cough. That persistence was the true rebellion, subtle yet unstoppable. The persistence of these remedies also reveals a contradiction we still live with today. In modern times, entire industries thrive on the very knowledge once condemned. Herbal teas are sold with glossy labels, essential oils are marketed as luxuries, and natural medicine sits proudly on pharmacy shelves. What was once punished as witchcraft is now packaged as wellness. Imagine telling a woman burned at the stake for brewing sage tea that centuries later people would pay extra for organic artisanal infusions. Well, the absurdity is sharp enough to laugh at, but it also forces us to confront how fear and fashion can twist the value of the same thing across time. The irony goes even deeper when we realize that modern science eventually confirmed what those women already knew. Willow bark really does contain salicin, the precursor to aspirin. Garlic has antimicrobial properties. Mint soothes digestion. What inquisitors once called sorcery, laboratories now call active compounds. Knowledge was not invented by men in white coats. It was preserved by women in humble kitchens who risked their lives every time they shared it. That doesn't make science less valuable, but it should make us reconsider the arrogance with which history dismisses certain voices. The so-called witches were scientists without laboratories, doctors without degrees, scholars without the safety of recognition. But even with recognition, the scars remain. The word witch still carries an edge, a blend of fascination and fear. Modern culture embraces witches in books and films, but rarely pauses to remember the women who died under that label. We enjoy the aesthetic of potions and spells, while forgetting the cost that aesthetic was built upon. It's a little like enjoying a ghost story while ignoring the graveyard it came from. Entertainment softens the horror, but the echoes of injustice remain, waiting for anyone willing to listen past the laughter. Those echoes matter because they remind us how easily compassion can be twisted into crime. All it takes is a shift in perspective, a whisper in the right ear, a rumor spreading faster than truth. And that lesson extends far beyond the history of witch hunts. Even today, suspicion can turn neighbors into enemies, differences into dangers, and care into controversy. We no longer burn people for herbs, but we still find new ways to punish what we don't understand. Fear always finds fresh fuel. The question is whether we recognize the pattern before it repeats. Every time we prepare a cup of tea, hang lavender in a room, or light a candle for calm, we unknowingly participate in a ritual older than memory, one once considered criminal. That small act of comfort links us to women whose names were erased, but whose wisdom endures. Their survival wasn't in their bodies, but in the knowledge they passed forward, disguised, protected, and carried across centuries. To sip tea today is, in some small way, to honor their resilience. And perhaps the truest form of justice is not revenge or apology, but remembrance. The act of refusing to let their story dissolve into caricature. The weight of this history lingers because it is more than history. It is a mirror. The same human instincts that turned herbs into evidence still exist. The desire for control, the fear of the unknown, the ease of blaming the vulnerable. Looking back is not just about pity for the past, but about vigilance for the present. Because if sage could once spark suspicion, then what harmless thing today might be twisted tomorrow? That question hangs in the air, unsettling but necessary, like smoke that refuses to disperse long after the fire has gone out. It is striking how something as fragile as a rumor could outweigh years of trust, as if a single whispered sentence had more gravity than an entire lifetime of kindness. A woman could deliver half a village's children, tend to countless fevers, and soothe unending grief, yet one envious neighbor muttering her name in connection with the devil could undo it all. Fear makes memory short and suspicion long, and when fear takes center stage, logic is shoved backstage with barely a role to play. Communities, in their hunger for certainty, clung to suspicion like a lifeline, even though it dragged them deeper into chaos. The absurdity of the accusations reveals how desperate people were to assign meaning to misfortune. A cow stopped giving milk. Clearly witchcraft. Bread didn't rise? A curse? Your husband wandered off at night? Not his fault, of course. It was that widow down the road with her strange herbs. It's almost comic how convenient witches became for avoiding personal responsibility. Why look inward when you could point outward? In some ways, blaming witches was history's first customer service complaint system. If life wasn't working, you found someone to hold accountable. The tragedy was that the refund demanded wasn't an apology, it was blood. Confessions, when they came, weren't confessions at all, but survival strategies. Under torture, women said whatever inquisitors wanted to hear. If asked whether they had flown to a midnight gathering, they said yes. If told they had danced with demons, they agreed. It was easier to invent a wild story than to endure another twist of rope or turn of the screw. Ironically, the very outlandishness of their confessions only fueled the hysteria further. People imagined witches flying on broomsticks long before Halloween turned it into a child's costume. Those images didn't come from folklore alone. They came from desperate women fabricating tales to end their pain. It's a bitter reminder that some of our most enduring cultural symbols were born from agony, not imagination. In the chaos, even the smallest details became part of the narrative. The shape of a birthmark could be considered the devil's seal. Talking to yourself while cooking was enough to spark suspicion of spells. Keeping a cat, especially a black one, was damning evidence of a familiar spirit. One wonders how many introverts would have survived such times when solitude and self-talk could easily be mistaken for demonic conversation. The humor writes itself, but the consequences were deadly. Villagers didn't need proof, they only needed a story that sounded convincing. And once a story began, it gained a momentum no truth could stop. The escalation of fear eventually turned neighbors into enemies and villages into stages of betrayal. People accused each other not just out of belief, but out of survival. If suspicion turned your way, the quickest way to deflect it was to accuse someone else. Fear became contagious, spreading faster than plague. What started as isolated accusations snowballed into collective paranoia until entire communities were tangled in a web of mistrust. The tragic irony is that in their attempt to purge evil, they ended up corrupting themselves, turning compassion into cruelty and solidarity into suspicion. Those in power, of course, were quick to harness this fear for their own ends. Landowners, priests, and magistrates discovered that accusations could be profitable. Declaring someone a witch often meant seizing their property, their livestock, or their tools. Purity came with perks. The greed hidden behind sermons is almost laughable if it weren't so grotesque. Imagine a judge declaring with solemn authority that the accused must burn, then later arranging for the transfer of her orchard into his family's estate. Fear might have been the match, but greed was the oil that kept the fire blazing. And yet, through this darkness, moments of humanity still broke through. Some neighbors refused to testify. Some whispered warnings to those in danger. Families sometimes hid accused women, risking their own lives in acts of quiet defiance. These fragments of resistance were rare, but they mattered. They remind us that even in times of mass hysteria, not everyone surrendered to cruelty. Sometimes, the bravest act was not loud protest, but stubborn compassion, the refusal to abandon someone when everyone else had turned away. It is humbling to think how much courage it took simply to say nothing in a world where silence itself was suspicious. Over time, the relentless cycle began to expose its own absurdity. When too many people were accused, the logic of witchcraft collapsed under its own weight. If half the village was guilty, then guilt lost meaning. Even those in authority began to sense the danger of letting fear run unchecked. Some trials ended in acquittals, not because justice had prevailed, but because hysteria had become impractical. A society cannot function when everyone is both accuser and accused. Slowly, reluctantly, reason began to creep back into the conversation, though not before countless lives had been destroyed. The legacy of those days lingers, not only in history books, but in the images and words we still use. The cackling witch, the bubbling cauldron, the pointed hat. These are echoes of confessions forced under torture, caricatures born of cruelty. We laugh at them now, but laughter does not erase their origins. Every time we see those symbols, we are looking at the distorted memory of real women whose greatest crime was knowledge, independence, or simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Behind the cartoon lies the ash of human lives. And perhaps the most unsettling truth is how easily such patterns can return. Fear has never gone out of fashion. It simply changes costumes. Suspicion, greed, and the hunger for control are timeless ingredients. The witch hunts may feel distant, yet they hold up a mirror that is uncomfortably close. Because if a handful of herbs could once be twisted into evidence of evil, we must ask ourselves what ordinary things today might be distorted tomorrow. History's greatest warnings are not the grand speeches carved in stone, but the whispers that turned neighbors into enemies and comfort into crime. By the time the witch hunts reached their fever pitch, the line between superstition and reality had blurred so thoroughly that people could no longer tell where truth ended and rumor began. Villagers lived in constant tension, afraid not only of witches, but of being mistaken for one. It was as though every shadow carried suspicion, every cough suggested a curse, and every neighbor's sideways glance could mean an accusation. People began to behave as if they were actors in a play where the script was always being rewritten by fear. The irony is that the so-called witches were the only ones grounded in reality, while the rest of society danced with phantoms of their own invention. The trials themselves grew increasingly elaborate, almost theatrical. Judges demanded detailed stories of midnight gatherings. Women under duress confessed to flying across fields, and artists later illustrated their words with wild scenes of witches cavorting with demons. None of it bore resemblance to their real lives of cooking, cleaning, and nursing the sick. But reality didn't sell. It was spectacle that held the crowd's attention. A woman tying herbs together was mundane. A woman flying through the night sky was entertainment. Humanity has always had a taste for drama, and in that era, truth was the first casualty. It makes you wonder if people were less afraid of witches than of being bored. Evidence became stranger as the hysteria spread. A neighbor swore they saw sparks fly from a woman's chimney, never mind that she was simply burning damp wood. Another testified that a cow looked at them funny after eating clover from her yard. People scoured bodies for witch marks, convinced that freckles, moles, or scars were proof of pacts with the devil. If dermatologists had existed back then, They could have saved thousands of lives with a few routine checkups. Instead, natural imperfections became death sentences. What's striking is how quickly people abandoned logic in favor of stories that confirmed their fears. It was less about proving guilt than about feeding a narrative. This obsession with signs and symbols seeped into every corner of life. If bread failed to rise, if a child tripped, if rain didn't come, someone had to be blamed, and the accusation almost always landed on the same shoulders. The community projected its anxieties outward, turning everyday mishaps into cosmic battles between good and evil. The absurdity becomes clear when you think about it. A drought wasn't a weather problem, it was the widow 2 houses down. A spoiled batch of ale wasn't fermentation gone wrong, it was witchcraft in the brew. Instead of solving problems, people outsourced them to the supernatural, and unfortunately, to the bodies of women who couldn't defend themselves. Those women, often older and living on the margins of society, became easy targets because they had the least protection. Widows without husbands, healers without official titles, solitary figures who didn't fit neatly into community life, all were vulnerable. Their independence, however modest, threatened a system built on control. A woman who owned land or knew how to survive without male oversight was unsettling. Easier to call her dangerous than to accept that she embodied a different way of living. It's almost comical how fragile the social order must have been if a woman with a garden and a few jars of herbs could bring it crashing down. What deepened the cruelty was how quickly compassion could flip into condemnation. A woman might have delivered your child safely into the world, cured your fever, and fed you when you were hungry. Yet the moment suspicion was cast, all gratitude vanished. Suddenly, those very acts were reinterpreted as sinister. Healing a fever was recast as causing it. Feeding bread was reframed as luring someone into a curse. This ability to rewrite reality shows how malleable memory becomes under fear. People believed not what they had experienced, but what they were told to fear. It's chilling to realize how quickly kindness can be rewritten as evil when a society decides it needs villains. Inquisitors fueled this rewriting with forced confessions. Under torture, women told stories of Sabbaths and sorcery, not because they had lived them, but because their bodies could no longer withstand pain. The absurdity of their confessions did not weaken their power, it strengthened it. The more outrageous the tale, the more convinced the community became. One woman admitted to flying through the air on a broomstick, and centuries later that single invention survives in Halloween costumes. Who could have imagined that one person's desperate lie to stop the torture rack would become a global cultural icon? If there is comedy and cruelty, it lies in that bizarre legacy, terror producing folklore, and folklore turning into fun. Behind the spectacle and superstition, though, the real damage was invisible, the erosion of trust. Villages that once relied on cooperation became divided by suspicion. People stopped sharing bread, stopped visiting neighbors, stopped offering help for fear that any connection might later be twisted into evidence. Isolation replaced solidarity. Fear turned communities inward until they resembled fortresses guarding against enemies who were once friends. And once isolation took root, it was harder for compassion to grow again. Distrust doesn't dissolve easily, it lingers long after the flames die out. Even when the witch hunts began to fade, the scars remained. Generations grew up with the memory of suspicion, shaped by stories that exaggerated danger and minimized injustice. Folklore turned those scars into cautionary tales, but rarely into lessons of empathy. Instead of remembering the women as victims of hysteria, they were remembered as villains. That distortion of memory carried the fear forward, long after the executions ended. It is a reminder that history is not only written by victors, but also by those who need to justify their cruelty. And sometimes the most lasting punishment is not death itself, but the story told afterward. What lingers most powerfully in this history is not the smoke of the pyres, but the echo of questions left unanswered. How could communities so willingly destroy the very people who cared for them? How could logic bend so easily to fear, and gratitude turn so quickly into suspicion? The unsettling truth is that these questions don't belong only to the past. They belong to us as well, because the instincts that fueled those hunts, the hunger for control, the fear of the unfamiliar, the ease of blame, are still with us. And when we see them in ourselves, we realize the witch hunts were never just about witches. They were about human nature, and the frightening ways it repeats itself whenever fear is given more power than reason. By the time whispers of witchcraft had spread across Europe like wildfire, entire towns lived in a permanent state of unease. It wasn't only the threat of being accused that gnawed at people, but the creeping realization that no amount of loyalty, faith, or conformity could guarantee safety. It was like living in a game where the rules kept changing, except the stakes were life and death. You could wake up one morning as a respected neighbor and go to bed branded as a servant of the devil. The fragility of reputation was so extreme that it almost feels comical in its absurdity, except that laughter catches in the throat when you remember the endings were rarely anything but tragic. The machinery of accusation had become so polished that it no longer needed much fuel. A priest's sermon on Sunday about vigilance against the devil would be dissected in whispers all week, until by Friday, half the village was side-eyeing the widow with too many jars of herbs on her shelves. What made the fear so effective was not its evidence, but its flexibility. A cow dying was proof of curses. A cow living too long was also suspicious. Surely no natural animal could survive so well without infernal help. It was the ultimate no-win scenario. Fear has a twisted sense of humor. It turns everything into evidence, even opposites. The effect on daily life was suffocating. Families avoided sharing meals with certain neighbors. Children were warned not to play near the homes of women living alone, and markets became theaters of suspicion where every exchange was monitored for hidden intent. Even kindness could backfire. Giving someone a loaf of bread was easily reframed as luring them into a spell. Refusing to give bread was proof of malice. Imagine being trapped in a society where both generosity and stinginess carried equal risk. It's no wonder paranoia thrived. What passed for community was nothing more than a network of mutual suspicion disguised as piety. Confessions by this stage had taken on a grotesque rhythm. Torture produced not just compliance, but elaborate stories, carefully tailored to match what interrogators wanted to hear. Women confessed to signing books in blood, dancing in meadows at midnight, even consorting with animals said to be demons in disguise. These narratives spread across regions and became strangely standardized, as though the witch hunts had developed their own genre of storytelling. In a grim way, you could say the trials were the first shared universe of horror fiction, except the authors were terrified women forced to create tales to appease their torturers. And the public, instead of questioning, devoured every word as though it were proof. The idea of flight, in particular, fascinated communities. The notion that witches could soar through the skies on broomsticks or ride at night with the wind captured imaginations far more than the humble truth of women tending gardens. What's surreal is that this image, born out of pain and coercion, became one of the most enduring cultural symbols. Today, a child in a witch costume with a pointed hat is a figure of joy and mischief, but its origin lies in the desperate invention of women hoping to end their suffering. It's a cruel twist of history when symbols of trauma get recycled into decoration, as if memory itself learned how to laugh at the past. Economics played a role too, a shadow that haunted every accusation. Property and inheritance often shifted conveniently after a conviction. If someone coveted a neighbor's land or orchard, all it took was the right rumor to set the wheels of justice in motion. The church and state benefited as well, seizing wealth from the condemned. Fear was profitable, and where fear generates profit, it rarely runs out of fuel. One might almost admire the efficiency if it weren't so appalling. Religion, politics, and greed combining into a seamless machine that devoured lives while enriching those who fed it. And yet, despite the brutality, cracks began to show in the grand narrative. Communities grew tired of endless accusations, judges wary of endless trials, and intellectuals began to whisper dangerous ideas. What if illness came from natural causes rather than curses? What if drought was weather rather than sorcery? What if knowledge could be measured instead of feared? These early questions were like seeds pushing through cracks in stone, fragile but persistent. They hinted at a future where reason might replace fear, though that future was still centuries away. For the women trapped in the present, those seeds offered little comfort. Their lives were the soil in which such ideas were planted, watered with suffering. The most haunting part of this chapter in history is not only the cruelty inflicted, but the ordinariness of those who inflicted it. The judges, priests, and neighbors were not cartoon villains, but everyday people convinced they were defending their community. That ordinariness is what makes it terrifying. It means the capacity for such cruelty is not rare but common, waiting for the right conditions to surface. We often comfort ourselves with the idea that we would never do such things, but history reminds us that the line between justice and hysteria is thinner than we like to believe. All it takes is fear strong enough to override memory, reason, and compassion. As the fires burned and the confessions multiplied, the world carried on, unchanged for those who looked away. Markets bustled, children grew, seasons turned, even as women vanished into smoke. That duality, ordinary life continuing alongside extraordinary cruelty, may be the most chilling legacy of all. It reveals how easily humans can normalize horror, how daily bread can be baked in the same village where someone was burned the night before. The mind adapts to anything, even injustice, and that adaptability is as dangerous as it is miraculous. It is what allowed survival, but also what allowed silence. And so the story settled into the rhythm of repetition. Accusation, trial, confession, execution, followed by another accusation, another trial. Each act fed the next, as if the community were caught in an endless loop. The herbs, the remedies, the women who carried them, none of these things had changed. What changed was the narrative, the invisible script that everyone believed they had to follow. And the hardest truth to face is that once people begin living by a story, no matter how false, it can carry them further than reason ever could. That is why the flames rose higher, why the whispers grew louder, and why the echoes of those cries still linger centuries later in the most ordinary things, like a cup of tea brewed to soothe the body but carrying the memory of those who once died for doing the very same thing. The end of the witch hunts did not arrive with the thunderclap of justice, but with the slow exhaustion of fear. Communities had accused so many, burned so many, and whispered so much that the entire system began to collapse under its own weight. When half of a village had either been tried or lived in terror of trial, even the most zealous judges realized that suspicion could not keep devouring endlessly without leaving only ashes. Fear is greedy, but greed eventually eats itself. It's almost as if society finally got tired of its own horror show, though the curtain fell only after countless lives had already been sacrificed. What made the turning point possible was not compassion at first, but practicality. Economies suffered when too many women, who were central to childcare, food preparation, and healing, were lost. Villages found themselves struggling to survive, and suddenly the witch panic that had seemed so pious began to look inconvenient. Authorities, who once profited from accusations, now recognized that they risked destroying the very communities they ruled. It wasn't mercy that slowed the flames, but the recognition that endless fear is bad for business. Still, even that selfish shift cracked the door open for reason to slip in, and once reason enters, fear has a harder time staying unchallenged. The intellectual winds of Europe were also beginning to shift. Philosophers and scientists questioned whether natural phenomena really needed supernatural explanations. Why blame witches for storms when barometers could measure pressure? Why accuse women of curses when microscopes began to reveal organisms invisible to the naked eye? Slowly, people realized that mystery was not always malice. The Enlightenment didn't arrive like a sudden sunrise. It was more like a candle being lit in one dark room after another until the collective glow became impossible to ignore. Those candles exposed not only the ignorance of the past, but also the cruelty that ignorance had fueled. Still, the cultural residue of the witch hunts clung tightly. Even as trials dwindled, the figure of the witch remained powerful in folklore, ballads, and bedtime stories. The church no longer needed to burn women to maintain control. The myths they left behind did the work instead. Children grew up fearing the crooked-nosed crone in the woods, not realizing she was the distorted shadow of real women who once lived in cottages, healed with herbs, and dared to exist outside the narrow confines of obedience. Folklore became the grave where memory was buried, but also the seedbed where it sprouted in strange, twisted forms. It's a little ironic that the bedtime story meant to make children behave carried inside it the echoes of a history adults were too ashamed to tell truthfully. As centuries passed, the memory of those events was reshaped again, this time by art and literature. Painful realities turned into symbols, and symbols into entertainment. By the time witches became stage characters and eventually Halloween decorations, their origins had been sanitized into something playful. A pointed hat here, a broomstick there, remnants of torture-induced confessions turned into costumes for children. The absurdity is staggering. The same stories that once justified executions now justify candy sales. And while that transformation feels comical on the surface, it also carries a sobering reminder of how easily history can be trivialized when we would rather laugh than look too closely. The persistence of the witch figure also reveals something deeper about human psychology. Societies may abandon specific fears, but they rarely abandon the need for scapegoats. The witch hunts faded, but the instinct to blame outsiders or the misunderstood never disappeared. Instead, it found new targets, new names, new justifications. That pattern should make us pause because it suggests that the witch trials weren't an anomaly. They were a symptom of something permanent in us. We still struggle with the same impulses today, only dressed in modern clothes. The form changes, the instinct remains. Fear is endlessly creative, yet within this grim continuity lies a thread of resilience. Despite the attempts to erase them, the knowledge of those women endured. Herbal remedies survived in kitchens, passed along quietly until science eventually recognized their value. The songs and stories that once disguised medicine as lullabies carried wisdom through centuries of silence. In a way, every sip of chamomile tea, every sprinkle of sage, every use of mint is an act of remembrance, whether we know it or not. The survival of their knowledge is the quiet triumph hidden beneath the tragedy. The irony is that the very thing that condemned them, herbal wisdom, turned out to be their most enduring legacy. The legacy also forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about progress. We like to imagine history as a steady march toward enlightenment, but the witch hunts remind us that fear can turn back the clock at any moment. It doesn't take much for reason to be drowned out by panic, or for compassion to be replaced by suspicion. That lesson is less about the past than about the present. It whispers to us that the line between reason and hysteria is as fragile as ever, and that the ghosts of witch trials live on in every scapegoat we create today. The past may be gone, but its patterns remain ready to repeat whenever fear outweighs truth. And so the story circles back to us, to our kitchens, our medicines, our stories. We live surrounded by the descendants of the very practices that once drew flames. We enjoy them freely, rarely stopping to consider the cost paid by those who kept them alive. The women who were condemned did not live to see their vindication, but their knowledge outlasted their accusers. Their voices, silenced in courts and squares, still speak through the leaves steeping in hot water, through the remedies whispered in families, through the very persistence of care. What they left behind was more than tragedy. It was endurance. And endurance, unlike fear, doesn't burn out. It waits, it lingers, and it reminds us that memory is the only fire worth keeping alive. Centuries after the flames died down and the courts closed their books, the silence around those women never truly disappeared. Villages carried on as though nothing had happened, plowing fields, baptizing children, ringing church bells, all while the memory of neighbors turned to ash was quietly pushed into the background. Yet the silence was never complete. It lingered in strange corners of daily life. A family recipe whispered instead of written down, a lullaby that mentioned herbs in a way only women understood. These were the subtle acts of remembrance, the way knowledge survived, even when the stories of the women themselves were erased. What had once been public spectacle became private legacy, carried quietly through generations, like a secret too heavy to speak aloud, but too important to abandon. The memory was reshaped not by history books, but by folklore. In some places, villagers spoke of ghostly women haunting the woods, warning travelers not to stray too far. In others, mothers warned their children to behave lest the witch come for them. Over time, those warnings hardened into caricatures. The crooked nose, the cauldron, the pointed hat. It's almost comical how efficient society became at disguising guilt as entertainment. Instead of facing the horror of killing their own healers, people told bedtime stories that turned victims into monsters. Children laughed at Halloween costumes without realizing that the costume was a mask hiding centuries of cruelty. Laughter became the camouflage for shame. Yet beneath the caricature, fragments of truth refused to vanish. Herbal remedies that once condemned women as witches reappeared centuries later in respectable medical texts. Willow bark, once feared as a potion, became aspirin. Garlic, once held up in courts as proof of sorcery, was recognized for its antibacterial properties. Chamomile, mint, sage, all the quiet allies of those women returned, this time with the approval of science. Imagine the bitter comedy of it, burned for using plants that doctors later sold in pharmacies. It forces us to ask whether progress is really progress if it arrives centuries too late for those who paid with their lives. The persistence of their knowledge also reveals a paradox. What was once condemned as dangerous became profitable. Entire industries now market herbal teas, essential oils, and natural remedies with glossy packaging and catchy slogans. A jar of lavender salve that once would have earned suspicion is today a luxury item sold at a premium. Society didn't just rehabilitate these practices, it monetized them. And while there's irony in seeing supermarkets filled with the ghosts of remedies once punishable by fire, there's also something unsettling. We celebrate the knowledge, but still rarely honor the women who preserved it. It's as if we love the recipe, but refuse to say the cook's name. The distortion of memory continues in the way popular culture treats witches. From fairy tales to blockbuster films, witches are often cast as villains, or in modern times as symbols of rebellious empowerment. Both versions flatten the reality. They were neither demonic fiends nor glamorous rebels. They were ordinary women whose lives were destroyed by extraordinary fear. But ordinary doesn't sell as well as extreme. People prefer the thrill of the monstrous or the allure of the magical. The truth, that they were neighbors, mothers, midwives, remains harder to accept. Reality is rarely as entertaining as myth, but it is far more haunting. The echo of those trials also lingers in the psychology of fear. Humans still crave scapegoats, still look for someone to blame when misfortune strikes. We might not accuse our neighbors of witchcraft anymore, but we find other words, other categories, other groups to carry our unease. The mechanism is the same, only the vocabulary changes. The witch hunts remind us that fear doesn't need evidence, it only needs direction. And once fear has a target, reason struggles to catch up. If history feels distant, all we have to do is look around and notice how easily suspicion still reshapes truth in our own time. Even in communities that eventually admitted the witch hunts were unjust, the apologies came centuries too late. Monuments were erected, plaques installed, ceremonies held. These gestures matter, but they also feel hollow when you realize the women themselves never lived to hear them. Justice delayed is not justice delivered. Yet perhaps the value lies not in the apologies, but in the acknowledgement, the refusal to let silence finish the work that fire began. Memory itself becomes an act of resistance, ensuring that those voices are not buried forever beneath caricature and myth. And maybe that is the most important legacy, the reminder that compassion can be criminalized if we allow fear to set the rules. Those women weren't destroyed because they were dangerous, but because they were indispensable in ways society refused to admit. They healed, they comforted, they preserved knowledge. The true threat they posed was not to souls or crops, but to structures of power that demanded obedience. Their survival would have meant a different balance of authority. one where wisdom wasn't monopolized by men in robes, but shared in kitchens and gardens. That possibility terrified those who ruled, and so the women were branded witches to keep the balance intact. Yet despite everything, they left traces everywhere. In the teas we brew, the ointments we apply, the lullabies we sing without thinking of their origins. Their voices may have been silenced, but their knowledge speaks every time we choose healing over suspicion. The paradox is that the very practices used to condemn them ensured they could never be forgotten. Memory slipped through the cracks of fear, carried forward in acts so ordinary they seemed invisible, and perhaps that invisibility was their greatest victory, surviving not through monuments or speeches, but through the persistence of care itself. When we look closely at a jar of herbs or sip a cup of tea, we are not just consuming plants. We are touching the edges of a story centuries old, a story of resilience disguised as routine. And maybe that is the quietest, most powerful form of justice, when the ordinary becomes eternal, when healing endures longer than fear, when the memory of women turned to ash still lingers in the scent of sage, the sweetness of honey, and the warmth of chamomile rising from a cup on a cold evening. Long after the last pyres cooled and the final trials faded into memory, the figure of the witch refused to disappear. Instead of vanishing, it transformed, slipping into the cracks of folklore, lingering in the songs sung at firesides and in the warnings whispered to children. Communities that once trembled at the sight of a woman with herbs now used her image to entertain or frighten. Fear had turned into fable. What began as an accusation of sorcery became the stuff of bedtime stories, where witches no longer cured fevers but stole children, no longer brewed teas but stirred cauldrons of curses. In the process, memory was bent into myth, and the truth of who these women were dissolved into shadows. It's strange, isn't it, how societies often prefer to fictionalize their guilt rather than face it? Monsters are easier to live with than the knowledge that your ancestors killed their neighbors. This distortion gave birth to a paradox. The same women once destroyed for being too dangerous became useful as cautionary tales. Parents told their children, "Don't wander into the woods, or the witch will get you." The irony, of course, is that those so-called witches had once lived in cottages at the edge of those same woods, gathering herbs to help those very children survive winters. The villain was created not to explain who these women really were, but to bury what had been done to them. And so fear outlived the flames, reshaped into a cultural lesson about obedience and conformity. It's a little comical if you think about it. Women who once healed sore throats ended up starring as villains, teaching kids to eat their vegetables. The rise of literature in later centuries cemented the caricature. Fairy tales, collected by writers like the brothers Grimm, leaned heavily on the figure of the witch, Hansel and Gretel's cannibalistic captor, Snow White's jealous stepmother, Sleeping Beauty's spiteful curse-giver. Each one reinforced the idea that female power outside traditional roles was inherently dangerous. Readers rarely questioned why the witch lived alone in the woods, or why she had such knowledge of herbs and spells. They were told to fear her, not to understand her. And so the grotesque version of the witch lived on, while the truth, that many of these women were once midwives, widows, or herbalists, was quietly buried beneath layers of fiction. This image bled into art and theater as well. On stage, witches became comic relief or symbols of evil. Their bubbling cauldrons and shrill cackles performed to provoke fear or laughter. Shakespeare's Macbeth turned witches into prophetic tricksters, their cryptic rhymes echoing across centuries as the definitive sound of supernatural menace. The audience didn't need to believe in real witchcraft to be entertained. The symbol was enough. By the time audiences clapped for actors playing hags with warts, the connection to real women who had died under those accusations was all but severed. Entertainment thrives on exaggeration, and exaggeration erased the humanity of the women who inspired the fear. What is fascinating is how the witch image later evolved again, shifting from villain to something almost empowering. By the 20th century, witches began appearing not only as threats, but as symbols of rebellion, independence, and mystery. Popular culture recast them as misunderstood outsiders or playful tricksters. In some stories, they became heroines rather than villains. But even this so-called rehabilitation flattened their complexity, turning them into archetypes rather than individuals. Once again, the real women disappeared beneath the costume. It's almost like society couldn't decide whether to hate them or admire them, so it did both, depending on what sold better. Meanwhile, the actual practices that once drew suspicion, herbalism, midwifery, natural healing, reemerged under new names. Instead of witches, we had folk healers, herbalists, or alternative medicine practitioners. Suddenly, the same knowledge that once condemned women became marketable, as long as it was stripped of its dangerous label. Pharmacies proudly displayed teas and tinctures. Wellness industries marketed oils and salves with glamorous packaging. What was once forbidden now carried price tags, sometimes inflated to absurdity. Imagine telling a 17th century woman burned for brewing sage tea that one day people would pay $10 for a tea bag in a box labeled Organic Detox Infusion. The bitter comedy of history lies in how it rebrands tragedy into trend. The persistence of the witch figure also reveals something about our human imagination. We crave characters who embody both fear and fascination, who live at the edges of society where rules blur. Witches offered a perfect canvas for that craving, shifting roles as culture demanded, villains when obedience was the goal, rebels when independence became fashionable. But in both cases, the myth told us more about the anxieties of the present than about the truth of the past. Every time a story used a witch, it said less about real women and more about what society feared or desired at that moment. The witch became a mirror, reflecting our changing insecurities, our evolving hunger for drama. And perhaps that is the final irony. The women once erased through violence ended up immortalized, though not in the way they might have wished. Their image lives on not in the memory of who they truly were, but in the caricatures, costumes, and symbols that replaced them. We remember the hat, but forget the head that wore it. We remember the broom, but forget the hands that held herbs for healing. Their legacy was stolen, reshaped, and repurposed, but it refused to vanish. In a strange way, every Halloween party, every film, every novel that features a witch is proof that those women could not be silenced completely. Their truth is still there, buried beneath the myth, waiting for anyone willing to look past the mask. The echoes of their story linger not only in culture, but in the quiet acts of everyday life. When we brew tea for comfort, hang herbs to dry, or whisper old remedies passed down in families, we participate in traditions once branded criminal. We may laugh at the cartoon witch, but the real inheritance is in our kitchens and gardens. The women who suffered left behind more than myths. They left behind resilience woven into ordinary gestures. And perhaps that is the truest justice, that despite centuries of distortion, their presence is still felt not in the flames of accusation, but in the warmth of care, disguised as routine, carried on without fanfare, proving that endurance always outlasts fear. By the time the image of the witch was cemented into folklore and theater, Europe was already moving toward a new relationship with knowledge. The Age of Enlightenment crept into salons, universities, and printing presses, carrying with it the radical idea that human reason could illuminate mysteries once explained only by superstition. Disease began to be studied not as a curse, but as a biological process. Weather was charted with instruments instead of blamed on the widow down the road. Slowly, almost reluctantly, people began to trade their fear of witches for curiosity about science. But the irony is that this progress was built, in part, on the very knowledge women had safeguarded for centuries in their kitchens and gardens. The so-called witches had already been practicing observation, experimentation, and healing long before those terms were dressed up in Latin and published in leather-bound books. What makes this shift fascinating is how selective it was. Men in powdered wigs debated natural philosophy in candlelit rooms, citing discoveries about plants and remedies, while just decades earlier women had been tortured for using the same knowledge. It was not the herbs that had changed, but the hands that held them. In the grip of a poor midwife, mint tea was suspicious. In the grip of a gentleman scholar, it became a scientific case study. Society didn't discard herbal knowledge. It simply reassigned ownership. And if you think about it, that's not just a story about the past. It's a pattern we see repeated in countless forms. Ideas dismissed when voiced by the marginalized, only to be applauded when repeated by the powerful. Printing presses accelerated this transformation. Herbal manuals and medical texts spread across Europe, filled with illustrations of plants labeled with their properties. Ordinary people gained access to information that had once been cloaked in secrecy. Yet there was an odd dissonance. These books often drew on traditions that had survived through oral transmission, passed down by women who had no access to print. Their voices were absent from the pages, even as their knowledge was preserved. The silence between the lines was almost louder than the words themselves. Readers studied diagrams of rosemary without ever realizing they were looking at the inheritance of women, once condemned for hanging it above their doors. As the scientific method gained traction, explanations rooted in demons and curses lost ground. But superstition does not vanish overnight. For generations, people carried both beliefs side by side, consulting a doctor while still avoiding a neighbor rumored to be dangerous, or using herbs while whispering prayers to ward off evil. It was a cultural tug-of-war, reason on one end and fear on the other. And sometimes, fear still won. Even in the Enlightenment, witch trials lingered in pockets of Europe as though the new light of reason hadn't yet reached every corner. Progress is never a straight line. It's a patchwork of contradictions, where candles of knowledge flicker unevenly across the map. In the meantime, the figure of the witch continued to evolve, no longer just a villain, but also a subject of fascination. Scholars wrote about witches as curiosities, a phenomenon worth studying rather than fearing. Artists painted them, sometimes grotesque, sometimes alluring, hinting at society's conflicted relationship with female power. The witch was no longer only a threat. She was also a symbol of the forbidden, the mysterious, the untamed. Fear began to mingle with desire, suspicion with curiosity. This blending gave the witch a strange kind of immortality. ensuring she would never disappear entirely, but would always return in new disguises. What's both comical and sobering is how quickly people rebranded what they once condemned. The same society that had burned women for herbs began sipping tea as a mark of refinement. Sage, once evidence of devilish knowledge, was now praised for its aromas in fashionable kitchens. Chamomile, once a potion of sorcery, became a symbol of calm sophistication. History has a way of turning tragedy into trend, often without acknowledging the cost in between. You almost want to imagine those persecuted women watching from beyond, shaking their heads at the hypocrisy. Punished for mint, only to see it become a fashionable garnish centuries later. This shift also exposed the deep gender politics of the time. Male scientists were celebrated as pioneers, their discoveries immortalized in portraits and statues. Meanwhile, the women who had carried the same knowledge through centuries of danger remained nameless. Even today, medical history textbooks rarely mention that the roots of pharmacology were watered with the blood of accused witches. The narrative was polished to highlight progress while scrubbing away the messy truth of who preserved the knowledge in the first place. Memory was curated to protect pride, not truth, and that curation still shapes the way we see the past. But truth has a stubborn way of resurfacing. In recent decades, historians have returned to the witch hunts, not as tales of superstition alone, but as windows into power, gender, and fear. They remind us that the persecutions were never about magic, they were about control. They reveal that the so-called witches were often the very people communities needed most, punished for embodying independence in a world built on dependence, and they force us to confront uncomfortable echoes in our own time. Because even if we no longer burn women for herbs, we still struggle with the instinct to silence those who hold knowledge outside official structures. Fear of difference still shapes our stories. Perhaps the most haunting realization is that progress and persecution coexisted. The telescope and the torture rack, the microscope and the pyre, they lived side by side. Humanity advanced and regressed simultaneously, proving that knowledge alone is not enough to guarantee compassion. Understanding the stars did not stop people from condemning their neighbors. Learning about blood circulation did not prevent courts from demanding confessions under pain. Progress in science did not always translate into progress in humanity. And maybe that is the hardest lesson. Reason without empathy can still be cruel. The witch figure remains powerful because she embodies that contradiction. She is at once a victim of history and a survivor through myth. She is feared, ridiculed, admired, and commodified, all at once. And every time her image returns, in a novel, a painting, a film, it invites us to look backward and forward at the same time. Backward, to the lives cut short by suspicion. Forward, to the ways we still choose who gets to hold knowledge, who gets to speak, and who gets to be silenced. The witch, in all her distorted forms, continues to ask the same question. What happens when compassion and independence collide with fear and authority? And that question, centuries later, still has no comfortable answer. As the Enlightenment gathered momentum, the memory of the witch trials seemed to retreat into the background, but it never really disappeared. Instead, it lingered like a ghost in the collective mind, reshaped into whispers, folktales, and cultural shorthand. People no longer believed with the same conviction that their neighbor's rosemary plant was a portal to hell, yet they still carried an uneasy fascination with the idea that unseen forces might lurk in ordinary things. The line between disbelief and curiosity is a thin one, and even as reason marched forward, superstition refused to pack up and leave. It hung around, disguised in stories told by firelight, as though fear itself had grown too comfortable to abandon its old haunts. One of the clearest places where these echoes lived was in the countryside, where progress often arrived last. In rural villages, midwives and healers still practiced quietly, still passed down remedies, whispered from grandmother to granddaughter. Officially, the age of burning was over, but unofficially, suspicion clung to these women like a stubborn stain. A sudden illness or an unlucky harvest could still spark whispers, and though the courts were less eager to prosecute, the court of public opinion remained harsh. Social isolation became the new pyre, and ridicule the new flames. It's remarkable how inventive communities can be when it comes to punishing those who don't fit neatly inside the box of conformity. At the same time, literature and art transformed these lingering fears into entertainment. The Gothic novels of the 18th and 19th centuries leaned heavily on the image of the witch and the sorceress, not as everyday neighbors, but as symbols of mystery, seduction, and dread. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein and Goethe's Faust weren't about witches directly, but they carried the same DNA. The terror of forbidden knowledge, the anxiety about humans reaching too far, the fear of independence unchecked by authority. The witch had been pushed out of the courtroom but invited back onto the stage, this time as a metaphor rather than a defendant. Fear, it turns out, is highly adaptable. It changes clothes to match the times. By the Victorian era, the witch had become almost fashionable in certain circles. Spiritualism, seances, and occult societies flourished, especially among the wealthy who had the leisure to dabble in mysteries. What was once condemned as heresy became an exotic pastime, complete with crystal balls and tarot cards. It's hard not to laugh at the irony. The very practices that once condemned women to flames were now party entertainment in lavish drawing rooms. Imagine a Victorian gentleman paying handsomely to watch a medium summon spirits, when his ancestors might have called the same act sorcery and lit a fire beneath the performer. Fear had shifted into curiosity, and curiosity into business. This transformation didn't erase the darker legacy. It simply buried it under layers of new meaning. The figure of the witch became less about real women and more about cultural projection. She was whatever society needed her to be, a symbol of temptation, a warning against disobedience, or an icon of mysterious allure. Rarely did anyone pause to ask what was lost in the process. The memory of real lives, real suffering, and real knowledge dismissed because of the hands that held it. Cultural memory can be as selective as personal memory. It remembers what is useful and forgets what is uncomfortable. The witch, therefore, survived not as herself, but as a puppet manipulated by changing anxieties. Meanwhile, the remedies that had once been condemned continued to seep quietly into mainstream medicine. Doctors prescribed willow bark, mint, and chamomile, stripping them of their dangerous associations and giving them respectability by attaching Latin names and scientific frameworks. The plants hadn't changed, only the context. This shift highlights a comic absurdity. Centuries of fear undone with a rebranding campaign. Once it was witch's brew, now it was pharmacology. The potion never changed, only the packaging. Marketing has always been more powerful than magic, though sometimes the two look suspiciously alike. Even in the modern age, the image of the witch continued to be repurposed, sometimes for humor, sometimes for rebellion. Halloween turned her into a caricature, complete with broomstick and pointed hat. Feminist movements reclaimed her as a symbol of independence, turning insult into badge of honor. Popular media transformed her into everything from cackling villain to misunderstood heroine. Each version says less about the past and more about the present, about what we fear, what we desire, and what stories we choose to tell ourselves. The witch became timeless, not because she was immortal, but because society kept resurrecting her to play different roles. What lingers most powerfully, however, is the reminder that beneath every caricature lies a reality. Behind every costume or cartoon is the echo of women who once walked real streets, tended real gardens, and faced real torches. The persistence of the witch figure is not just cultural recycling, it's the haunting consequence of a history that never fully resolved itself. The past doesn't disappear, it waits in the background, reshaping itself into symbols until someone is brave enough to peel back the mask and see the truth. And that truth is never as fantastical as folklore, but it is far more disturbing. In the end, the witch trials left us with two inheritances: a treasure of knowledge preserved in herbs, teas, and traditions, and a burden of memory preserved in myths, caricatures, and fears. Both continue to shape how we live, even if we rarely notice it. The teabag we casually dip into hot water, the Halloween mask we buy for a child, the story we read about a sorceress in a novel, all are threads in a tapestry woven from fear, cruelty, survival, and resilience. We can laugh at the absurdities, but laughter should never blind us to the cost. Because the true story of the witch is not about spells or curses, it is about the human tendency to punish what it doesn't understand, and the equally human determination to survive despite it. By the 19th century, the fires of persecution had long been extinguished, but the image of the witch still smoldered in the cultural imagination, reshaped into something both familiar and strange. Instead of villagers whispering about curses, it was now authors, artists, and philosophers who revived her, not as a neighbor to be feared, but as a symbol to be debated, mocked, or admired. The witch became less a person and more a canvas, painted over again and again to fit the anxieties and fantasies of the age. Yet underneath every reinvention was the unspoken truth that these figures were built on the memory of real women whose lives had been sacrificed to fear. The absence of their names made the symbol all the more powerful, because symbols can be bent without resistance in ways real people cannot. This was the era when Romanticism embraced the supernatural as a way to challenge the rigidity of Enlightenment rationality. Ghosts, spirits, and witches drifted into poetry and painting, cloaked in moonlight and mystery. The witch was no longer the old crone of village gossip, but a shadowy figure of allure and danger. Often young and beautiful, her power tied to seduction as much as sorcery. Artists found her fascinating because she stood outside the boundaries of polite society, embodying both desire and dread. It's telling that the same culture that once feared witches for being too independent now reimagined them as dangerously attractive. Apparently, the greatest threat wasn't a woman with wrinkles and herbs, but one with freedom and confidence. In literature, this fascination took many forms. Gothic novels flourished with witches and enchantresses who blurred the line between horror and temptation. Writers toyed with the question of whether witches were evil or simply misunderstood, whether their power was demonic or natural. The ambiguity was irresistible, and it reflected deeper cultural tensions. After all, this was also the age when women were beginning to push at the limits of social roles, seeking education, property rights, and political voices. The witch became a mirror for those struggles, a dramatized version of female independence that both intrigued and unsettled readers. If you squint a little, you can almost see the witch not as a relic of the past, but as a rehearsal for modern debates about gender and power. Meanwhile, in popular culture, the witch figure refused to stay confined to serious literature. Folklore carried her into nursery rhymes, fairy tales, and cheap printed pamphlets, often exaggerated for laughs or chills. Children were taught to giggle at the ridiculous image of a broomstick rider, even as adults consumed darker, more nuanced portrayals. The duality is almost comic in itself. By day, the witch was entertainment for children. By night, she was the subject of intellectual debates in salons. No wonder she survived so tenaciously. She could shapeshift to suit every audience. Unlike the women who once lived under suspicion, the witch of myth never had to stay in one form. The growing interest in the occult during the Victorian age only added fuel to this fire. Seance, spiritualist gatherings, and secret societies popped up everywhere, and suddenly the idea of contacting the supernatural wasn't dangerous, it was fashionable. Women, ironically, were often at the center of these practices, leading seances and claiming to channel spirits. They were praised, paid, and even admired, while their ancestors had been condemned for far less. Imagine the bitter comedy of it. A woman in the 17th century could be killed for whispering over herbs, but 2 centuries later her descendant could make a living by claiming to summon the dead in a candlelit parlor. Fear had turned into fascination, and fascination into profit. But even as the witch was being reclaimed in certain contexts, she was also being weaponized in others. In political rhetoric, calling a woman a witch remained a way to discredit her, to mark her as unnatural or threatening. The insult lingered even when the flames no longer burned. Accusations of witchcraft became metaphors for any woman who dared to challenge authority, whether in households, communities, or governments. The persistence of the term shows how powerful old fears can be when recycled. Words can outlive the institutions that once gave them power, carrying their sting into new eras. A single insult can echo louder than 1,000 apologies. What's remarkable is how the witch continued to evolve into the 20th century, slipping into cinema, stage plays, and later television. Each new medium reinvented her again, sometimes wicked, sometimes whimsical, sometimes wise. The adaptability of the figure is almost comical when you think about it. Few symbols have worked so well as both horror and humor, villain and hero. Children wore witch costumes at Halloween while adults read serious academic studies about witch trials. The same crooked hat could elicit giggles in one room and shivers in another. It's as though society couldn't quite let go of its guilty fascination, so it dressed it up differently depending on the occasion. And beneath all these reinventions lies a lesson about how memory works. The witch survived not because people wanted to remember the women who died, but because people wanted to forget them. By turning them into symbols, society avoided responsibility. Yet paradoxically, the constant reinvention kept their presence alive, even if distorted. It proves that forgetting is never total. It only disguises itself as transformation. Every time we laugh at a cartoon witch or cheer for a fictional sorceress, we participate in a tradition that began in tragedy. The laughter doesn't erase the past. It threads us back to it in ways we rarely acknowledge. This endurance is what makes the witch such a compelling figure even now. She represents the spaces where fear and fascination overlap, where memory and myth blur, where the past refuses to stay buried. Her story is not just about superstition or cruelty, but about the ways societies project their insecurities onto those who live differently. And if there is something comic in that, it is the realization that after all these centuries, humanity is still telling itself the same story, just with better costumes, brighter lights, and more dramatic soundtracks. The script hasn't changed as much as we'd like to think. And perhaps that is why the witch continues to haunt us, not from the woods or the skies, but from the mirror of our own imagination, reminding us that the true danger was never the herbs in a woman's hand, but the fear in everyone else's heart. By the 20th century, the witch had shed so many skins that it was difficult to tell whether she was feared, admired, or laughed at. In some places, she remained a symbol of menace in children's stories, lurking in gingerbread houses or dark forests, waiting to snatch the careless or the greedy. In other places, she became a figure of empowerment, her defiance of social norms recast as rebellion rather than sin. And still, elsewhere, she was simply comic relief, a crooked hat and a broomstick used to sell candy and costumes every October. That contradiction is what kept her alive. Fear alone might have faded, but fear mixed with fascination, humor, and a touch of glamour gave her immortality. Humanity has always loved its contradictions, especially when they make for good storytelling. Cinema quickly picked up on her adaptability. Early silent films portrayed witches as sinister hags, sometimes vanquished by brave men, other times casting eerie shadows across misty landscapes. But by the time Hollywood matured, the witch could be wicked or wonderful, terrifying or enchanting, depending on the needs of the plot. Think of The Wizard of Oz, where one witch is green-skinned and cackling while another is luminous and angelic. The story needed both extremes to work, and so the witch became a symbol of duality itself. It's almost comic how she carried the workload of being both villain and saint, while everyone else in the story got to play only one role. Television later softened her image even more. Sitcoms introduced audiences to witches who lived in suburban houses, twitched their noses to solve problems, and argued with husbands about chores. Instead of the lonely outcast at the edge of the village, the witch became the neighbor next door, just with a few magical tricks up her sleeve. The absurdity of it is striking. Centuries earlier, women were burned for making bread rise too perfectly, and now audiences laughed as witches whipped up dinners with a wave of the hand. What was once criminal became charming, and what was once grounds for suspicion became a ratings boost. It proves that context is everything. Yesterday's heresy is today's primetime comedy, but the darker side of the witch never disappeared. Horror films reclaimed her as a symbol of primal fear, drawing on the old associations of women, wilderness, and danger. These stories tapped into something older than rational thought, the unease humans feel about what cannot be controlled. Forests still carried the echo of danger, and women who lived outside norms still carried the weight of suspicion. Horror leaned into that, portraying witches as embodiments of chaos. Yet even in these terrifying portrayals, there was an undercurrent of admiration, as though audiences secretly envied the freedom witches represented. Fear and envy make a strange cocktail, but it has kept the figure potent for generations. Meanwhile, academic voices began to reconsider the history behind the myth. Feminist scholars in particular pointed out that the witch hunts were not random bursts of hysteria, but systematic ways of controlling women and erasing their independence. They argued that witches symbolized not demonic pacts, but social rebellion, a refusal to conform. By reclaiming the witch as a feminist icon, they flipped the narrative. What once symbolized evil could now symbolize resilience. This reclamation spread into popular culture, where witches appeared as independent, strong-willed protagonists rather than villains. The same broom that once carried them to the stake now carried them into bookstores and cinemas as heroes. The irony is delicious. Turning fear into empowerment is perhaps the most magical transformation of all. At the same time, the wellness industry discovered the marketing potential of ancient remedies. Herbal teas, oils, and crystals, once whispered about in kitchens to avoid suspicion, became billion-dollar markets. People who would once have shunned such practices as superstitious now embraced them as lifestyle choices. Supermarkets sold sage bundles for cleansing energy, a phrase that might have been Exhibit A in a 17th century trial. It's almost comical how capitalism managed to domesticate witchcraft, selling fragments of its symbolism in tidy packaging. What once sparked firewood now sparked sales, and consumers, knowingly or not, were buying into a history of survival repackaged as trend. The witch also became political again. Calling a woman a witch remained a shorthand for labeling her as threatening or unnatural, a reminder of how deeply the word had sunk into culture. Yet at the same time, many women embraced the label as a badge of defiance. Protesters carried signs declaring themselves witches. Movements invoked the power of the witch as a symbol of female solidarity, and slogans turned what was once an insult into a rallying cry. Language had come full circle, weaponized in one century and reclaimed in another. The transformation is a reminder that words never die. They simply change allegiance depending on who wields them. What makes all of this so captivating is that the witch's survival proves how memory works less like a straight line and more like a spiral. Every generation reshapes her, adding new layers while never quite discarding the old. The medieval hag, the gothic seductress, the Halloween cartoon, the feminist icon, they coexist, overlapping in our imagination. Ask 10 people to picture a witch, and you'll likely get 10 different answers, all drawn from different layers of history. That adaptability is her greatest power. Stronger than any potion or spell, she has outlasted courts, sermons, and even ridicule because she refuses to stay in one shape. And perhaps that is why she still fascinates us. The witch is not just a relic of superstition, but a mirror of our own contradictions. She embodies fear of the unknown, desire for independence, suspicion of outsiders, and the enduring human talent for turning tragedy into entertainment. We laugh at her, fear her, admire her, and dress up as her, all while forgetting, or sometimes remembering too well, that real women once bore the weight of her name. The comedy lies in how seriously we once took the myth, and how casually we now consume it. But the lesson lies in realizing that behind every myth is a memory, and behind every memory is a choice, whether to repeat the mistakes of fear or to finally learn from them. By the time the 20th century unfolded in full, the witch was no longer chained to the dark corners of folklore or confined to dusty trial records. She had become a cultural powerhouse. She walked into literature with confidence, flickered across cinema screens, and even found her way into political debates. Not as a figure of fear alone, but as a versatile symbol. What made her survival remarkable was not simply endurance, but transformation. The witch became a chameleon, adapting to each generation's needs, whether that meant standing in as a villain to terrify, an icon to empower, or even a mascot to sell candy. Few figures in history have managed to carry so much baggage while still keeping the public entertained. It says something about us, perhaps, that we never really tire of reusing the same ghost, provided she arrives in new clothing. Her place in children's stories remained as strong as ever, but the tone shifted. Where older tales used the witch to scare obedience into little ones, modern stories began to soften her edges. Some witches were still sinister, with bubbling cauldrons and sinister laughter, but others were quirky, clumsy, or even friendly. This ambiguity reflected a broader cultural shift. Suspicion of women with knowledge no longer held the same bite, and so the witch could be playful without losing her allure. Think of how many generations grew up watching animated witches, more interested in comic mischief than curses. The very thing that once terrified villages became a character children adored. If irony had a sense of humor, it would probably look like a witch in a Saturday morning cartoon spilling potion all over herself. Yet cinema did not entirely let go of her darker side. Horror movies rediscovered the witch as a primal fear, tying her again to forests, rituals, and the raw unease of human imagination. Films like The Blair Witch Project or The Witch turned her into a vessel for collective dread, proving that while the world might laugh at broomsticks, it still shivered at the thought of something lurking in the woods. These portrayals tapped into ancient anxieties about isolation, wilderness, and the uncontrollable. Horror thrives on uncertainty, and the witch was the perfect embodiment of it. At the same time, the genre often hinted that the true monsters were not the women accused of witchcraft, but the societies that condemned them. In that sense, horror sometimes came closer to the truth than history textbooks. Parallel to the fear, a new current of fascination emerged through feminist movements that reclaimed the witch as a symbol of defiance. No longer merely a villain, she became a heroine of resistance, a reminder of how power had been punished in women's bodies. To call oneself a witch was to embrace independence, to reject the suffocating molds of tradition. Protests adopted witch iconography. Artists reimagined her as a rebel saint, and writers elevated her from superstition to political metaphor. What had once been an insult was recast as a declaration. It's hard not to admire the elegance of that transformation, turning the ashes of persecution into the fire of empowerment. There's no better revenge than surviving long enough to be celebrated for the very thing you were condemned for. Meanwhile, consumer culture found its own way to recycle the figure. Halloween, once a folkloric ritual, became a commercial empire, and witches stood at its center. Pointed hats, broomsticks, and candy buckets filled store shelves every October, their origins blurred beneath plastic packaging. What was once the symbol of fear and fire became a seasonal economy. It's almost comical how capitalism managed to domesticate the witch, turning her from a threat to the church into a reason for discounted chocolate bars. The same society that once sharpened pitchforks now sharpens pencils to tally sales during spooky season. That transformation says less about witches and more about us, about how easily we turn history into spectacle when profit is on the line. But the witch also slipped into subtler corners of everyday life, not just in costumes or cinema, but in kitchens and gardens, where the herbs once branded as dangerous became staples of wellness. Lavender oils promised relaxation, chamomile teas lined supermarket shelves, sage bundles were marketed for energy cleansing. These practices were celebrated as lifestyle choices, rather than condemned as heresy. The knowledge survived not only because it was useful, but because people wanted it, even when they didn't realize they were carrying forward the legacy of women once persecuted for the same things. Each teabag and oil bottle is a quiet monument, though few stopped to read the inscription. Even language held onto the shadow. To call a woman a witch remained a way to diminish her, to cast suspicion or hostility without needing evidence. Political figures, celebrities, even ordinary women challenging norms found themselves branded with the word. And yet, the sting of the insult weakened over time, especially as women reclaimed the term. The duality persisted. The word could wound, but it could also empower, depending on who spoke it and how it was received. That kind of ambiguity is rare for a cultural figure, and it is why the witch endures. She can never be pinned down, only reinterpreted. Through all these layers, one truth lingers like smoke after fire. The witch is never really about magic. She's about us, our fears, our desires, our projections, our contradictions. When we feared independence, she embodied it. When we craved rebellion, she symbolized it. When we wanted entertainment, she delivered it. Her story has always been less about herbs and spells than about the human habit of turning difference into danger and later into decoration. And the reason we can't let her go is because the instincts that created her never left us. They are still here, waiting to reappear whenever fear needs a face. That is why she continues to walk with us, through films, books, protests, parties, and even supermarket aisles. The witch survives because she has always been more mirror than monster. She reflects whatever we need to see, whether that is terror, temptation, or strength. And perhaps the greatest comedy of all is that after centuries of trying to destroy her, society ended up making her immortal. The flames that once consumed her only hardened her silhouette against the sky, a shape we cannot stop redrawing. Every generation believes it has finally defined her, but she slips away again, laughing at our certainty, reminding us that the true magic was never in her. It was in the stories we insisted on telling. By the late 20th century, the witch had achieved something extraordinary. She was no longer bound to the margins of fear or the footnotes of history, but had stepped boldly into the mainstream of global culture. She could be terrifying on one screen, hilarious on another, and inspiring on a protest banner, all within the same decade. This flexibility made her less a fixed character and more a cultural language, a shorthand for everything society wanted to fear, mock, or admire. If you think about it, she was history's first true influencer, constantly reinventing herself to stay relevant. The only difference is that instead of hashtags, she had broomsticks. What gave her this new power was her ability to speak to contradictions that people didn't know how to resolve. In horror films, she embodied our unease with the wilderness, the body, and the unknown. In comedies, she mocked our obsession with order by showing how a twitch of the nose could undo hours of mundane effort. In feminist literature and art, she became a patron saint of defiance, reminding the world that independence was once enough to earn a death sentence. It's rare for a single figure to carry so many meanings at once without collapsing under the weight, but the witch thrived on paradox. She was fear and fascination, punishment and power, villain and victim, all rolled into one. Meanwhile, her image bled into fashion and aesthetics. Designers borrowed pointed hats and dark cloaks for runways. Musicians invoked witchcraft in lyrics and stage personas, and subcultures embraced her as a symbol of rebellion against conformity. The witch became a brand, though one that resisted being owned. Unlike other archetypes, she belonged to no single story. She could be glamorous in one moment and grotesque in the next, mainstream and underground all at once. This ability to be everything to everyone is what made her impossible to erase. No one could cancel her. She had been canceled centuries ago and somehow turned it into a comeback tour. At the same time, scholarship deepened the public's understanding of the witch trials themselves. Historians uncovered the economic, political, and gendered forces behind the persecutions, showing that they were less about supernatural belief and more about control. People began to see the witch not only as a cultural symbol, but as a historical wound, a reminder of what happens when fear overtakes reason. This knowledge didn't weaken her power. It gave her new dimensions. She was no longer just a figure of folklore, but a lens through which to examine society itself. The witch became a classroom as much as a character, teaching lessons about scapegoating, gender politics, and the fragility of justice. But beyond the pages of books and the glow of screens, she also remained a living presence in spiritual practices. Neo-pagan movements and modern witchcraft traditions reclaimed the title of witch as a positive identity, connecting with nature, cycles of the moon, and ancient wisdom. Far from the caricature of hags and curses, these modern practitioners emphasized harmony, healing, and empowerment. In doing so, they completed one of history's strangest reversals. The very practices once condemned as heresy were now celebrated as personal freedom and spirituality. It's a little funny to imagine inquisitors rolling in their graves, while someone today proudly calls themselves a witch on social media, complete with selfies and hashtags like #witchy. Yet, even in this reclaimed form, the witch continued to be contested ground. For some, she remained a threat, a symbol of rebellion against tradition. For others, she was an inspiration, proof that survival was possible even in the face of centuries of persecution. This duality is what kept her alive. She was never static, never finished. Each era dressed her differently, but beneath the costumes, she remained the same, a reflection of society's fears and desires projected onto the figure of a woman who dared to live on her own terms. Her endurance also reveals how memory works in strange and unpredictable ways. Many historical figures fade into obscurity, but the witch grew larger with every attempt to erase her. The pyres meant to silence her only burned her silhouette into the imagination. The caricatures meant to mock her only made her easier to recognize. The insults meant to degrade her were eventually worn as badges of honor. The witch, more than most symbols, proves that memory is not just about preservation, it's about transformation. What was once shameful became powerful, what was once terrifying became entertaining, and what was once deadly became marketable. And perhaps that is why she continues to matter. The witch endures not because she tells us about magic, but because she tells us about ourselves. She reveals how easily fear can be weaponized, how quickly difference can be punished, and how stubbornly stories can outlive truth. She also reveals how resilience can thrive in disguise, how knowledge survives when carried in kitchens and gardens, how identity can be reclaimed even after centuries of distortion. To follow the journey of the witch is to follow the journey of human nature itself, messy, contradictory, cruel, inventive, and occasionally hilarious. In the end, the witch is less a relic of superstition than a mirror we can't stop looking into. Every time she appears in a film, a costume, a protest, or a cup of herbal tea, she whispers reminders of where we've been and hints at where we might go. And if there's any magic in her at all, it's not in spells or potions, but in her uncanny ability to survive everything we throw at her. The flames didn't kill her, the laughter didn't erase her, the commercialization didn't cheapen her. She remains sly and enduring, reminding us that the most dangerous and powerful stories are never the ones we tell about others. They're the ones we end up telling about ourselves. By the 21st century, the witch had become less of a ghost of the past and more of a cultural icon woven into nearly every aspect of modern life. She was no longer confined to folklore or campfire tales. She strutted confidently across cinema screens, filled shelves in bookstores, and glimmered in glossy ads for everything from perfume to Halloween candy. The fact that she could shift so effortlessly from villain to role model, from frightening shadow to empowering symbol, was proof of her extraordinary resilience. Few figures in history have been so malleable, so enduring, and so consistently relevant. In a way, the witch had stopped being just a story about women accused centuries ago, and had instead become a universal metaphor, an emblem for whatever society needed her to be in the moment. One of the clearest signs of this reinvention is her presence in global media. Films and television shows reimagined witches, not only as terrifying figures, but also as relatable protagonists with everyday struggles. The suburban witch who tried to balance magical powers with grocery shopping or school drop-offs became a familiar trope, reflecting the absurdity of modern life. It's almost comic when you think about it. Women once condemned for supposedly cursing their neighbor's bread now became television characters, worrying about whether their magical dinner party would impress the boss. What was once demonized had been normalized, and then glamorized, until audiences began to see witches less as threats and more as reflections of themselves. But even as popular culture softened her, horror continued to sharpen her edges. Modern horror films leaned into primal fears, isolated cabins, dark forests, and whispered rituals to resurrect the witch as a terrifying force. Unlike earlier caricatures, these portrayals often stripped away the camp and restored her as something raw, unsettling, and ancient. Audiences found themselves drawn to the discomfort because, deep down, people still harbor that unease about what cannot be controlled. The witch, in these stories, is not simply an enemy, but a reminder of humanity's fear of its own untamed instincts. She embodies the wildness that society tries so hard to tame, whether in forests or in people. And it's fascinating how audiences willingly buy tickets to be reminded of fears their ancestors once tried to erase with fire. The political arena also revived her in new forms. Calling a woman a witch remained a convenient insult, particularly against women in power. It was shorthand for labeling someone unnatural, dangerous, or manipulative. Yet this old weapon often backfired as women began to reclaim the term. Protest groups styled themselves as witches. Marches echoed with chants invoking witchcraft as solidarity, and the insult became a badge of honor. It's hard not to see the humor in it. A word once shouted by mobs as justification for executions now appeared on handmade protest signs held high in city streets. The irony is delicious, and it highlights how language never really dies. It just changes sides. Consumer culture, of course, found endless ways to profit from the transformation. Every October, witches dominate store aisles, their faces plastered on candy wrappers and decorations. Supermarkets sell sage bundles for energy cleansing, crystal sets for mindfulness, and herbal teas promising magical calm. What inquisitors once held up as evidence of heresy is now sold in brightly lit stores with buy one, get one free stickers. You almost want to imagine a 17th century herbalist shaking her head at the absurdity, punished for mint in her kitchen, only to see the same plant marketed centuries later as detox tea for stressed office workers. The comedy here is sharp, because history managed to turn tragedy into branding. At the same time, modern witchcraft movements flourished, reclaiming practices that had been buried under centuries of fear. Neo-pagan groups, Wiccans, and solitary practitioners began openly identifying as witches, embracing rituals tied to nature, healing, and personal empowerment. Far from sinister, their practices emphasized harmony with the earth, cycles of the moon, and intentional living. The very idea of calling oneself a witch transformed from a death sentence into a declaration of identity. And in the age of social media, witches found new ways to connect, sharing rituals and remedies online, turning what was once secretive into a public community. It's amusing to think of medieval inquisitors trying to comprehend a TikTok tutorial on moonwater. They would probably call it sorcery, then secretly bookmark it. Academic interest added another layer. Historians, anthropologists, and sociologists delved deeper into the witch hunts, exposing them not as isolated outbursts of superstition, but as systemic attempts to control women, knowledge, and dissent. Documentaries, books, and museum exhibits reframed witches as victims of social anxiety and instruments of scapegoating. This reframing gave audiences a sobering counterpoint to the pop culture versions, reminding them that behind every broomstick caricature was a history of cruelty. The witch became not just a character to laugh at or admire, but also a lens through which society examined its own past sins. Memory refused to vanish. It demanded confrontation. Even language outside the political sphere carried her echoes. Words like witch hunt became metaphors for unjust persecution in general, invoked in everything from journalism to courtroom dramas. The term carried weight because it tapped into a shared cultural memory of irrational fear turned destructive. And while the metaphor often drifted far from its original context, its persistence showed how deeply the idea of the witch hunt had scarred collective imagination. To call something a witch hunt today is to invoke centuries of fear, suspicion, and misplaced blame. It's a reminder of how easily societies can slip into cycles of hysteria, and how costly those cycles can be. What makes all of this so fascinating is that the witch is no longer just a figure of the past, but an active participant in the present. She inhabits books, films, protests, kitchens, and markets, slipping between roles as easily as she once slipped between rumor and accusation. Her ability to endure is not just about survival, but about constant reinvention. She thrives because she adapts, because she reflects whatever society needs to see, whether it is fear of the unknown, admiration for independence, or the joy of a spooky costume. The witch never dies because we never stop needing her. And perhaps the most unsettling realization is that in the process of entertaining ourselves with her, we risk forgetting her origins. The broomsticks and pointy hats are fun, the horror films thrilling, the empowerment symbols inspiring, but beneath all of it lies the memory of real women who suffered for carrying knowledge in jars of herbs. Their story survives in fragments disguised as fantasy, and every time we laugh or cheer at a witch on screen, we brush against that history, even if we don't notice it. The persistence of her figure is proof that history never really ends. It just changes shape, waiting for us to recognize it. And once we do, the question that lingers is whether we will treat the stories we tell as entertainment alone or as warnings about what fear can do when it is allowed to run unchecked. By the time the 21st century settled into its rhythm, the witch had become one of the most paradoxical figures in human history, part ghost of injustice, part pop culture star, and part spiritual guide. She lived simultaneously in history books and in Halloween aisles, in feminist manifestos and in horror films, in supermarket tea blends, and in underground rituals. Her survival wasn't just about being remembered, but about being constantly reinterpreted. The remarkable thing is how easily she could carry centuries of trauma while still making room for laughter, empowerment, and even profit. Few figures have managed to be tragic, terrifying, and trendy all at once, yet the witch has perfected that balancing act. The digital age gave her a new stage. Social media platforms turned witches into influencers, their accounts filled with moon rituals, crystal arrangements, and tips for making herbal tonics. What had once been whispered in kitchens was now streamed live for thousands of followers. The secrecy that once defined witchcraft was replaced with hashtags and tutorials. A practice once punishable by death became a lifestyle brand. And the irony is almost comical. Imagine a 17th century inquisitor stumbling across a YouTube channel titled Kitchen Witch Vlog, complete with cheerful jingles and step-by-step guides on sage cleansing. What once fueled fear now fuels algorithms, and the audience is bigger than ever. At the same time, the witch continues to thrive in fiction, constantly updated to reflect new anxieties. In young adult novels, she appears as the misunderstood outsider. Her power is a metaphor for adolescence and identity. In fantasy franchises, she becomes a hero, wielding spells to save worlds instead of threatening them. In darker dramas, she reclaims her menace, embodying chaos and danger in ways that make audiences squirm. Each new story rewrites her, and yet the core remains the same. The witch is always about power. Who has it? Who fears it? And who gets punished for it? That timeless theme explains why she never disappears. Stories about power never go out of style. Modern politics also keeps her relevant. The term witch hunt is used casually by leaders and commentators across the world, often divorced from its original context, but still heavy with historical weight. It's thrown around to describe scandals, investigations, or any situation that feels unjust. While the metaphor is often misused, its persistence shows how deeply the memory of witch trials has scarred the collective imagination. Even those who couldn't name a single historical witch trial understand instinctively that the phrase means persecution without reason. The irony, of course, is that invoking the metaphor rarely comes with acknowledgement of the women who actually died under its reality. We borrow the language but forget the lives. Meanwhile, consumer markets have elevated the witch into an aesthetic. Fashion brands draw on her image with black dresses, pointed silhouettes, and mystical jewelry. Coffee shops release witchy seasonal drinks, complete with cinnamon swirls and names referencing spells. Bookstores host displays of witch-themed novels every October. It seems the witch has been domesticated into something marketable, her edge softened by marketing campaigns. Yet even within this commodification, something deeper lingers. The fascination isn't just about costumes or potions. It's about the sense that the witch still embodies something untamed, something that refuses to be boxed in. Even when sold in shiny packaging, she retains her power to unsettle. But not all traces are superficial. Neo-paganism and modern witchcraft communities continue to grow, offering spiritual frameworks centered on nature, cycles, and personal empowerment. In these spaces, calling oneself a witch is not a joke or a brand, but a sincere identity, often tied to reclaiming autonomy and honoring forgotten traditions. These modern practitioners view their craft as a continuation of wisdom carried through generations, often by women who risked everything to preserve it. Their practices serve as living reminders that beneath the caricatures lies a lineage of resilience. And in a world that often feels fractured and rootless, that sense of continuity has become increasingly attractive. The academic world has also kept pace, with historians and writers unearthing the realities behind centuries of persecution. Museums mount exhibits dedicated to the witch hunts, not just as curiosities, but as cautionary tales about fear, power, and justice. Visitors leave with the unsettling realization that the witch trials weren't about magic at all, they were about control. And when seen in that light, the witch becomes more than a cultural figure. She becomes a mirror held up to every society that has ever scapegoated the vulnerable. The lessons are uncomfortable, but they are necessary. After all, history has a habit of repeating itself when its warnings go unheeded. What makes the witch so enduring is that she never stops evolving. She can be a cartoon character, a horror villain, a feminist icon, or a spiritual guide, all in the same cultural moment. Each reinvention strips away one meaning and adds another, creating a figure who is never static, never predictable. That constant reinvention is itself a kind of magic, a survival strategy as potent as any spell. The witch doesn't need cauldrons or curses. Her true power lies in her ability to adapt, to embody whatever society needs her to be. And maybe that's why we can't let her go, because in her contradictions, we recognize our own. In the end, the witch is less about sorcery and more about humanity. She is the story we tell about fear, about independence, about difference, about power. She is the reminder that cruelty thrives when reason falters, that knowledge can survive even when silenced, and that memory has a way of disguising itself as myth. Whether she terrifies, entertains, or inspires, she never stops holding up a mirror to us. And perhaps that is her greatest spell. Not the potions or the broomsticks, but the way she forces us to see ourselves, even when we'd rather look away. In the 21st century, the witch became more than a relic of history or a costume for children. She became a lens through which people examined their relationship with power, nature, and memory. She was no longer only a character in horror films or fairy tales, but a cultural archetype that demanded reinterpretation with every new decade. This ability to evolve was her greatest survival strategy, and it kept her present in conversations where most symbols would have long faded. In some ways, the witch had accomplished what monarchs, priests, and inquisitors could not: immortality, not through spells, but through reinvention. And there is something humorous in that realization. The figure once condemned to fire now outlived the very institutions that condemned her. Her presence grew in literature and media that dared to blur the line between reality and fantasy. Authors wrote witches who were neither purely evil nor perfectly virtuous, but deeply human, flawed, conflicted, and endlessly intriguing. Audiences resonated with these portrayals because they mirrored their own contradictions. After all, who doesn't feel a little witch-like when they brew coffee that suddenly transforms a morning from despair into functionality? Fiction exaggerated what real life already hinted at, that everyday rituals carry their own kind of quiet sorcery. These stories gave people permission to see themselves in the witch without fear of persecution, to imagine power in places they had been taught to see weakness. In cinema, witches took on an even wider spectrum. Some films leaned into ancient dread, conjuring witches as embodiments of chaos in forests and isolated cabins, while others painted them as heroines fighting injustice with spells instead of swords. This variety revealed more about audiences than about witches themselves. Where one generation sought fear, another sought empowerment. Where one audience wanted monsters, another wanted mentors. The witch adapted to all of it, slipping into roles that society projected onto her. The comic twist here is that she became a better actor than most humans, able to shift between villain and savior with barely a costume change. Her influence also reached into activism and politics. Protest groups adopted witch imagery to reclaim independence and solidarity, carrying signs that declared, "We are the granddaughters of the witches you couldn't burn." The power of that slogan lay in its irony. It flipped centuries of violence into a declaration of survival. What was once an accusation became a rallying cry. And in a world where insults are constantly recycled, there is a certain satisfaction in seeing one of history's sharpest weapons dulled and then refashioned into armor. If words can burn, they can also heal, depending on how they are wielded. Beyond slogans and protests, the witch found her way into daily practices disguised as wellness and mindfulness. Supermarkets sold sage bundles, yoga studios incorporated rituals of cleansing, and tea companies marketed brews promising magical calm. The very objects that once led to accusations now filled shopping carts. There's something both comical and unsettling in that transformation. What was once feared as dangerous was now packaged as self-care, complete with loyalty cards and discounts. It forces us to ask whether society truly overcame its fear or simply learned how to monetize it. Capitalism has a knack for turning trauma into trend. and the witch became one of its most successful makeovers. Meanwhile, modern spirituality embraced witchcraft in ways that blurred the boundary between tradition and innovation. Contemporary practitioners, whether in Wicca, neo-paganism, or solitary paths, reconnected with rituals tied to the cycles of the moon, the earth, and the body. For them, witchcraft was not about curses, but about harmony, not about fear, but about agency. These practices gave new dignity to the title of witch, turning it from insult to identity. Imagine explaining to a 17th century inquisitor that one day millions of people would proudly call themselves witches, gather publicly, and even sell spell kits online. The sheer absurdity would probably short-circuit his sense of reality. And yet, that absurdity is the triumph. The witch endured long enough to rewrite her own meaning. Academics also deepened the conversation. Museums curated exhibits on the witch hunts. Scholars published works reframing them as political and social tragedies, rather than isolated bursts of superstition. These efforts reminded people that behind the symbols and costumes lay real women whose lives were destroyed. It became harder to laugh at a Halloween caricature once you stood in front of a display case holding trial records or execution instruments. The witch thus carried both entertainment and education, joy and grief in a way that few cultural figures ever could. She refused to be flattened into a single meaning, demanding recognition of both her myth and her history. Even in language, the witch continued to cast long shadows. Witch hunt became a phrase used across politics, sports, and entertainment to describe unfair persecution. The fact that it resonated so strongly showed how deeply the memory of hysteria lingered, even if most people invoking it knew little about the original trials. Words outlive their origins, and in this case, the persistence of the metaphor proved that humanity never fully escaped the instinct to scapegoat. We may not light pyres anymore, but the fire of suspicion still burns in subtler forms. The witch remains the warning label we ignore at our peril. And perhaps that is the most compelling part of her story, her ability to be everything at once. She is history and myth, villain and heroine, symbol and commodity. She can terrify, empower, entertain, and educate, sometimes all in the same breath. That versatility is her magic, not spells or potions, but adaptability. While kings, empires, and inquisitions crumbled, the witch endured because she never allowed herself to stay fixed. She is proof that memory does not need stability to survive. It thrives in motion, in transformation, in reinvention. The witch, then, is not only a survivor of history, but a teacher of it. She shows us how easily fear can turn kindness into crime, how memory can twist tragedy into caricature, and how resilience can outlast centuries of persecution. Her story is not a chapter closed, but a thread woven through every era, still tugging at us today. And maybe the true spell she casts is not on forests or skies, but on us, forcing us to look closely at our own fears, our own scapegoats, our own contradictions. She lingers because we still need her, not as a villain in the woods, but as a mirror reminding us that the flames of fear can always be lit again, unless we finally learn to see through the smoke. By the time we reach the present moment, the witch is no longer just a figure from dusty archives or eerie folktales. She has become a living paradox, existing both as a reminder of human cruelty and as a symbol of resilience, empowerment, and even humor. She is simultaneously a cautionary tale and a marketing strategy, a historical scar and a pop culture icon. What makes her so enduring is precisely this duality. She thrives because she never stays still. She is like smoke, impossible to grasp, yet impossible to ignore, curling into every corner of culture whether we invite her or not. And the strange comedy of it all is that the very societies that once tried so desperately to silence her now dress their children in her image and buy pumpkin spice lattes under her seasonal banner. If irony could laugh, it would cackle. Her presence in activism demonstrates how far her image has traveled. Groups across the world have reclaimed the witch as a figure of resistance, not against demons or curses, but against systems of oppression. To call oneself a witch today can mean defiance against patriarchal structures, a refusal to bow to conformity, or simply pride in practices once labeled dangerous. Chants of solidarity echo in streets, adorned with broomsticks not as tools of flight, but as emblems of rebellion. It is no longer about flying over rooftops, but about standing firmly on the ground and refusing to be pushed aside. And the brilliance of this transformation is that it weaponizes memory itself. The very insult used to destroy women centuries ago now fuels their collective strength. Meanwhile, the witch has settled comfortably into the digital age. On platforms like TikTok and Instagram, witch talk communities thrive, where practitioners share rituals, crystal arrangements, or tips for lunar cycles with millions of followers. What was once whispered behind closed doors is now shared in 30-second clips complete with background music and hashtags. Imagine the inquisitors of the past furiously taking notes during a trial, only to see the same practices go viral centuries later. It's comical in its absurdity. Knowledge that once demanded secrecy is now monetized through brand deals and sponsorships. The witch has become an influencer, not feared but followed, not hunted but hashtagged. But the witch is not just confined to activism or internet trends. She also remains a central figure in entertainment. Horror films resurrect her again and again, not because audiences truly believe in curses, but because the witch represents something deeper. Our fear of the unknown, our suspicion of independence, our unease with anything we cannot easily categorize. Films show her in forests, in abandoned houses, in rural towns where modernity feels thin and fragile. And while people buy tickets to be frightened, there is also an unspoken recognition. The real horror is rarely the witch herself, but the societies that condemned her. That's the uncomfortable twist horror sometimes reveals better than history books. The monsters are often mirrors. At the same time, she thrives in comedy, fantasy, and children's media, softened into quirky neighbors or clumsy apprentices whose magic always goes wrong. Children grow up laughing at witches who spill potions or turn themselves into frogs, never realizing the centuries of suffering behind the caricature. This is where the witch's adaptability becomes clearest. She can terrify in one room and entertain in another, sometimes even on the same night. It's like cultural shapeshifting. One moment, she's the villain in a horror film, the next she's selling candy, and somehow both roles feel natural. Perhaps that is why she has survived so long, because she gives each audience exactly what it wants, even when those desires contradict each other. Consumer culture, of course, has made her into an industry. Each autumn, witches take over store aisles, plastered across packaging, decorations, and seasonal drinks. Sage bundles, herbal teas, witchy candles, and mystical jewelry all sell under the banner of empowerment and aesthetic. The witch, once criminalized for her herbs, now boosts quarterly profits for retail giants. If you look closely at a supermarket shelf, you'll see centuries of irony neatly packaged in recyclable cardboard. The absurdity is so sharp it borders on comedy. A practice once punishable by fire now comes with a loyalty card discount. It raises the question, do we really embrace the witch, or have we simply learned how to sell her? Yet beneath all the spectacle, a deeper truth endures. The witch continues to remind us of the dangers of scapegoating, of the fragility of justice, and of how quickly fear can spiral into cruelty. Every time someone casually uses the phrase witch hunt to describe unfair persecution, they are unconsciously invoking centuries of history. Even if the context has shifted, the weight of the metaphor persists, proof that the memory of injustice refuses to disappear completely. The witch endures not because she is supernatural, but because she is human, because she is us, caught between fear and fascination, cruelty and survival. And that is perhaps her greatest spell, her ability to reflect us back to ourselves. She reveals the absurdity of our contradictions, how we can burn women for herbs in one century and then market those same herbs as organic detox in another. She shows us how quickly kindness can be recast as crime, how easily stories can replace truth, how stubbornly memory can survive even when distorted. She is history's longest-running joke and its longest-lasting warning, cackling at our failures while daring us to do better. And maybe that is why we still cannot let her go, because deep down we know the story of the witch is not finished. It continues in every scapegoat we create, every rumor we spread, every fear we let outweigh reason. And as long as those instincts remain, so too will she, waiting in the shadows, reminding us that the flames we once lit can always be lit again. In the modern world, the witch carries a weight that is heavier than the myths, costumes, or slogans that surround her. She is not only a relic of burned villages or whispered accusations, she is also a reminder of how fragile justice can be, how quickly fear can turn into law, and how easily stories can distort truth. To look at her today is to see centuries of human behavior compressed into one figure, a figure that has been stretched, mocked, adored, condemned, and reclaimed so many times that she almost ceases to be a person and becomes a mirror. And mirrors can be uncomfortable, especially when they show us things we would rather not see. The witch reveals, for instance, how societies have always struggled with the idea of knowledge outside approved boundaries. A woman with herbs in her kitchen was threatening not because she brewed curses, but because she held expertise no priest could claim. Power dislikes competition, and knowledge is power, even when it takes the humble form of a mint leaf steeped in hot water. The comic part of this tragedy is how the same societies that condemned her remedies later sold them in pharmacies and marketed them as cutting-edge discoveries. Humanity has an uncanny ability to persecute first and repackage later. It's the historical equivalent of slapping a new label on the same old jar and pretending it was always safe. The witch also exposes our deep-seated fear of independence, particularly when it appears in women. Many of those accused were widows, healers, or women who lived without the oversight of a man. Their solitude was suspicious, not because it harmed anyone, but because it unsettled the balance of power. The fact that she did not conform was enough to brand her dangerous. Centuries later, that suspicion lingers in subtler ways. Women who are too outspoken, too confident, too unwilling to play by the expected rules are still labeled with words meant to diminish them. Witch might not be shouted in a courtroom anymore, but echoes of that accusation survive in boardrooms, politics, and even casual conversation. The firewood has been replaced by social ridicule. but the instinct is familiar. Her story is equally about memory, how it is kept, how it is distorted, how it is commercialized. Halloween costumes reduce her to a pointy hat and broomstick, stripping away the pain of her history. Films turn her into monsters or saviors, depending on what sells better. Protest movements reclaim her as a figure of resilience, pulling dignity out of ashes. In every case, the witch becomes what people need her to be, whether that is a toy, a warning, or a banner. But underneath all the reinventions lies the question, are we remembering her, or are we using her? And perhaps the uneasy truth is that we are doing both at once. The digital world has taken this even further. On TikTok and Instagram, witches appear in curated feeds of crystals, tarot cards, and moon rituals. These modern witches share tips on how to cleanse bad energy with sage, how to align with planetary movements, how to manifest good fortune. To their followers, this is empowerment, connection, and creativity. To their critics, it is commercialization, a kind of spiritual fast food wrapped in filters and hashtags. Both perspectives miss the irony. Practices once punishable by death are now monetized with brand partnerships. If history had a sense of humor, it would probably look like a sponsored post for authentic witch starter kits delivered to your door with free shipping. Yet even in this commodified form, the witch still unsettles. She unsettles because she insists on reminding us of what happens when fear overtakes reason. She unsettles because she forces us to notice how often scapegoats are created when societies need someone to blame. And she unsettles because she refuses to vanish. Every attempt to silence her only gave her new life, first as folklore, then as fiction, then as feminist icon, then as influencer. The more we tried to erase her, the more permanent she became. It is almost as though the true spell she cast was survival itself, an enchantment that transformed flames into echoes and echoes into stories. Her endurance challenges us to reflect on how we treat difference today. Who are the modern witches? The people accused not of sorcery, but of disrupting norms, of existing outside the boundaries of comfort. How do we respond to them? Do we mock them, marginalize them, package them for entertainment, or listen to what they might actually have to teach us? The witch's story isn't just about her, it's about us, about our recurring habit of turning fear into spectacle and then wondering why the same mistakes keep repeating. Now the joke, perhaps, is on us. And so she lingers, not just in forests or fairy tales, but in everyday rituals and global conversations. She is in the tea we brew when we're sick, in the words we hurl when we're angry, in the costumes we laugh at, and in the protests we march. She is proof that history does not stay buried. It mutates, disguises itself, and returns when least expected. Her survival is not comfortable, but it is necessary, because it reminds us that fear, left unchecked, can always find new matches to light the old fires. And in that reminder lies both warning and invitation, a warning to see through the smoke of hysteria, and an invitation to finally recognize in the witch not a monster, but a mirror reflecting back the contradictions of our own humanity. The witch has always been more than just a character in folklore. She's a barometer of society's fears, desires, and contradictions. Every era reinvents her, dressing her in new costumes and giving her new lines, but the script remains rooted in the same anxieties. In the 21st century, this reinvention is more obvious than ever. She is part of political debates, streaming platforms, Halloween merchandise, wellness blogs, and protest slogans all at once. That ubiquity can make her seem harmless, almost domesticated, but beneath the surface, the witch still whispers the uncomfortable truth that fear never really disappears. It only changes clothes. And in that sense, perhaps the witch is less about the supernatural than about the very human habit of disguising unresolved tensions as stories. Take her place in entertainment. Streaming services release new shows every year with witches as central characters, sometimes terrifying, sometimes endearing, sometimes both at once. They fly, stumble, curse, save, and often reflect the struggles of whoever is watching. Teenagers see in them the pain of being misunderstood. Adults see the allure of independence, of living outside suffocating expectations. Horror fans get their chills from the dark forest witches, while family audiences laugh at clumsy spellcasters who can't even get breakfast right. The witch survives because she's flexible enough to embody all these roles at once, slipping between menace and comedy with the ease of someone who knows that attention is the real magic. After all, in an age where everything competes for our gaze, staying memorable is its own kind of sorcery. Beyond fiction, she thrives in activism. Movements reclaim the witch as a feminist symbol, a banner of resistance against patriarchal control. The slogans are sharp, turning centuries of insult into a statement of survival. We are the granddaughters of the witches you couldn't burn. There's something both defiant and darkly humorous in that line. History intended to erase them, yet here they are, not only remembered, but invoked as a source of strength. It's proof that words are never fully owned by those who invent them. They can be stolen back, sharpened, and used in entirely new ways. The fire that once destroyed bodies now fuels chants, and this transformation itself feels like a spell, the turning of ashes into fuel, grief into power. Consumer culture, of course, found its way into the cauldron. Walk into a store in October, and the witch is everywhere, on candy wrappers, greeting cards, coffee mugs, and home decor. She is playful and bright, stripped of menace and sold with a smile. Even outside the season, she appears in witchy branding for skincare products, teas, and candles. The irony is hard to miss. Women once burned for hanging bundles of herbs in their kitchens now inspire million-dollar industries selling detox infusions and lavender energy balms. It's almost comical to imagine those persecuted healers seeing their knowledge return centuries later, complete with fancy labels and loyalty programs. The tragedy is that their names are gone, but their wisdom is everywhere, hidden in plain sight and sold in recyclable packaging. In parallel, modern witchcraft has flourished as a genuine spiritual identity. Wicca, neo-paganism, and eclectic forms of practice have given people a framework to reconnect with nature, cycles, and personal empowerment. What was once feared as dangerous is now embraced as liberating, and practitioners proudly call themselves witches without fear of pyres or prisons. Social media has amplified this shift, turning rituals into viral content and creating online communities where witches across continents share knowledge. It is almost absurd to picture inquisitors in their robes scrolling through TikTok and declaring, "Ah yes, another heretic, this one with excellent lighting and editing skills." Yet that absurdity highlights the resilience of practices that refuse to vanish, surviving in whispers, only to return in full view centuries later. Language itself has kept the witch alive in subtler ways. The phrase witch hunt has become shorthand for unjust persecution, used in everything from political scandals to sports commentary. The metaphor is so ingrained that people invoke it without remembering its origins, and while the phrase often loses its historical weight in casual use, its persistence is telling. It shows that the memory of irrational fear is still embedded in cultural consciousness. To call something a witch hunt is to admit, perhaps unknowingly, that we understand how destructive panic can be when it dresses itself as justice. And what's darkly amusing is that people often use the phrase while actively participating in the very dynamics it describes. Another reminder that history doesn't vanish, it recycles. Museums and academics have also begun restoring depth to her story. Exhibitions display trial records, torture devices, and personal accounts of those accused, reminding us that behind the myths were real lives destroyed by fear. These efforts ground the witch not in fantasy, but in historical reality, forcing visitors to confront how communities turned against their own. The uncomfortable part is realizing how ordinary the machinery of persecution was. It wasn't monsters who carried out the trials, but neighbors, priests, and officials who believed they were doing the right thing. That ordinariness is what makes the history chilling. It suggests that anyone, under the right conditions, could light the match. And perhaps the witch lingers in our culture precisely to keep that realization alive, even if we'd rather look away. Her power today lies in her adaptability. She can be a feminist symbol, a horror trope, a Halloween mascot, a wellness brand, a spiritual guide, and a political metaphor, sometimes all at once. Few figures in human history have been this versatile, and yet each reinvention circles back to the same core. The witch embodies whatever society finds unsettling in the moment. Independence, knowledge, nonconformity, these are the traits that draw suspicion, whether in the 17th century or now. The witch doesn't survive because she casts spells, but because she reflects the fears we can't quite resolve. She holds up a mirror, and what we see depends on what we are most afraid of. And maybe that's the final irony. The witch isn't a ghost of the past at all. She's here, woven into our screens, our language, our products, our protests. She is as alive as the fears and desires we project onto her. The flames meant to erase her only carved her silhouette deeper into our imagination, where she refuses to fade. She continues to adapt, to provoke, to entertain, to warn, and in doing so, she reminds us that the greatest danger is not the herbs in a woman's hands, but the fear in everyone else's hearts. That lesson, as uncomfortable as it is, may be the truest kind of magic, the kind that doesn't vanish when the story ends, but lingers, waiting for us to finally pay attention. In today's world, the witch feels less like a shadow cast from the past, and more like a constant presence shaping the way we talk about justice, independence, and fear. She has slipped free of the pyres and the trials, but her voice still lingers in every debate about power and in every story we tell about outsiders. What makes her so fascinating now is that she belongs to everyone. She is claimed by horror filmmakers, by feminists, by activists, by marketers, and by spiritual practitioners. And yet, the more she is used, the harder it becomes to know what she really means. This ambiguity is her strength. If she were only terrifying, she would have been forgotten once the flames went out. If she were only comic, she would have faded like a joke told too many times. Instead, she hovers between extremes, adapting to each moment, a figure who refuses to stay in one shape. In popular culture, her image has splintered into countless forms. She can be a frightening presence in dark forests, a quirky character in children's cartoons, or a powerful heroine in fantasy sagas. The same broomstick that once symbolized chaos is now a vehicle for empowerment or comedy. Audiences never seem to tire of her because she always shows them something familiar. For the fearful, she is still dangerous. For the dreamers, she is still magical. For the rebellious, she is still independent. What's amusing is that the witch has essentially become the most successful actor of all time. Cast in every role, never typecast. Always available for the next big script. Hollywood might retire superheroes, but witches keep getting sequels. Her story also thrives in the everyday, where rituals once whispered in secret have become mainstream habits. People burn sage to cleanse their homes, drink herbal teas for relaxation, or consult horoscopes for guidance, often without realizing they are participating in practices once branded as witchcraft. The absurdity here is delicious. What once led to torture is now part of a morning routine. The same chamomile tea that could have sparked suspicion centuries ago is now served at coffee shops with Wi-Fi and background jazz. It proves that fear doesn't vanish when science explains it. It simply waits until people are ready to embrace the same acts in a new costume. Her political weight has only grown stronger. To call something a witch hunt is to invoke centuries of injustice, and the phrase is used everywhere, from courtrooms to headlines, from political rallies to sports controversies. It has become shorthand for persecution without evidence, and even if most people forget its original meaning, the emotional punch remains. The strange part is how easily the metaphor is tossed around, sometimes by those who are themselves fueling modern-day witch hunts in different forms. History has a twisted sense of humor, recycling its darkest episodes as slogans, and maybe that's why the metaphor resonates, because deep down, people know hysteria is always closer than they'd like to admit. Activism continues to breathe new life into her figure. Protesters march under banners that invoke witches, using her as a symbol of resilience and rebellion. The witch is not portrayed as a villain to be feared, but as a survivor who refuses to be silenced. This shift is powerful because it demonstrates how memory can be weaponized against oppression instead of serving it. The same word once used to justify executions now fuels solidarity. There is a poetic justice in this transformation, as though the women who were silenced centuries ago are finally allowed to speak, not through court records, but through chants and signs carried in the streets. And then there is her role in commerce. Every October, witches dominate shelves in the form of costumes, decorations, and candy wrappers. Beyond Halloween, they are used to sell teas, cosmetics, and even workout routines, branded as witchy wellness. It is tempting to laugh at the commercialization, but it also reveals how deeply she's been absorbed into cultural life. She is no longer feared but consumed, her image sold in the same aisles as cereal and detergent. The irony is sharp. A figure once punished for existing outside of the market economy has become one of its most reliable mascots. But perhaps this is another survival strategy. If you cannot be destroyed, become indispensable. Modern spirituality has also carved out space for her, particularly in neo-pagan and Wiccan communities. Here the witch is not a caricature, but a living identity, tied to nature, cycles of the moon, and the pursuit of harmony. For practitioners, to call oneself a witch is not to invoke fear, but to claim agency. It is an act of continuity with a history of resilience, a refusal to let memory be erased. These communities show that the witch is not only a character in stories, but a lived reality, carried proudly instead of hidden. In this sense, the witch has moved beyond metaphor into life itself, a reminder that symbols gain strength when people embody them. Her adaptability points to something unsettling about us. We have turned her from a threat into entertainment, from an insult into empowerment, from a crime into a brand. And yet, we still haven't resolved the instincts that created her in the first place. Suspicion of outsiders, fear of difference, and the need for scapegoats still shape societies. The witch endures because those instincts endure. Her story is not really about sorcery, it is about the fragility of reason in the face of panic. And this is why she remains relevant. Not because she casts spells, but because fear still does. Perhaps the truest magic she ever performed was survival. Against courts, sermons, mobs, flames, caricatures, and commercialization, she has refused to vanish. Each attempt to erase her only carved her deeper into our imagination. She lives in our language, our entertainment, our politics, and our daily rituals. She reminds us that stories, once told, cannot be undone. They can only be retold, reshaped, repurposed. And maybe that is why she lingers, because she still has work to do, still has lessons to teach. The fire did not consume her. It only illuminated her silhouette, one that continues to flicker in our collective vision. And as long as fear remains a part of human nature, so too will she, standing at the edges of our imagination, smiling wryly, as if she knew all along that we would never truly let her go. The witch, by the 21st century, is no longer confined to the margins of fear or fantasy. She has seeped into every layer of culture so deeply that we sometimes forget she wasn't always meant to be playful, glamorous, or inspiring. She is a walking contradiction, a symbol of resistance, and at the same time a brand logo, a horror villain and a wellness influencer, a Halloween joke and a political slogan. This paradox is exactly why she refuses to vanish, If she were one-dimensional, she would have disappeared centuries ago. Instead, she endures because she keeps changing, never letting herself be defined for too long. She survives the same way water does, by taking the shape of whatever contains her. And perhaps that's her greatest lesson. Adaptability is the real sorcery. What's striking is how ordinary her presence feels now. A witch can be seen in a film on a Friday night, then on a candle in a boutique on Saturday morning, then again on a protest banner in the afternoon news. That fluidity makes her seem timeless, but it also hides the fact that she was once the center of terror. Imagine someone from the 17th century transported to today, walking into a supermarket only to find witches plastered on cereal boxes and pumpkin-shaped cookies. The shock might be so great that they'd call for an exorcism right there in the bakery aisle. It's both hilarious and haunting to realize that the same image used to justify executions is now used to sell sugar. Yet this domestication hasn't stripped her of her edge. Horror continues to resurrect the witch in ways that unsettle even the most rational audiences. Films that use her not as caricature but as ancient force remind us that our fear of the unknown never really left. Audiences don't necessarily believe in witches, but they believe in the unease she represents. The sense that nature has secrets we don't control, that solitude hides knowledge we don't understand, that independence can be unsettling when it doesn't fit our categories. That lingering fear shows just how deeply embedded the witch is in human imagination. You can laugh at her on a sitcom and still shiver when the forest goes quiet. That dual reaction is proof that she hasn't lost her power. She's just learned to wear new masks. In politics, her name continues to echo in strange and often ironic ways. The term witch hunt is still one of the most powerful accusations someone can make, tossed around by leaders, celebrities, and even athletes when they feel unfairly targeted. The fact that the phrase is so widely understood shows that centuries of persecution are not forgotten, even if the details are blurry. What's amusing and unsettling is how often the term is used by those who themselves engage in scapegoating. It's as though humanity learned the vocabulary of fear, but not the lesson it was meant to teach. We shout witch hunt while lighting new fires, proving that the ghost of the past still shapes our behavior in ways we don't admit. At the same time, the witch has become a powerful figure in activism and identity. Feminist movements, queer communities, and marginalized groups have embraced her as a symbol of defiance, reclaiming the very word once meant to destroy. To wear the title witch proudly is to declare independence, resilience, and survival. Chants and protests transform her from victim into ancestor, from silenced figure into voice. The beauty of this reclamation lies in its irony. The same word that once justified silencing women is now shouted as a cry for justice. It's like taking the stones once thrown at you and building a monument with them. The witch, in this sense, becomes proof that language itself can be rewritten. Of course, commerce hasn't let this power go unnoticed. Every October, stores fill with witch-themed goods, from costumes to coffee mugs, while witchy aesthetics dominate fashion lines and wellness products year-round. Herbal teas, candles, oils, and crystals are marketed as empowering accessories, stripping away their darker associations and selling them as lifestyle choices. The absurdity of this transformation is easy to spot. What was once enough to send someone to trial is now a subscription box delivered to your doorstep. And yet, this commodification also shows how deeply the witch has embedded herself into daily life. She's not feared as she once was, but she is never ignored. Meanwhile, in spiritual communities, the witch has lived, not just symbolized. Neo-pagan movements, Wicca, and eclectic practices continue to grow, offering frameworks rooted in cycles of nature, rituals of balance, and the reclaiming of ancestral wisdom. For those who call themselves witches today, the identity is not a joke or a brand, but a meaningful practice tied to empowerment and continuity. This isn't cosplay, it's connection. The same rituals that once had to be hidden are now celebrated openly, complete with workshops, books, and public gatherings. The sheer irony is staggering. What was once whispered in fear is now taught in conference halls with PowerPoint slides. History never truly erases what it tries to bury, it only delays its return. Academics, too, have joined in the work of keeping her memory alive. Museums host exhibitions about witch trials. Scholars publish books that strip away the myths, and teachers use the history of witches to talk about scapegoating, gender politics, and fear. These efforts remind us that beneath the costumes and slogans are real people whose lives were shattered. The witch becomes not just a story of superstition, but a case study in human behavior. How communities collapse under panic, how authority manipulates fear, how knowledge is punished when it doesn't fit dominant structures. And perhaps the most chilling part is how ordinary it all was. There were no demons at work, only neighbors convinced they were doing the right thing. That ordinariness is what makes the history feel so close, so possible, so ready to repeat. The witch's endurance, then, is not just about her adaptability, but about what she reveals. She shows us the contradictions of human nature, our ability to destroy what we fear, then laugh at it, then celebrate it, then sell it. She shows us how memory can twist tragedy into entertainment and then into empowerment. She shows us that no story ever really ends. It simply changes form, waiting for a new audience. If anything, her survival proves that myths are more durable than facts. Facts can be forgotten, erased, rewritten. Myths linger because they feed on the very emotions that define us: fear, envy, curiosity, desire. And perhaps that is her final trick. The witch doesn't survive because she cast spells in the woods. She survives because she cast a spell on us, a spell woven from our own contradictions. Every laugh at a cartoon witch, every shiver at a horror film, every sip of herbal tea, every chant at a protest keeps her alive. She doesn't need to haunt forests or stir cauldrons anymore. She lives in our language, our markets, our stories. And the most unsettling realization of all is that she will continue to live as long as we keep repeating the same fears that gave birth to her. She endures not because she is supernatural, but because we are, in all our contradictions, endlessly predictable. By the time we speak of the witch in the 21st century, she feels less like a distant shadow of superstition and more like a living presence that society continues to shape and reshape depending on what it most needs at the time. She can terrify us in horror films, make us laugh in sitcoms, inspire us in protests, or greet us in the form of seasonal lattes at the corner cafe. Her versatility is unmatched, which may explain why she has endured while countless other figures of folklore have faded. If saints and kings are remembered through statues, the witch survives through reinvention, slipping into each generation's imagination like a guest who refuses to leave the party but always finds a way to fit in with the crowd. Her adaptability reveals a truth about human beings. We are far more comfortable confronting our fears and stories than in reality. Witches on screen or in novels allow us to grapple with chaos, independence, and the unknown in controlled environments. It's like taking a dangerous animal and putting it behind glass. We still feel the thrill of its presence without the risk of its claws. The amusing part is that the very fears witches represent, independence, forbidden knowledge, deviation from norms, never actually disappeared. We just prefer to dress them up in pointy hats and broomsticks so we can pretend we're laughing at them instead of quietly recognizing them in ourselves. Entertainment continues to highlight this paradox. Streaming platforms flood us with witch-centric shows, each bending the archetype in a different direction. Some witches are clumsy teenagers learning to control their powers. Others are ancient forces lurking in shadows, and still others are complex women navigating love, politics, and identity. Audiences devour them all because the witch, in her endless variations, mirrors the questions we never stop asking. What happens when you're different? What happens when you hold power others can't control? What happens when fear is louder than truth? These questions are timeless, and every witch story is simply another attempt to answer them without admitting we're really asking them about ourselves. Politics, too, refuses to let her rest. The phrase witch hunt continues to echo in speeches and headlines, often detached from its historical roots, but still carrying the weight of injustice. Leaders use it to describe investigations they don't like, activists use it to highlight persecution, and journalists sprinkle it across articles for drama. The overuse sometimes strips it of meaning, yet the phrase's persistence shows how deeply the memory of mass hysteria is ingrained in us. It's darkly funny to think that people who invoke the metaphor often repeat the very dynamics it warns against: scapegoating, exaggeration, manipulation. It's as though we learned how to say, "Don't start a witch hunt," but never actually learned how to stop starting them. Commerce, as always, knows how to profit from fascination. Every October, stores explode with witch-themed products, from costumes to kitchen decor, all designed to make fear palatable and fun. Outside the season, wellness brands quietly repackage old remedies once condemned as witchcraft: lavender for relaxation, sage for cleansing, crystals for energy alignment, and sell them at premium prices. What was once evidence in a trial is now evidence of good taste. The absurdity is staggering. Centuries ago, women were accused of devilry for brewing herbal tea, and now entire industries make fortunes selling the same leaves in designer packaging. Humanity, it seems, has a talent for turning persecution into profit, often without acknowledging the cost. Yet, alongside commercialization, modern witchcraft communities continue to thrive as genuine practices of spirituality and identity. Practitioners gather online and in person to share rituals, honor natural cycles, and embrace the title witch with pride rather than fear. For many, this identity offers a sense of continuity, a way to reclaim dignity for those erased by history. There's something powerful in the idea that the very word meant to silence has become a word people choose to define themselves. If inquisitors could see the 21st century with witches teaching classes, writing books, and hosting podcasts, they might be less horrified by the practices than by the fact that no one is hiding anymore. And perhaps that is the greatest reversal of all, the end of secrecy. Academics and artists also contribute to this reimagining. Museums curate exhibits on witch trials, blending documents, artifacts, and multimedia to remind audiences that the caricature masks a history of suffering. Scholars publish works that peel back layers of superstition to reveal political motives, economic pressures, and gender dynamics at play. Artists reinterpret witches through paintings, performances, and installations, challenging us to see them not as villains, but as victims, survivors, or even guides. In these spaces, the witch is not entertainment or branding. She is testimony, a reminder that fear weaponized against the vulnerable has consequences that outlast generations. The past is never as far away as we like to think. Language itself betrays her endurance. Everyday expressions, spellbound, bewitched, under someone's spell, are sprinkled throughout our conversations without us realizing their origins. We use them casually to describe fascination or attraction, never stopping to consider how much of our vocabulary carries echoes of a time when such terms were deadly serious. It's a kind of linguistic haunting. The witch still speaks every time we borrow her words, even if we no longer hear her voice. And perhaps that is her most subtle form of survival, woven into language so deeply we can't erase her, even if we tried. What ties all of these threads together is the realization that the witch isn't about magic at all. She's about us, our fears of what we don't understand, our impulse to control what we can't, our tendency to dress cruelty as righteousness. She survives because these traits survive, because human nature hasn't outgrown the instincts that created her. And the comic tragedy is that while we tell ourselves we are more rational now, we still build new versions of witch hunts, still scapegoat outsiders, still fear independence when it challenges the structures we cling to. The broomstick and cauldron may be symbols, but the fear they represent remains painfully real. And that is why the witch continues to matter, not as a supernatural being, but as a reminder. She reminds us that cruelty can be ordinary, that stories can be deadlier than weapons, and that fear has a long memory. She is both a warning and a challenge. A warning that the flames of hysteria can always be lit again, and a challenge to recognize when we are the ones holding the match. She is not just the past we'd rather forget, she is the present we keep repeating. And if there is any magic left in her, it is not in spells or potions, but in her refusal to let us forget what fear can do when we give it power. By now, the witch has become a paradox so layered that she defies simple explanation. She is at once a cultural symbol, a historical wound, a marketing tool, and a spiritual identity. What makes her particularly fascinating in this era is not that she survived centuries of persecution, but that she now thrives in places her enemies would never have imagined. Academic conferences, Instagram feeds, Netflix originals, and supermarket shelves. She's everywhere, and the absurdity of that fact is almost comic. The figure once burned for whispering over herbs is now hashtagged under 9tar self-care and turned into a Funko Pop collectible. Humanity is nothing if not inventive in its contradictions. One of the reasons she still captivates us is that she embodies the tension between control and chaos. In horror, she represents the forces that defy explanation, the forest that resists taming, the woman who refuses submission, the knowledge that cannot be contained in textbooks. Viewers pay good money to sit in theaters and feel the dread their ancestors once tried to extinguish with fire. What's amusing is that the same audiences who jump at shadows on screen will then go home, light sage to clear the energy, and sleep soundly. The witch terrifies us when she is too powerful, comforts us when she is commodified, and entertains us when she is fictional. She is like cultural clay, molded to fit whatever role we need in the moment, and still she never loses her bite. Her presence in language is another subtle reminder of how deeply she lingers. We describe people as spellbinding, complain about being bewitched by bad habits, or joke about someone being under a spell. These phrases slip off our tongues so casually that we forget their roots. They are echoes of centuries-old fears, smoothed into metaphors that sound harmless today. But behind every harmless metaphor lies the memory of a time when the same words could drag someone into court. Language doesn't forget, it simply disguises. And perhaps the witch's greatest trick is that she's been hiding in plain sight in our very words, reminding us without our noticing. In activism, she remains a potent icon. Movements reclaim her image not just as rebellion against patriarchy, but as a symbol of survival itself. To stand under a banner declaring, "We are the witches you couldn't burn," is to carry centuries of erased voices back into the public square. There's something profoundly comic in the way history's intended insult is now shouted with pride. The Inquisitors thought they were stamping out heresy, yet in the long game, they ended up writing slogans for protests they could never have imagined. It shows that power, no matter how brutal, rarely controls the narrative forever, because stories are far harder to kill than people. Commerce, of course, has refined her into an aesthetic. The witch sells. She sells candles, teas, costumes, books, skincare, and even exercise programs branded as magical. Companies discovered that mystery is marketable and rebellion looks good on packaging. What was once condemned as dangerous knowledge is now sold as a wellness subscription box with a free tote bag. The comedy here is almost painful. Humanity has monetized the very practices it once criminalized, proving that if you wait long enough, everything comes back into fashion. The witch is the ultimate case study in rebranding, her survival not only cultural but commercial. Yet beyond consumption, modern witchcraft thrives as a spiritual path. Practitioners embrace rituals tied to cycles of nature, reclaim words once spat as curses, and find empowerment in identities once condemned. In this sense, the witch is no longer just an image on a screen or a label on a jar of tea, she is a lived practice. Communities gather online and in person to celebrate solstices, share rituals, and build networks of support. It's as if the secret gatherings once carried out in fear have been reborn as conferences with catering and Wi-Fi. What was once hidden in forests is now live-streamed to thousands. The absurdity would be laughable if it weren't also deeply moving. The survival of traditions, not just in memory, but in action. Academia has also ensured her story endures. Exhibitions, books, and courses analyze witch trials, not as isolated bursts of madness, but as systemic acts of control, woven into economic, political, and religious contexts. Visitors leave museums sobered by the ordinariness of the persecution. Neighbors accused neighbors, courts followed procedure, communities convinced themselves they were righteous. No devils were required, just fear, authority, and the willingness to believe the worst about others. That ordinariness is more frightening than any horror film because it suggests that the conditions for witch hunts are never as far behind us as we like to think. The witch becomes a warning label, not a relic. Her adaptability, then, is not accidental, it is survival strategy. She exists wherever we need her most, in stories that let us flirt with fear, in protests that demand strength, in shops that promise comfort, in rituals that restore meaning. She can be funny or terrifying, tragic or triumphant, and she teaches us, in her own wry way, that culture never fully resolves its contradictions. We persecute what we later celebrate, laugh at what we once feared, and commodify what we once condemned. If there's a spell at work here, it's not cast by her, but by us, conjured from the contradictions we refuse to untangle. And perhaps that's why she endures. The witch reminds us that fear is a resource we recycle endlessly, and memory is never erased, it only changes costumes. She is a mirror of our own habits, our suspicion of outsiders, our obsession with control, our talent for rewriting stories until they suit us. She lingers not because she is magical, but because we are predictable. And as long as societies cling to fear as a way of explaining the unknown, the witch will continue to walk beside us, laughing softly at the irony that the fire meant to destroy her only made her glow brighter in our imagination. The witch in the 21st century is no longer a figure trapped in the pages of folklore or locked in dusty trial records. She has become part of the living fabric of culture, her shadow woven into the way we shop, the way we speak, the way we watch films, and even the way we decorate our homes in autumn. What makes her story so powerful today is not just the horror of her past, but the irony of her present. She has been burned, mocked, celebrated, commodified, and reinvented so many times that she now functions like a cultural Swiss Army knife. Always adaptable, always relevant, always slightly unsettling. Few figures have endured this long without losing their edge, and perhaps it's because she never belonged entirely to history, but always to imagination. Her dominance in popular culture is a reminder of how hungry we are for archetypes. Films, novels, and streaming series keep reinventing her, sometimes as a monster in the woods, sometimes as a misunderstood teenager, sometimes as a glamorous heroine. Each portrayal reflects more about us than about her. Horror audiences want the thrill of being unsettled. Fantasy audiences want the hope of magical justice, and children want a sprinkle of silliness to laugh at. She obliges all of them, slipping from terrifying to charming with barely a costume change. It's as if the witch has an agent who makes sure she lands a role in every genre. And maybe she does. Because after all, what is an archetype if not the ultimate star contract with humanity's imagination? Beyond entertainment, she thrives in language, her presence so casual that we barely notice it. Words like spellbound, bewitched, or under someone's spell are used daily, stripped of their darker roots. We even call a good speech mesmerizing, without realizing the word came from Franz Mesmer's 18th century theories of animal magnetism, once considered dangerously close to sorcery. It's comical how casually we sprinkle witchcraft metaphors into polite conversation, as though centuries of fear have been reduced to spice for small talk. Yet the persistence of this language shows that she never truly left. She lingers in our mouths, hidden in phrases that sound harmless but carry the weight of history. In politics, her shadow is just as visible. The phrase witch hunt remains one of the most loaded accusations in public life. Leaders invoke it to discredit investigations, journalists use it to describe scandals, and activists wield it as a metaphor for injustice. The irony is that while the term warns against hysteria, it is often deployed in the middle of hysteria. People cry witch hunt while stoking new flames, proving that the ghost of the past still knows how to manipulate the present. It's like shouting fire while holding a lit torch, dramatic, effective, and slightly ridiculous. This paradox makes the witch a political player centuries after her trial supposedly ended. Commerce, unsurprisingly, has embraced her with open arms. Every October, she dominates shop aisles with costumes, candy, and themed decor. Beyond Halloween, she appears in cosmetics labeled with mystical names, in teas marketed as calming potions, and in yoga studios promising witchy wellness. The very herbs that once served as evidence in trials are now sold with fancy packaging and loyalty discounts. The comedy writes itself. Once a handful of rosemary could get someone condemned, now it comes in organic sachets with Instagram-worthy branding. If capitalism has one true spell, it is its ability to turn even tragedy into a marketing strategy. But not all her modern roles are playful or commercial. In spiritual circles, the witch is a living identity, embraced by practitioners who see in her a link to nature, empowerment, and continuity. Neo-pagan movements, Wiccan traditions, and eclectic practices reframe witchcraft as harmony rather than heresy, as agency rather than rebellion. What was once whispered in secret is now shared openly in workshops, podcasts, and online communities. The inquisitors of centuries past would not know whether to laugh or panic if they saw spells being live-streamed to thousands of viewers. And yet, the sincerity of these practices shows that the witch is not just an image to be sold or mocked. She is a path people walk, a word they reclaim with pride. Museums and universities, meanwhile, keep her story rooted in historical truth. Exhibitions display the trial records, the instruments of torture, the testimonies of those accused. Visitors leave with a sobering sense of how ordinary fear can become catastrophic when sanctioned by law and religion. The witch, in these contexts, is not a cackling cartoon, but a window into human cruelty. What unsettles people most is the realization that the machinery of persecution was not extraordinary, but frighteningly ordinary. Neighbors accusing neighbors, courts following procedure, communities convinced they were righteous. The witch, in this sense, is less about the supernatural than about the terrifying potential of everyday people under pressure. Her adaptability reveals something profound about human memory. We don't simply remember events, we reshape them, retell them, and repackage them until they fit our current needs. The witch embodies this process perfectly. She has been villain, victim, comic relief, feminist icon, brand mascot, and spiritual guide. Each version strips away and adds layers, until the original women behind the myth are barely visible. Yet their absence haunts the figure, a silence that makes her reinventions possible. She is the canvas on which society paints its anxieties, and the fact that we keep repainting her suggests those anxieties never go away. And perhaps that is her final lesson, that the witch survives not because she is magical, but because we are predictable. We still fear what we don't understand, still scapegoat those who live differently, still commodify what we once condemned. The witch endures because she reflects these contradictions back at us, forcing us to see how little has changed. Her broomstick and cauldron may be symbols now, but the instincts that created them are still alive. And so she lingers, laughing softly at the irony that the fire meant to erase her only illuminated her silhouette, a silhouette that refuses to fade. The witch, as she stands in the 21st century, is no longer a fixed figure, but a shifting reflection of our own contradictions. She has escaped the stake, the sermons, and the caricatures, only to resurface in ways her persecutors could never have imagined. She is a marketing tool, a spiritual guide, a cinematic villain, a Halloween costume, and a political metaphor, all rolled into one. Her strength lies in her elasticity. She stretches across genres and contexts, wearing new masks without ever losing the sharp outline of her silhouette. The paradox is almost comic. After centuries of efforts to destroy her, we have instead made her indispensable. In trying to bury her, we ended up planting her. What fascinates is how she thrives not only in entertainment, but in ordinary habits that people no longer associate with fear. Herbal teas, essential oils, and mindfulness rituals, once condemned as suspicious, are now everyday comforts. A candle lit for calm, a bit of lavender oil dabbed before sleep, a sage stick burned to cleanse energy. All these carry echoes of practices that once sparked accusations. The irony is so thick it borders on satire. A 17th century woman could lose her life for the same rituals that now come with loyalty card discounts at wellness shops. This says less about witches and more about our ability to change the labels on our fear. If fear once wore the robe of religion, it now wears the apron of consumerism. Her cinematic afterlives reveal another layer of her adaptability. Horror films lean on her as a primal fear, draping her in forests, shadows, and rituals, pulling audiences back into the unease of the unknown. Fantasy stories reframe her as a heroine, offering spells not as curses, but as weapons for justice. Comedies soften her into quirky figures, clumsy with cauldrons, spilling potions, as though their greatest danger is ruining the carpet. The witch plays all these roles because she is less a character than a template. She embodies independence, mystery, and fear of the uncontrollable, and every storyteller reshapes those themes to suit the mood. What's funny is that while genres evolve, the witch doesn't retire. She just updates her resume. Politics keeps her alive too, often without meaning to. A witch hunt remains one of the most charged phrases in public life. Leaders use it when they feel cornered, activists use it when they feel targeted, and journalists lean on it for dramatic flair. The phrase has survived because it captures the chaos of persecution, even if most people forget the historical women behind it. The absurdity is that it is often used by people participating in new kinds of hysteria, proving that history has a wicked sense of humor. It's like holding a fire extinguisher while secretly striking matches. Dramatic, contradictory, and deeply human. The witch may no longer be burned in the town square, but she still smolders in our rhetoric. Consumerism, ever hungry, has made her glamorous. She stares out from store shelves in October, plastered on packaging for candies and decorations. Outside the season, she lingers in the witchy branding of beauty products, teas, and home decor. Her face sells empowerment candles, mystical skincare, and books on positive energy. And what once sent shivers down spines now drives sales figures. And while the commercialization may seem like a cheapening of her story, it is also proof of her immortality. She is too useful to let go, too recognizable to ignore. If survival is the ultimate spell, then branding is her most powerful cauldron. Meanwhile, modern witchcraft communities quietly build spaces where she is not metaphor or product, but identity. Practitioners reclaim the word with pride, anchoring it in rituals tied to nature, cycles, and personal empowerment. They share spells online, gather for solstices, and build solidarity in spaces once hostile to their practices. What was once whispered in fear is now shared with hashtags and live streams. It's comical to imagine an inquisitor scrolling through TikTok, furiously scribbling notes on moonwater tutorials as if compiling evidence. The fact that these practices are not only public but celebrated shows that the word witch has flipped from accusation to declaration. That reversal may be the most potent magic of all. Museums and scholarship keep her story rooted in truth, reminding us that the caricatures mask centuries of cruelty. Exhibitions display trial records and testimonies that reveal how ordinary fear became extraordinary violence. These efforts force audiences to see beyond the broomstick to the human lives erased by hysteria. What unsettles is not the superstition, but the ordinariness of the machinery. Neighbors accusing neighbors, courts following procedure, leaders convinced of righteousness. The witch is less about demons than about human weakness, less about spells than about suspicion. That ordinariness is what makes her story so durable. It could happen again, in new forms, whenever fear outweighs reason. Her survival, then, is more than a cultural quirk. It is a reminder of who we are. She endures because we still recycle the instincts that created her. The fear of outsiders, the suspicion of difference, the eagerness to blame when answers are scarce. We laugh at her in cartoons, admire her in novels, fear her in horror films, and sell her in stores. But the truth is, she survives because she reflects us. And the strangest comedy of all is that the witch doesn't need to cast spells anymore. She has us to do it for her, repeating the same fears, desires, and contradictions that keep her alive. The flames meant to erase her only lit the outline we cannot stop redrawing. And as long as fear remains part of our imagination, the witch will always be waiting, smiling wryly, as if to say she knew all along we'd never let her go. By the time we arrive at the witch's place in our present imagination, she is less a ghost of the past and more like a shapeshifter who refuses to leave the stage. She has traded in the smoke of the pyre for the glow of the screen, the whispers of the village for the noise of hashtags, and the terror of the courtroom for the humor of Halloween aisles. What's remarkable is not just her survival, but her uncanny ability to keep herself relevant by mirroring back the anxieties of each age. It's almost comical if you think about it. How many historical figures condemned to death end up with their own seasonal merchandise and children's cartoons? Very few. And that, in itself, is a reminder that stories, once ignited, can burn longer than firewood. She thrives today because she inhabits contradiction. In one place, she's a symbol of empowerment, a feminist icon standing for independence and defiance. In another, she's still painted as terrifying, a reminder of chaos and disorder. In yet another, she's reduced to playful caricature, a friendly face with a pointy hat and a broom. Each of these roles seems incompatible, yet they coexist, which says less about witches and more about us. We are comfortable holding contradictions as long as they entertain us, and the witch has mastered the art of entertainment. Whether through fear, laughter, or inspiration, she has become the cultural equivalent of a mirror maze. You're never quite sure which reflection you're looking at, but you're fascinated enough to keep walking. Cinema captures this duality better than almost anything else. Horror films resurrect the witch as a figure of dread, draped in shadows and forest rituals. Audiences squirm, but they pay for the thrill. Then, in the same cultural breath, family movies portray witches as clumsy or endearing, turning mishaps with potions into comic relief. And somewhere in between, fantasy sagas elevate them into heroines wielding power against injustice. The sheer variety of these portrayals is striking. It's as if every genre calls her up for an audition, and she nails the role each time. If archetypes had resumes, hers would be the thickest. Horror icon, feminist symbol, children's entertainer, lifestyle brand ambassador. She's worked every job and still keeps getting callbacks. Language, too, betrays her persistence. We sprinkle words like spellbinding, bewitched, and under a spell into everyday speech without a second thought. These phrases, once deadly serious, have become metaphors for charm or fascination. And while we may not think twice about describing a novel as enchanting, the roots of those words trace back to fears that once justified death sentences. It's a reminder of how language repackages fear into poetry, stripping it of danger, but never erasing it entirely. What's both funny and chilling is that people often use these phrases to describe love or desire, as though being entranced by another person is the closest thing to witchcraft. We'll admit, still works on us. Politics, unsurprisingly, hasn't let go of her either. The phrase witch hunt continues to dominate speeches and headlines, used by leaders to deflect scrutiny and by commentators to dramatize conflicts. The metaphor is powerful because it captures the chaos of unjust persecution. Yet its overuse often robs it of depth, turning a centuries-old history of suffering into a rhetorical shortcut. There's irony here that borders on comedy. People cry witch hunt while participating in new kinds of hysteria, proving that history has a way of recycling itself with new costumes. The witch doesn't even need to show up. Her name alone is enough to stir the crowd. Consumerism, ever opportunistic, has made her not only visible but profitable. Every October, witches dominate aisles with costumes, candies, and themed decor. Outside the holiday season, she pops up in teas, cosmetics, and fitness programs branded with mystical flair. The same herbs that once drew suspicion, lavender, chamomile, sage, are now marketed as wellness essentials. The absurdity is hard to ignore. Centuries ago, these items could get you accused. Today, they're delivered in glossy packaging with loyalty points. If capitalism has any magic, it's the ability to turn yesterday's danger into today's bestseller, and the witch has become its most reliable mascot. But beyond branding, modern spirituality has redefined her in ways that carry sincerity rather than satire. Communities of practitioners embrace the identity of witch not as caricature but as continuity. They gather for solstices, share rituals online, and reclaim practices tied to nature and empowerment. What was once hidden in whispers is now live-streamed to thousands. Imagine an inquisitor transported into the present, bewildered by a YouTube tutorial titled 10 Easy Spells for Positive Energy. The absurdity would overwhelm them, but for practitioners today, this is no joke. It's a living tradition, a way to reclaim dignity and agency denied for centuries. Museums and scholarship ensure that the darker side of her story isn't forgotten. Exhibits present trial records, torture devices, and testimonies, grounding the witch not in fantasy, but in history. These spaces remind us that behind the broomsticks and cauldrons were real people destroyed by fear. What unsettles visitors most is the ordinariness of the process. Neighbors accusing neighbors, courts following procedure, communities convinced they were righteous. There were no demons present, only human beings, which makes the story even harder to dismiss. The witch becomes not a tale of sorcery, but a cautionary study of how easily panic becomes policy. And that may be the most important part of her endurance. She teaches us, whether we notice or not. The witch is less about spells than about memory. Our memory of how fragile justice can be, how quickly suspicion can replace truth, how fear disguises itself as certainty. Her persistence is not about her magic, but about ours, the magic of storytelling, repetition, and reinvention. We can laugh at her, fear her, admire her, or market her, but in every case, we keep her alive. And the quiet joke running beneath it all is that, after centuries of trying to silence her, we've made her immortal. The flames didn't erase her. They etched her silhouette into our imagination, where she still flickers, daring us to recognize ourselves in the glow. The witch has always been a figure of contradictions, but in our current moment she embodies them more vividly than ever. She is feared and adored, mocked and celebrated, dismissed as fantasy and taken seriously as a symbol of survival. Her image is plastered on candy wrappers, yet studied in universities, laughed at in cartoons, yet invoked in political speeches. This duality is precisely why she endures. She thrives not by choosing one role, but by inhabiting all of them at once, slipping from one to another so smoothly that we barely notice when she changes costumes. She is less a character than a mirror, reflecting back whatever each age most wants or fears to see. Her persistence in entertainment is proof of this adaptability. Horror films lean into her darker side, draping her in shadows and rituals, pulling audiences into that primal unease about what cannot be controlled. Then, almost without pause, family-friendly films and shows give us witches as lovable oddballs, spilling potions and miscasting spells to make us laugh. In fantasy sagas, she often transforms into a heroine, wielding power against forces larger than herself. What's fascinating is how none of these versions cancel out the others. Instead, they coexist, making the witch an all-purpose symbol who can terrify on Friday night, amuse on Saturday morning, and inspire on Sunday afternoon. That kind of versatility is rare. You don't often see the same figure starring in both nightmares and bedtime stories, but the witch has mastered the art. Her survival is also visible in the way language carries her forward. Words like spellbinding and bewitched slide into everyday conversation, used to describe a song, a story, or even a romantic encounter. No one stops to think about the history behind these terms. They've been tamed into metaphors, and yet their persistence is telling. Every time we say we're under someone's spell, we echo centuries-old fears that once justified real persecution. Language doesn't forget, even if people do. And perhaps the funniest part is that the words most associated with danger have become shorthand for pleasure. To be bewitched today is not to be condemned, but to be enthralled, as if love itself is the last form of witchcraft we still openly believe in. The witch has also managed to keep herself alive in politics, where the phrase witch hunt continues to dominate headlines and speeches. Leaders deploy it to paint themselves as victims of unfair scrutiny, while activists use it to call attention to systemic persecution. The irony is that both sides often wield the phrase while fueling their own forms of hysteria. It's a kind of linguistic recycling, using the language of fear without ever stopping to absorb the lesson it carries. And there's something darkly comic about that. People crying witch hunt while building new bonfires of outrage. The witch doesn't need to appear in person anymore. Her name alone does the work of stirring up chaos. Consumerism has turned her into an industry all its own. Each October, she dominates store aisles, her silhouette stamped on costumes, candies, mugs, and decorations. But even outside the season, she lingers in witchy branding for teas, skincare, and wellness products. Herbs like sage and lavender, once used as evidence in trials, now sell as luxury goods marketed for their healing properties. The absurdity is staggering. What once drew suspicion now comes with a designer label and a price tag. If there's a true spell in the modern age, it is capitalism's ability to turn persecution into profit. The witch, knowingly or not, has become its most enduring mascot. But beyond the branding and slogans, she also persists in spiritual practices that are deeply sincere. Communities of modern witches gather online and in person, reclaiming rituals once buried under centuries of fear. They honor the cycles of the moon, celebrate seasonal festivals, and share knowledge with pride rather than secrecy. The inquisitors of old would scarcely believe their eyes if they could see workshops on spellwork advertised openly, or live streams of rituals reaching thousands. It's both absurd and profound. The absurdity lies in how public something once so dangerous has become. The profundity lies in the fact that it survived at all. These practices are no longer about surviving in silence, but thriving in the open. And that transformation is itself a form of magic. Academics and museums ensure that the darker truths behind her image are not forgotten. Exhibitions display artifacts from witch trials, from trial transcripts to execution tools, forcing visitors to confront how ordinary communities justified extraordinary violence. These reminders strip away the cartoon mask to reveal the human cost. And the most unsettling realization is that it wasn't demons or monsters that carried out the trials, but ordinary neighbors convinced of their righteousness. The witch's story is, in the end, less about magic than about human nature, about how fear can masquerade as certainty, how suspicion can become law, how cruelty can hide in the ordinary. That ordinariness is what makes her so haunting. Her ability to survive all of this speaks to something deeper about memory itself. We don't remember history in straight lines. We remember it in symbols, stories, and archetypes. The witch has become one of those symbols, capable of carrying whatever meaning we need to attach. She is entertainment, politics, commerce, spirituality, and history all at once. She proves that memory doesn't die, it transforms. And in her transformations, we see ourselves, our fears, our hypocrisies, our desires, our contradictions. That's why she keeps returning, not because she is magical, but because we are. We conjure her every time we let fear outweigh reason, every time we dress danger as entertainment, every time we turn tragedy into a trend. And perhaps that's the secret to her immortality. The witch isn't a creature of the past, but of the present, reborn each time society needs a face for its anxieties. She is proof that what we fear most is never truly gone. It simply waits for new costumes, new names, new stages. The flames meant to erase her only etched her into our imagination more deeply. And as long as we continue to repeat the patterns that gave her life, she will always be there, smiling wryly from the margins, daring us to admit that the magic was never in her hands but in ours. The witch has become one of the most paradoxical figures in the human imagination, precisely because she is both utterly ordinary and endlessly extraordinary. She is ordinary in that the women once accused of witchcraft were often midwives, healers, widows, or simply people living outside the rigid expectations of their time. And yet, she is extraordinary in that their memory has stretched across centuries, transforming them into something larger than life. That tension between everyday humanity and mythic archetype is what keeps us captivated. We cannot decide if the witch is one of us or something beyond us, and so we keep her alive in both roles, never quite resolving the contradiction. Her ordinariness is perhaps the most haunting detail. When historians dig through the records of witch trials, what they find is not mysterious strangers, but familiar figures, neighbors, relatives, mothers, and daughters. The accused were often the people most embedded in community life, the ones who knew the rhythms of crops, childbirth, and illness. Their knowledge, grounded in practical experience, became suspicious precisely because it was powerful. And there's something both tragic and comic about that. Imagine being so skilled at curing headaches with herbs that your neighbor decides you must be in league with the devil. It's proof that society has always had a complicated relationship with expertise, praising it when convenient, condemning it when threatening. Some things never change. Just look at modern debates about science and misinformation. At the same time, her extraordinariness lies in how she has been elevated into symbol and spectacle. The witch became the scapegoat for fears too large to name, carrying the weight of everything from failed harvests to unexplained illness. Over time, she stopped being a person at all and became a repository for collective anxieties. That transformation from individual to archetype is both dangerous and powerful. Dangerous because it erases real lives, powerful because it ensures the memory endures. Once a figure enters myth, they can never fully disappear. And in a strange way, the witch benefited from the cruelty that sought to destroy her. The flames meant to silence her ended up engraving her silhouette onto the cultural imagination. In our time, this silhouette keeps taking new forms, slipping into the roles we most need her to play. When we crave fear, she emerges as a horror figure, cloaked in shadows and whispering in forests. When we crave empowerment, she becomes a feminist icon, wielding defiance instead of curses. When we crave laughter, she's a bumbling cartoon character who can't get a spell right. Each of these versions serves a function, and the witch obliges all of them. The humor lies in how we recycle the same figure across contexts, pretending we've reinvented her, when in fact she has been doing this shape-shifting act for centuries. It's less about us creating her and more about her refusing to vanish, no matter how many roles she has to play. The witch also reminds us how memory is not passive but active. We don't simply inherit her story, we reshape it constantly. The figure that once terrified villagers is now used to sell pumpkin spice candles in glossy shops. The phrase that once condemned women to death, witch, is now worn proudly as identity by modern practitioners. Museums curate her as history, filmmakers conjure her as fiction. Activists invoke her as symbol. Memory here is not about accuracy, but about adaptation. And that's what makes the witch more resilient than many historical figures who fade into obscurity. She doesn't just live in the past, she keeps finding new scripts in the present. Her survival also forces uncomfortable reflection on how societies handle difference. She is the eternal outsider, the person who doesn't fit neatly into norms, the one whose independence sparks suspicion. That role hasn't vanished. We may not accuse people of flying on broomsticks, but we still have a habit of marginalizing those who don't conform. The witch endures because the social impulse to scapegoat endures. And perhaps that's the most unsettling lesson she carries. She's not just about history, but about the present we live in. The fires of fear still smolder, they simply look different now. The paradox of the witch is that she is both victim and victor. She was persecuted mercilessly, yet she survived more completely than her persecutors. No one builds museums to honor inquisitors, but the witch commands entire exhibitions. No one dresses as a judge from Salem for Halloween, but children proudly wear witch costumes every year. The joke of history is that the figure meant to be erased has become the one remembered, while the institutions that condemned her crumble into footnotes. In a strange way, the witch had the last laugh, her cackle echoing across centuries not as fear but as endurance. And maybe that's why we keep her alive. She offers us a way to grapple with fear without admitting it directly. She allows us to laugh at contradictions, to market tragedies as products, to turn persecution into metaphor. She also reminds us of the resilience buried in memory, the way even the most brutal attempts at erasure can backfire. Her story is not simply about magic, it's about the persistence of human imagination, which refuses to let go of the figures it needs most. And as long as we keep repeating the same patterns of fear, suspicion, and scapegoating, the witch will remain at our side, smiling wryly, as though she always knew we'd come crawling back to her flame-lit silhouette. The witch in our collective imagination is more than a character or a cautionary tale. She has become a cultural compass, pointing us toward the things we most fear, desire, and misunderstand. What makes her fascinating is that she doesn't remain static. She bends, shifts, and evolves according to the anxieties of each generation. If you look closely, you'll see that she's not just hiding in stories or costumes, but in the very habits and metaphors we live with daily. She is less a ghost and more a shadow, stretching to match whatever light society shines upon her. And there's something both chilling and comical in the fact that after centuries of trying to burn her out of existence, we've turned her into a seasonal marketing campaign and an empowerment slogan. Her image in pop culture reveals how easily fear can be softened into play. The same figure that once terrified communities is now a staple of children's films, where she spills potions, trips over broomsticks, and learns lessons about friendship. In horror movies, of course, she still terrifies, appearing in forests and dark corners, whispering reminders that humanity has never outgrown its unease with what it cannot control. And in fantasy sagas, she often reclaims dignity as a powerful heroine, using her abilities to fight injustice. The range is staggering, and it tells us more about our own contradictions than about witches themselves. We like our fears packaged in variety packs, some to scare us, some to inspire us, some to amuse us. The witch obliges, switching roles with a versatility that would make any Hollywood actor jealous. Language, too, shows her quiet persistence. We say we are spellbound by a story, bewitched by a smile, enchanted by music. These phrases, spoken casually, carry centuries of history, echoes of times when such language could mean accusation rather than compliment. It's funny to think that love, obsession, and fascination are still described with the vocabulary of witchcraft. Apparently, we never stopped believing that desire itself feels like magic. It just sounds less dangerous when we frame it as poetry. Every time someone says they are under another's spell, they unknowingly keep the witch alive in conversation, proving that memory has a way of disguising itself as metaphor. In politics, her legacy takes on a sharper edge. The phrase witch hunt is tossed around so casually that it risks becoming a cliché, but its impact remains powerful. Leaders invoke it to discredit accusations. Journalists use it to dramatize scandals, and activists wield it as shorthand for systemic injustice. What makes it both ironic and tragic is that the phrase often emerges in contexts where hysteria and scapegoating are very much alive. We repeat the vocabulary of the past while failing to learn its lessons. It's like borrowing a warning sign and hanging it over a door we keep walking through anyway. The witch, even without appearing in person, continues to stir conflict simply through her name. Consumer culture has refined her into a marketable icon, smoothing out her rough edges and selling them back to us. Each October, shelves are filled with her silhouette, stamped on candy, costumes, and coffee mugs. Even beyond Halloween, she lingers in branding for wellness products, teas, and cosmetics. Sage bundles marketed as tools for cleansing energy now sit neatly wrapped in plastic at major retailers. The irony is rich. Centuries ago, sage might have been Exhibit A in an accusation of witchcraft. Today, it's a trendy home accessory. If witches of the past could see this transformation, they might laugh at the absurdity, punished for herbs in the kitchen only to watch those same herbs rebranded as lifestyle essentials centuries later. It's a reminder that capitalism doesn't burn witches, it sells them. But outside of commercialization, there are communities where the witch is not an image, but an identity. Practitioners of modern witchcraft embrace the term with pride, reconnecting with cycles of nature, ancestral traditions, and rituals of empowerment. For them, calling oneself a witch is not about fear or fantasy, but about agency and continuity. Social media has given these communities visibility, allowing them to share knowledge openly without the secrecy that once defined their practices. Imagine an inquisitor scrolling through a live stream of a full moon ritual, bewildered by the sight of thousands of people openly participating in what he once condemned as heresy. The absurdity borders on comedy, but the underlying truth is profound. What survived in whispers now thrives in plain sight. Scholarship and museums ensure the darker realities behind her story are not forgotten. Exhibitions on witch trials reveal the bureaucratic machinery of persecution, the testimonies of the accused, and the tools used in executions. What unsettles visitors most is the ordinariness of it all. Neighbors accusing neighbors, courts following procedure, communities convinced of righteousness. No demons were required, only fear and authority. This ordinariness is precisely what makes her story so enduring, because it reminds us that persecution does not always arrive with fanfare. Sometimes it arrives with paperwork and polite agreement. The witch becomes less about the supernatural and more about human weakness, a warning that hysteria disguised as justice is a pattern we are still capable of repeating. Her survival shows us something profound about how memory works. We do not preserve history in straight lines, we fold it into stories, symbols, and archetypes. The witch embodies that process perfectly. She is history and myth, tragedy and comedy, villain and heroine all at once. Her shape changes because we keep reshaping her, assigning her new roles whenever old ones grow stale. She doesn't survive because she casts spells in the woods. She survives because we keep conjuring her through our contradictions. We fear her, sell her, laugh at her, admire her, but we never let her go. And maybe that is the truest magic of all. The witch does not need to haunt us. We haunt ourselves with her. Every time fear turns into suspicion, every time difference is punished, every time memory is twisted into entertainment, she reappears. She lingers not because she is supernatural, but because we are predictably human. The fire meant to erase her only etched her deeper into imagination, where she still flickers, smiling slyly, as though she always knew we'd end up keeping her close, no matter how many names or costumes we give her. The witch has always been more than the sum of her parts. And in many ways, she's become a shorthand for society's deepest contradictions. She is at once ordinary and extraordinary, feared and adored, erased from history yet alive in every corner of culture. What fascinates is how she keeps slipping through our fingers, never quite belonging fully to the past or the present, always adapting, always reshaping herself to fit the anxieties of the moment. It is as though her true craft isn't brewing potions or casting spells, but the ability to survive in forms that outlive the people and systems that tried to destroy her. And if survival is magic, then she is the greatest sorcerer of them all. One of the clearest examples of this adaptability is how seamlessly she moves between genres and entertainment. In one place, she terrifies audiences as the embodiment of chaos, appearing in forests and abandoned houses to remind us of what lurks outside reason. In another, she is softened into comic relief, a bumbling character who mixes the wrong ingredients and accidentally turns herself into a frog. In yet another, she emerges as a heroine, wielding her powers to fight injustice. What's remarkable is that audiences accept all of these portrayals without hesitation. We never complain that the witch is inconsistent. We simply enjoy whichever role she plays. Perhaps that is because we know, subconsciously, that her real role has always been to mirror our contradictions back to us. Language carries her forward in subtler ways. Everyday expressions like bewitched, spellbound, or under her spell are sprinkled across conversations as if they were harmless decorations. We use them to describe music, stories, or even love, rarely pausing to consider their origins. Yet each word is a trace of the fear that once defined her, the same language that now flatters once condemned. It's strangely comical to realize that the vocabulary of romance and desire is borrowed directly from centuries-old accusations of sorcery. It makes you wonder whether people ever truly stopped believing in magic, or whether they simply started calling it by other names. Politics, unsurprisingly, cannot resist her pull. The phrase witch hunt continues to echo across headlines and speeches, invoked by leaders who feel cornered and by activists fighting oppression. The term's persistence is evidence of how deeply witch trials scarred collective memory, even if most people barely know the details. And yet, there's irony in how often the phrase is used in the middle of modern-day hysteria, as though humanity learned the words but not the lesson. It is a bit like warning others not to repeat history while actively building the stage for its return. The witch doesn't need to stand in the square anymore. Her shadow does the work for her. Consumerism has transformed her into a brand, smoothing her edges and selling them back to us. Each autumn, her silhouette dominates store aisles, from candy wrappers to coffee mugs. Beyond Halloween, she lingers in wellness industries, where herbs once feared as evidence are now marketed as luxury items. Sage bundles wrapped in plastic, lavender oils promising calm, teas labeled with mystical names, all sold at prices that would have baffled both the accused witches and their accusers. The irony is sharp enough to sting. What once justified execution now justifies profit margins. If there's a true spell being cast today, it's the spell of packaging, and it works so well we barely notice how absurd it is. Yet, outside the glow of commerce, she lives as a genuine identity in modern witchcraft communities. Practitioners reclaim the word witch with pride, tying it to empowerment, spirituality, and continuity with forgotten traditions. They gather openly, share rituals online, and treat their practices not as rebellion, but as authenticity. It's both moving and humorous to imagine an inquisitor accidentally tuning into a podcast about moon rituals and herbal magic, bewildered by the fact that what he once condemned is now delivered to global audiences through Bluetooth headphones. The sincerity of these communities proves that beneath the costumes and slogans lies a real desire for meaning, connection, and resilience. Museums and scholarship continue to ensure that her story is not swallowed entirely by metaphor. Exhibitions show the stark reality of witch trials, reminding us that behind the myths were real people whose lives were destroyed. Visitors often leave shocked not by tales of sorcery, but by how ordinary the machinery of persecution was. Neighbors accusing neighbors, courts following procedure, communities convinced they were righteous. This ordinariness is more frightening than any horror story because it reveals that the capacity for witch hunts has never truly left us. The witch becomes less about broomsticks and more about the fragility of justice, less about spells and more about the speed with which suspicion can become law. Her endurance tells us more about ourselves than about her. We laugh at her, fear her, celebrate her, and sell her. But in each of these roles, she reflects back the contradictions we live with. We condemn independence in one century and celebrate it in the next. We criminalize herbal knowledge, only to monetize it later. We silence difference, only to turn it into entertainment. The witch survives because our inconsistencies keep her alive. She doesn't need to haunt forests or cast curses. Our fears, desires, and hypocrisies conjure her daily. She thrives because we do not resolve the impulses that created her. And perhaps that is her ultimate lesson. The witch is not about sorcery at all, but about memory. She is the persistence of stories that refuse to die, the recycling of fears that never quite leave, the reminder that history does not stay in the past, but mutates into the present. She is the laughter in irony, the chill in fear, the spark in rebellion, the whisper in ritual. The flames that once sought to erase her only carved her deeper into our imagination, and she lingers there still, smiling knowingly, as if she always knew that we would never truly be able to let her go. The witch endures not because of cauldrons, broomsticks, or pointed hats, but because she embodies something timeless, the tension between society's desire for order and its suspicion of the unknown. She has become the perfect scapegoat and the perfect survivor, a paradox that both terrifies and entertains. What is striking about her is that she has moved so far beyond her historical context that she now feels inevitable, as though humanity could not function without her. It is almost comical to realize that the same figure once condemned as a threat to civilization is now used to sell coffee mugs, inspire fashion trends, and fuel political metaphors. This is survival by adaptation at its most creative. She reveals how societies handle difference. In the 17th century, a widow living alone, or a woman with knowledge of herbs, became suspect. Today, the suspicion has shifted forms, but the instinct is the same. Outsiders, rebels, and nonconformists still carry the burden of mistrust, though the charges look different. The witch is the archetype of what happens when independence unsettles authority, when knowledge outside approved channels sparks fear. And that is why she continues to resonate. She is not just a historical figure, but a template for understanding how communities decide who belongs and who doesn't. The fact that her story still feels familiar says less about her and more about us. Her survival is also tied to her flexibility in storytelling. In horror, she is a shadow in the woods, unsettling because she resists explanation. In comedy, she is clumsy and endearing, a reminder that even power can misfire. In fantasy, she becomes a heroine, using magic not to curse but to heal or protect. The remarkable part is that audiences accept all of these portrayals without resistance. We never demand consistency from the witch, because we instinctively understand she is less a character than a mirror. What she shows us depends entirely on what we bring to her, and perhaps the real magic here is that she never has to change, only our perception does. Language gives her a subtler form of immortality. Words like spellbinding or bewitched appear in everyday conversation, describing music, art, or romance. These terms, softened into metaphor, still carry echoes of a time when they were enough to end lives. There's humor in the irony. What once condemned women now flatters them. To say someone is enchanting is a compliment, not an accusation. It makes you wonder whether society ever truly abandoned its belief in magic, or whether it simply decided to rebrand it as metaphor. Love itself is still described in the language of witchcraft as though we subconsciously admit that desire is the last spell we still willingly fall under. Politics has kept her alive in ways both unintentional and telling. The phrase witch hunt dominates headlines, invoked by leaders under fire and by activists fighting injustice. It is a powerful metaphor because it immediately conjures hysteria, persecution, and unfairness. But its overuse also shows how shallow our memory can be. We repeat the phrase without remembering the women who suffered under it, turning tragedy into shorthand for inconvenience. And the darker irony is that people often use it while stoking their own modern-day hysteria. It's like shouting, "Don't panic," while fanning the flames. The witch doesn't even need to appear anymore. Her name alone is enough to summon chaos. Consumer culture, ever opportunistic, has polished her into an icon. Each October, stores overflow with her likeness, transforming fear into festivity. But she also lingers year-round in wellness industries, where herbs and crystals, once linked to accusations, now sell as symbols of balance and empowerment. Sage bundles are wrapped in plastic, lavender oils come in elegant bottles, and teas with mystical names fill supermarket shelves. The absurdity is glaring. Centuries ago, these same herbs could condemn someone. Today, they're part of loyalty programs. If capitalism has any true magic, it is its ability to turn fear into fashion. And in this strange reversal, the witch has become one of its most successful mascots. Yet there are communities where she is not a costume or a brand, but a chosen identity. Practitioners of modern witchcraft embrace the title with pride, reclaiming rituals once demonized. They gather for solstices, share practices online, and treat their craft as continuity with forgotten traditions. Social media has amplified this, giving witches visibility and connection across continents. Imagine an inquisitor confronted with a TikTok tutorial on 10 easy spells for cleansing energy. The absurdity borders on comedy, yet the sincerity is undeniable. What was once hidden in whispers now thrives in full view, a transformation that might be the truest magic of all. Survival through reclamation. Scholarship and museums continue to ground her story in historical reality. Exhibitions display trial documents, testimonies, and artifacts that strip away the caricature and reveal the ordinary lives lost to hysteria. Visitors often leave shaken not by tales of supernatural horror, but by the realization that the machinery of persecution was ordinary. Neighbors accusing neighbors, judges following procedure, communities convinced they were righteous. That ordinariness is what makes her story so relevant today. The witch is not just a figure of the past, but a reminder of how quickly fear can turn suspicion into law and law into violence. Her endurance is less about spells than about memory. She survives because she embodies the contradictions we never resolve. We laugh at her in cartoons, fear her in horror, celebrate her in activism, and market her in shops. Each role reflects back our own inconsistencies, our fear of independence, our hunger for mystery, our talent for turning tragedy into trend. The witch endures because she reveals us to ourselves, forcing us to confront truths we'd rather ignore. And maybe that is why she lingers in every corner of culture. She doesn't need to haunt forests or whisper curses. She lives in our language, our products, our stories, our protests. She thrives because we repeat the same fears and desires that created her, unable to let go of the contradictions she represents. The flames that once sought to erase her only made her glow brighter in imagination. And as long as fear, fascination, and irony remain part of human nature, the witch will never truly leave. She will be there, watching, smiling slyly, as though she always knew the story would end this way. The witch remains compelling because she represents something society has never been able to tame, the tension between fear and fascination. Every generation has reimagined her, and in doing so, revealed its own blind spots. In the 17th century, she was the explanation for every failure, from bad harvests to sudden illness. In the 20th century, she was the villain of children's fairy tales, a cautionary tale meant to keep kids in line. Today, she is both a Halloween mascot and a feminist icon, a pop culture staple and a spiritual identity. Few figures could survive this much reinvention without collapsing under the weight of contradiction, but the witch thrives on contradiction. It's almost as if her true craft has always been transformation, not of potions, but of meaning itself. One of the most intriguing things about her is the ordinariness of those once accused. Most were women who lived at the edges of their communities, widows, healers, midwives, or simply women who did not conform. Their so-called magic was often nothing more than knowledge: how to use herbs, how to ease childbirth, how to predict weather patterns from the sky. And yet, that knowledge was enough to make them dangerous in the eyes of their neighbors. There's a bitter comedy here. What we now buy in organic markets and call holistic remedies could once have condemned someone. Imagine being dragged into court for brewing chamomile tea, only to watch centuries later as the same tea sells for $6 a cup in trendy cafes. It's proof that persecution and profit sometimes share the same recipe, just with different branding. Her image in entertainment demonstrates how deeply she has sunk into the human imagination. Horror films use her as the embodiment of the unknown, a figure cloaked in shadows who unsettles because she resists control. Children's stories, meanwhile, soften her into bumbling characters, clumsy with spells, more silly than sinister, and fantasy sagas elevate her into heroines, wielding magic as a tool for justice. Each portrayal says more about us than about her. We want our fears packaged in safe ways, terrifying in theaters, amusing in cartoons, empowering in novels. The witch obliges all these demands because she was never really about herself. She was always about what we project onto her. Her persistence in language shows her subtler forms of survival. We still use words like bewitched, spellbound, and enchanted without thinking about their origins. These phrases, once grounds for execution, now serve as compliments. To be enchanted is to be delighted. To be under a spell is to be in love. It's comical when you think about it. What once condemned is now romantic. Love songs are filled with witchcraft vocabulary, as though desire itself is the last form of magic we still openly believe in. Perhaps this is why the language endures, because no matter how rational we claim to be, we still prefer to think of passion as something inexplicable, something beyond reason, something enchanted. The political sphere has also refused to let her rest. The phrase witch hunt remains one of the most powerful accusations in public discourse, invoked by leaders, activists, and commentators alike. The metaphor survives because it captures hysteria, injustice, and persecution in 2 words. Yet, its casual use often strips it of historical weight, turning centuries of suffering into rhetorical convenience. The irony is that people frequently use the phrase while fueling their own forms of scapegoating, as though history is less a lesson and more a script we can't stop rehearsing. The witch doesn't need to stand in the town square anymore. Her name alone still raises the crowd. Commerce, naturally, has polished her into something shiny and profitable. Every October, her silhouette floods stores, plastered on candy wrappers, decorations, and costumes. But she has also slipped into the wellness industry, where herbs and crystals, once feared as evidence, now sell as tools of empowerment. Sage bundles, essential oils, and teas with mystical branding fill shelves, their history erased in favor of marketing appeal. The absurdity borders on parody. What once justified suspicion now justifies price tags. If witches of the past could walk through a modern supermarket, they might laugh themselves hoarse at the sight of rosemary in plastic containers labeled artisanal. The witch doesn't haunt forests anymore. She haunts product packaging. Yet, beyond the gloss of commercialization, she endures as a sincere identity in modern witchcraft communities. Practitioners proudly reclaim the word, grounding it in rituals tied to nature, empowerment, and ancestry. What was once whispered in fear is now shared in podcasts, workshops, and social media. The inquisitors who once hunted witches could never have imagined TikTok tutorials on moon rituals or live-streamed spell work. The absurdity is undeniable, but so is the authenticity. These communities demonstrate that the witch is not just entertainment or branding, but a lived reality for those who find meaning in her resilience. Museums and academic work keep her tethered to history, reminding us of the human cost behind the myths. Exhibitions display trial records, personal testimonies, and artifacts of persecution. Visitors are often struck less by the supernatural aspects than by the ordinariness of it all. Neighbors accusing neighbors, courts convinced of righteousness, communities turning suspicion into policy. What chills is not the idea of magic, but the machinery of fear, which is frighteningly familiar. The witch, in this context, becomes less a fantasy figure than a warning, proof of how easily hysteria can disguise itself as justice. Her survival tells us something uncomfortable about ourselves. We like to think we are more rational now, yet we still create scapegoats, still persecute outsiders, still cling to suspicion when reason falters. The witch survives, not because she is magical, but because our instincts remain the same. She is the mirror we cannot look away from, the reminder that fear is never fully banished, only repackaged. And that might be the truest spell of all, the way stories outlast the flames, the way memory refuses to die, the way contradictions keep conjuring the same figure century after century. The witch endures because she was never really about her at all. She was always about us. The witch endures because she's always been a reflection of what societies fear most and what they secretly desire at the same time. She is the figure we cannot control, the one who doesn't fit neatly into our categories, the outsider who unnerves because she refuses to conform. It is no coincidence that most accused were women who lived at the margins, who owned little, who relied on knowledge passed down outside official institutions. They weren't strangers, they were neighbors. And perhaps that's what unsettled communities most, the idea that someone ordinary could hold power beyond the reach of church or state. Fear, after all, is rarely about the exotic. It is about the familiar, made strange. That is why she lingers, because even now we are uneasy with those who carry knowledge we can't easily measure or control. In many ways, her story is not about sorcery, but about power. The women accused of witchcraft often had skills, midwifery, herbal medicine, weather lore, that made them indispensable and threatening at once. They knew how to deliver babies when doctors failed, how to ease pain when prayers weren't enough, how to predict storms when others could only guess. Their usefulness made them valuable, but their independence made them dangerous. It is both tragic and ironic that what kept communities alive also made these women vulnerable to suspicion. And here's the comic twist. Today, people pay high prices for the very same herbal remedies once used in secret, often marketed with mystical branding. What was once criminal is now chic, proving that the only real spell is the one cast by capitalism's price tags. Her resilience in the stories shows just how hard it is to erase a figure so deeply embedded in imagination. Horror films bring her back in terrifying forms, tapping into that primal unease of the forest, the night, the unknown. At the same time, comedies turn her into a figure of laughter, bumbling through spells, lovable in her failures, and fantasy elevates her into a heroine, her powers reimagined as tools for justice rather than curses. We accept all these portrayals without protest because deep down we know the witch was never meant to be just one thing. She was always the embodiment of what unsettled us most at a given moment, and since our fears shift with time, so does she. Her magic is not in potions but in adaptability. Even language betrays how much she still haunts us. To say something is spellbinding or that we are enchanted by a person is to keep her alive in every casual conversation. These words once carried accusations of devilry, now they flatter or describe beauty. Love songs are filled with witchcraft vocabulary, suggesting that desire itself is the last kind of magic we still publicly acknowledge. It's oddly funny. We've replaced trial courts with pop ballads, but the metaphor remains the same. We are still bewitched. We just prefer the version with roses and champagne over stakes and torches. Language, it seems, never forgets the figures it once feared. It just repurposes them into poetry. Politics has turned her into metaphor, though not always with care. The phrase witch hunt remains one of the most powerful accusations, evoking hysteria, injustice, and persecution in 2 words. Leaders use it to deflect criticism, activists use it to describe systemic oppression, and media outlets sprinkle it into headlines for drama. Its persistence proves the witch is still lodged in cultural consciousness, but its overuse also shows how easily history can be flattened. Few pause to consider the real women behind those words, the lives destroyed by fear. And yet, the metaphor remains effective because hysteria is still recognizable. In a way, every time the phrase is used, the witch is summoned again, not as a person, but as a reminder of how quickly justice can be warped. commerce has polished her into an icon with mass appeal. She floods shop aisles every October, plastered on candy, mugs, and costumes. She also sneaks into year-round wellness markets, her image softened into teas, candles, and oils promising calm and clarity. Herbs like sage, once evidence in trials, are now wrapped in plastic and sold as cleansing tools. The absurdity is undeniable. What once marked someone as a criminal now signals good taste in home decor. If witches of the past could see it, they might laugh or roll their eyes at the thought of their tools of survival turned into Instagram backdrops. Capitalism's real magic trick has been to take tragedy and sell it in recyclable packaging. Beyond products and metaphors, she persists as a living identity. Modern witchcraft communities reclaim the title proudly, practicing rituals tied to nature, empowerment, and heritage. What was once whispered in secret is now shared openly online, streamed to thousands of viewers across the world. Imagine an inquisitor stumbling upon a YouTube channel titled 10 Easy Spells for Beginners. The bewilderment would be comical. And yet, this openness is precisely what proves her resilience. The word witch, once a curse, has been reclaimed as a declaration of identity. That reversal is its own kind of enchantment, one that shows the power of reclaiming memory from those who tried to erase it. Museums and historians ensure the darker roots of her story are not completely masked by entertainment or commerce. Exhibitions present trial records, testimonies, and artifacts, forcing visitors to confront the human cost of hysteria. What unsettles most is not the imagery of demons or spells, but the ordinariness of the process. It was neighbors accusing neighbors, communities turning on their own, authorities convinced of their righteousness. That ordinariness makes the history chilling, because it suggests that witch hunts are not relics, but possibilities, waiting to be replayed in new forms. The witch becomes less about sorcery than about the fragility of justice when fear is allowed to rule. Her survival proves something profound. Stories are harder to kill than people. The flames that consumed lives failed to destroy the figure. Instead, they etched her deeper into memory, where she keeps resurfacing in new guises. We may laugh at her in cartoons, fear her in horror films, celebrate her in activism, or buy her image on seasonal decor, but in every case, we keep her alive. The witch doesn't survive because she casts spells in forests. She survives because we keep conjuring her again and again whenever fear, fascination, or irony demand her presence. And that might be the greatest magic of all, that she endures not through supernatural power, but through the endlessly predictable patterns of human nature. The witch persists, not simply because of the past, but because she has learned how to adapt herself to every new era, like a trickster who knows the script better than the playwright. What once terrified entire villages has become a source of fascination, profit, and even empowerment. Her endurance proves something humanity often forgets. The things we fear most have a way of slipping back into our lives through the side door, dressed in costumes we find easier to accept. We may laugh at her, sip tea marketed with her herbs, or binge-watch shows starring her archetype, but in doing so, we unknowingly keep her alive. And perhaps that is her greatest irony. She no longer needs spells to survive. She only needs our contradictions. The ordinary women once accused of witchcraft remind us how fragile the line is between trust and fear. A neighbor who could heal with herbs one day might be accused the next, not because her skills changed, but because perception did. The absurdity is plain when seen in hindsight. A handful of rosemary or knowledge of childbirth became grounds for execution. Yet, centuries later, we casually buy witchy cookbooks and pay premium prices for essential oils that would once have been treated as evidence. If there is any justice in history, it might be this. The very knowledge once condemned is now a billion-dollar industry. Though, of course, justice with a price tag still leaves a bitter taste. Her image in stories continues to shape how we process fear and fascination. Horror films paint her as a lurking force, still capable of unsettling the most rational audience, while comedies soften her into a bumbling caricature who ruins her own spells. Fantasy, on the other hand, elevates her into an icon of power, giving her the role of defender and guide. None of these versions cancel each other out because the witch has always been more function than character. She exists to reflect our anxieties back to us, whether we want to laugh at them, scream at them, or admire them. Her resilience lies in her ability to be all things at once, shifting effortlessly between villain, clown, and heroine. Language ensures she never truly disappears. Words like spellbound or enchanted slip easily into daily conversation, proof that she still lingers in our mouths, even when we forget her origins. Once, these terms were deadly serious. Now they describe delight, attraction, or beauty. And isn't it curious that love is still described as witchcraft? To say we are under someone's spell is to admit that desire still feels inexplicable, beyond reason, closer to magic than science. We may not burn witches anymore, but we keep their vocabulary alive every time we describe falling in love. Maybe that's why the witch endures, because she's tied to emotions we can't intellectualize away, no matter how rational we pretend to be. Her political afterlife is equally striking. Witch hunt has become one of the most loaded phrases in modern discourse. invoked by leaders to escape criticism and by activists to spotlight oppression. The irony is that while it warns against hysteria, it is often shouted in the middle of hysteria. It's like putting a "Don't Start Fires" sign on a burning building. People call out witch hunts while simultaneously fueling the same cycles of scapegoating and outrage that made them possible in the first place. The witch doesn't need to walk into the square anymore. Her name alone carries enough charge to spark conflict. That linguistic survival is a testament to how powerful her story still is, even if most who invoke it don't know its full weight. Consumerism has turned her into one of its favorite mascots. Each October, she rules over store aisles, her silhouette stamped on candy bags, mugs, costumes, and decorations. But she also lingers beyond Halloween, appearing in wellness products marketed with mystical branding. Sage for cleansing, crystals for energy, teas for calm, all sold neatly packaged and often at high prices. The irony is almost laughable. The same sage that once condemned women is now sold at upscale shops with eco-friendly wrapping. The witch doesn't need to sell herself anymore. The market does it for her, proving that capitalism has perfected the art of turning past tragedies into seasonal profits. Still, for many people today, the witch is not just an image, but a chosen identity. Modern witchcraft communities reclaim the term with pride, tying it to empowerment, spirituality, and continuity with forgotten traditions. And what was once hidden in shadows is now shared openly online, reaching global audiences through social media. Imagine the bafflement of an inquisitor confronted with a TikTok spell tutorial or an Instagram post celebrating lunar rituals. The absurdity is undeniable, but so is the sincerity. For practitioners, this isn't parody. It's survival, connection, and authenticity. The witch is no longer a label imposed by fear, but a word reclaimed with intention. Museums and historical research remind us that beneath the myths lies tragedy. Exhibits display trial records, artifacts, and testimonies, stripping away caricature to show the human cost of hysteria. Visitors leave unsettled not by the supernatural, but by the ordinariness of it all. Accusations made by neighbors, procedures followed by courts, communities convinced of their righteousness. It is this ordinariness that is most chilling, because it reveals that witch hunts were not extraordinary events, but ordinary responses to fear. And if they were ordinary then, they could be ordinary again in new forms. That is the warning embedded in the witch's survival. Not that magic is real, but that hysteria always is. Her endurance demonstrates how memory mutates rather than fades. The witch doesn't survive because we need her as a literal figure, but because she remains a convenient vessel for whatever society wants to project: fear, empowerment, rebellion, or entertainment. She is horror, humor, activism, commerce, spirituality, and history all at once. She thrives because contradictions fuel imagination, and imagination refuses to let go of her. In the end, she doesn't need forests, cauldrons, or curses. She only needs us, our fears, our desires, our endless ability to recycle the same patterns. And as long as we keep conjuring her, she will remain, smiling slyly, as though she always knew we'd never let her vanish. The witch continues to fascinate because she embodies the paradox of being both a warning and an aspiration. In one era, she was the terrifying outsider, blamed for storms, sickness, and misfortune. In another, she is the embodiment of independence, wisdom, and resilience. What is remarkable is not just her endurance, but her ability to thrive in contradiction. Few archetypes can exist as villain, victim, and hero simultaneously without losing their power, but the witch has managed it, which suggests her real magic has always been her adaptability. She is not a relic of superstition, but a mirror, showing us the things we fear most and the qualities we secretly admire. Her ordinariness is what makes her story so unsettling. Most of the accused were not cloaked figures muttering curses in forests, but neighbors and family members, often women whose only crime was independence or knowledge outside the mainstream. Midwives, widows, and healers became easy targets, not because they practiced sorcery, but because they embodied difference. There's irony in realizing that the same women condemned for herbal remedies are now praised by modern wellness culture. Chamomile tea, lavender oil, sage bundles, once enough to spark accusations, are now sold in chic packaging with lifestyle branding. If anything deserves to be called a spell, it might be the marketing trick that transformed centuries of fear into consumer desire. Entertainment has ensured her immortality. In horror, she is a figure of dread, an echo of humanity's unease with the unknown. In comedies, she becomes harmless, a clumsy figure who can't quite control her potions. In fantasy, she is reimagined as a heroine, wielding magic in defense of justice. Each version satisfies a different cultural need, and audiences accept them all without hesitation. It is telling that no one complains about inconsistency. The witch has always been a vessel for whatever we most want to explore. Perhaps that is why she endures. She doesn't resist reinvention, she thrives on it. And in doing so, she proves that survival isn't about strength, but about flexibility. Language keeps her present even when we don't realize it. Words like spellbound, bewitched, and enchanted slip easily into our daily speech, their history blurred into metaphor. We say we are under someone's spell when we fall in love, or that a story is enchanting when it captivates us. What was once accusation is now poetry. It is almost funny to realize that romance has become the safest place for witchcraft to hide. We may not fear demons in the woods anymore, but we still prefer to describe love as something irrational, mysterious, and magical. In this way, the witch lingers in our language not as a threat, but as a reminder that some experiences will always feel beyond reason. Politics has also ensured she never truly disappears. The phrase witch hunt remains one of the most potent metaphors, used by leaders to dismiss accusations, by activists to denounce injustice, and by journalists to dramatize events. Its power lies in its ability to summon hysteria and persecution with 2 words. Yet its overuse often strips it of depth, reducing centuries of suffering to a rhetorical flourish. The irony, of course, is that the phrase is often used in moments when hysteria is alive and well. Humanity seems to have mastered the art of borrowing history's warnings while ignoring its lessons. The witch does not need to appear in person anymore. Her shadow is enough to unsettle the crowd. Consumerism has made her profitable. Every autumn, her image floods shop aisles, stamped on costumes, candy, and decorations. But she also lingers year-round in the wellness industry, where herbs, oils, and crystals are sold as tools of empowerment. What was once evidence of sorcery is now advertised as a pathway to self-care. The absurdity is almost too sharp to miss. Sage bundles once condemned women are now sold with barcodes and loyalty points. If the accused witches could see it, they might laugh at the thought of their survival reduced to seasonal discounts. Yet perhaps this is another form of resilience, proof that what was once feared can not only survive but thrive in the marketplace. Beyond commercialization, modern witchcraft communities embrace her as identity. Practitioners reclaim the term with pride, practicing rituals tied to nature, empowerment, and ancestry. What was once whispered in fear is now live-streamed, shared across continents and online gatherings. The idea of inquisitors scrolling through TikTok confronted with spell tutorials is absurdly comic, but it highlights the reversal that has taken place. The word witch, once a curse, has become a declaration. That reclamation is not just survival, it is triumph. It demonstrates that memory, no matter how twisted by history, can be reclaimed and redefined by those once silenced. Historians and museums work to ensure the darker truths behind her image are not erased by entertainment or marketing. Exhibits display trial records, testimonies, and artifacts, forcing us to confront the human cost of fear. Visitors are often most disturbed by the ordinariness of it all. Neighbors accusing neighbors, courts following procedure, communities convinced of their righteousness. There were no demons involved, only people convinced they were protecting themselves. That ordinariness is what makes the story resonate today. The witch is not just a figure of the past. She is a reminder that hysteria disguised as justice is always possible, always waiting for a spark. Her survival proves something profound about human memory. We do not preserve history as fact alone. We preserve it through symbols, metaphors, and archetypes. The witch embodies this perfectly. She is at once history and myth, victim and rebel, entertainment and warning. She survives because she adapts to whatever role society requires, never fixed, always fluid. And maybe that is the most unsettling truth of all. She doesn't endure because she casts spells, but because we keep casting her into new stories. As long as fear, fascination, and contradiction shape our lives, the witch will remain, smiling slyly at the irony that the fire meant to erase her only etched her more deeply into our imagination. The witch remains captivating because she has never been confined to a single definition. She is both myth and memory, entertainment and evidence, a figure who changes shape according to the needs of the culture that invokes her. That flexibility is what has allowed her to outlast inquisitors, kings, and preachers, slipping from the margins of society into its very center. And what once sparked bonfires now fuels films, novels, costumes, and even political speeches. And the irony is rich. The same archetype once treated as the embodiment of chaos is now a multi-billion-dollar seasonal industry. Few things reveal human contradiction more clearly than the witch, persecuted into legend, then packaged into profit. The ordinariness of those who carried the label makes her endurance even more striking. Accused witches were rarely mysterious strangers. They were neighbors, mothers, healers, women who simply knew how to survive outside the strict boundaries of their societies. Their power was rooted, not in magic, but in knowledge, herbal remedies, midwifery, weather lore. These skills, born of necessity, became dangerous because they were not controlled by official institutions. In a world desperate for certainty, knowledge outside sanctioned authority looked suspicious. And here lies the comic twist. Today, we pay exorbitant prices for organic teas, aromatherapy oils, and mindfulness workshops that would once have been considered witchcraft. If you want proof that history repeats as farce, look no further than a $15 candle labeled Moon Energy. Entertainment has carried her further than any trial record ever could. Horror leans into her darker side, cloaking her in forests and shadows. reminding us of our unease with the uncontrollable. Comedy defangs her, making her clumsy, lovable, and incapable of pulling off a spell without disaster. Fantasy rehabilitates her into a heroine, placing magic in her hands as a tool for justice rather than malice. This range is extraordinary, and audiences never question the contradictions. We accept the witch as terrifying on Friday night, amusing on Saturday morning, and empowering on Sunday afternoon. She is the rare character who can occupy every genre without losing credibility, a sign that her real power is not sorcery but adaptability. Even our language betrays her persistence. To be bewitched is to be in love. To be spellbound is to be captivated. To be enchanted is to be delighted. These words, spoken casually, carry centuries of superstition beneath them. It's almost funny to think that compliments in modern English come straight from vocabulary that once justified execution. Love songs croon about magic and enchantment because, at some level, we still prefer to describe desire as something supernatural. Rational explanations feel inadequate, so we lean on the same language once used in trials. The witch is alive, not just in our stories, but in our mouths, woven invisibly into the ways we talk about the things that overwhelm us. Politics has also refused to let her rest. The phrase witch hunt still dominates headlines and speeches, evoked whenever people want to frame themselves as victims of hysteria. Its effectiveness lies in its brevity. 2 words conjure centuries of injustice. Yet its overuse strips it of meaning, turning genuine suffering into a rhetorical weapon. And the irony is that those who cry witch hunt often contribute to new forms of scapegoating, proving that history is less a lesson learned than a script replayed. It is as if humanity enjoys rehearsing the same drama in new costumes. The witch doesn't have to appear in flesh anymore. Her name alone is enough to inflame passions. Consumerism has turned her into a seasonal queen. Every autumn, she dominates store aisles, her silhouette stamped on candies, costumes, and decorations. Beyond Halloween, she appears in wellness industries, her image softened into symbols of calm and empowerment. Sage, once burned in secret, is now sold in glossy packaging at major retailers. Lavender, once a suspicious remedy, is marketed as a luxury oil. The absurdity is almost too sharp to miss. What once sparked fear now sparks Instagram likes. If witches of the past could step into a modern store, they might laugh at the sight of their once dangerous herbs wrapped in plastic and sold with loyalty points. The witch, it seems, has gone from outlaw to influencer. Yet her story is not only about profit or metaphor, it is about identity. Modern witchcraft communities proudly reclaim the term, grounding it in empowerment, spirituality, and heritage. Rituals once hidden are now shared openly, live-streamed, and celebrated across digital platforms. Imagine inquisitors faced with TikTok tutorials on spellwork, their panic giving way to confusion at how public and popular such practices have become. What was once whispered in fear is now shouted with pride, proving that words meant to silence can be reclaimed as declarations. The witch no longer survives despite accusation. She thrives because of reclamation. Museums and scholarship ensure that her darker history is not erased by commercialization. Exhibitions display artifacts, trial records, and testimonies that force visitors to confront the brutality behind the myths. What disturbs most is the ordinariness of it all. Communities convinced of righteousness, neighbors accusing neighbors, courts treating suspicion as evidence. No devils needed, only fear, authority, and conformity. This ordinariness is the witch's most chilling lesson because it reveals that persecution was not extraordinary but routine, and anything routine is always capable of returning, simply in new forms. The witch becomes not just a memory of injustice, but a reminder of how fragile justice itself can be. Her survival is proof that memory is not passive but active. We keep her alive not because of who she was, but because of what she represents. Fear, fascination, defiance, and irony. She is entertainment, commerce, identity, history, and metaphor all at once. Her shape changes, but her presence never fades. Perhaps that is her most unsettling quality. She doesn't need to cast spells because we do the work for her. Every time we recycle the same fears, scapegoats, and contradictions, we conjure her again. The flames that once sought to erase her only etched her deeper into imagination. And there she remains, smiling slyly, as though she always knew we'd never let her go. The witch's story is never just about superstition. It is about how societies reveal themselves through the people they choose to fear. In every age, she has been the symbol of everything that unsettles authority: independence, knowledge, resilience, and the refusal to conform. That is why she refuses to vanish. She slips through history not as a figure trapped in the past, but as a presence that reinvents itself, reflecting the anxieties of each generation. What was once a reason for trials and executions has become a source of fascination, inspiration, and even entertainment. It is both tragic and ironic that the women erased from their communities now occupy more cultural space than the institutions that destroyed them. Their persecutors have faded into footnotes, while the witch has become a household name. Her ordinariness remains her most haunting quality. The women accused of witchcraft were rarely mysterious figures cloaked in shadows. They were neighbors who knew how to heal with herbs, widows who lived alone, or midwives who had mastered the unpredictable art of childbirth. Their knowledge, rooted in observation and experience, carried authority that frightened those who lacked it. Imagine being accused of consorting with the devil because you knew how to stop a fever with willow bark. The absurdity is so sharp that it almost borders on comedy, especially when we consider that willow bark's active ingredient, salicin, became the basis for modern aspirin. What was once treated as evidence of sorcery is now a staple of every medicine cabinet. It makes you wonder how many witches were simply centuries ahead of pharmaceutical companies. Entertainment has only magnified her adaptability. Horror films summon her as a terrifying force, stirring primal fears of the unknown and uncontrollable. Comedies turn her into comic relief, spilling potions, crashing broomsticks, or miscasting spells with slapstick results. Fantasy stories elevate her into an icon, casting her as a wise guide or powerful heroine who bends the natural world in the pursuit of justice. The fact that audiences accept all these portrayals without hesitation proves that the witch has always been more than a character. She is a cultural tool. She allows us to explore our fears and desires in whatever shape we find most useful, whether that is a shiver in the dark, a laugh in the theater, or a rallying cry in a story of rebellion. Even in language, she lingers, woven into words that roll off our tongues without thought. To call something enchanting or someone bewitching is to keep her alive in metaphor. These words, once laden with danger, are now among the most romantic and flattering in our vocabulary. It is amusing, if not slightly ironic, that accusations which once condemned now serve as compliments. Love songs are filled with witchcraft references, suggesting that when it comes to passion, humans prefer to think of themselves as enchanted rather than rational. Perhaps this is why these words endure? Because despite centuries of scientific progress, some experiences still feel too powerful to be explained without invoking magic. Politics has transformed her into metaphor as well. The phrase witch hunt is hurled across debates invoked by leaders under scrutiny and by movements resisting persecution. Its potency lies in its ability to conjure hysteria, injustice, and unfairness in a single phrase. But its casual use also reveals how shallow cultural memory can be. Few who invoke it pause to remember the real people behind the history, the neighbors dragged into courts and condemned on suspicion alone. The darker irony is that those who cry witch hunt often participate in the very cycles of scapegoating they claim to oppose. Humanity seems incapable of letting go of the script. We simply keep replaying it with different costumes. The witch doesn't need to reappear herself. Her name alone carries enough weight to spark conflict. Commerce has embraced her as a mascot, polishing her edges and selling them back to us. Every October, she rules the marketplace, stamped on candies, mugs, and decorations. Beyond Halloween, she reappears in wellness culture, where herbs, oils, and crystals are marketed as tools for empowerment. What was once feared as evidence of sorcery is now marketed as self-care. Sage for cleansing, lavender for calm, chamomile for sleep, all wrapped in plastic and branded for Instagram. The absurdity is almost comedic. Centuries ago, these items might have condemned a woman to death, yet today they fill supermarket shelves with barcodes and loyalty discounts. The witch doesn't haunt forests anymore. She haunts product packaging, but beyond profit and parody, she thrives as an identity. Modern witchcraft communities reclaim the term with pride, grounding it in spirituality, empowerment, and continuity. Rituals once hidden in secrecy are now celebrated openly, streamed online, and shared across continents. Imagine inquisitors faced with a live-streamed solstice ritual or a podcast on lunar cycles. The confusion would be almost comic, but the sincerity is undeniable. These communities prove that the word witch, once hurled as an insult, has become a declaration of resilience. It shows how language can be reclaimed, how history's scars can become symbols of strength rather than shame. Museums and scholarship ensure that her tragic past is not lost under layers of pop culture. Exhibitions display trial records, testimonies, and artifacts, forcing visitors to confront the ordinary nature of persecution. What disturbs most is not the imagery of sorcery, but the bureaucracy of fear. Neighbors accusing neighbors, courts processing cases with chilling efficiency, communities convinced they were righteous. The witch, in this light, is less about demons and more about the fragility of justice when suspicion replaces truth. That ordinariness is what makes her story so enduring, because it suggests that witch hunts are not locked in history but possible wherever fear outweighs reason. Her survival, then, is not about magic but about memory. She endures because we keep her alive, reshaping her to fit new needs. She is horror and comedy, villain and hero, victim and rebel, brand and belief. She thrives on contradiction, and contradiction is what makes us human. Perhaps that is why she lingers, not because she haunts us, but because we haunt ourselves with her. The flames that once sought to erase her only carved her deeper into imagination, and there she waits, smiling knowingly, as though she always knew the story would end this way. The witch has survived because she was never just a figure of superstition. She was a vessel for society's deepest contradictions. She represents the tension between fear and fascination, order and chaos, tradition and change. Each generation reinvents her, not out of loyalty to history, but out of necessity, because she's too useful to abandon. She is the perfect scapegoat when fear needs a name, the perfect heroine when rebellion needs a face, and the perfect brand when commerce needs a symbol. It is no accident that she has endured when so many of her contemporaries have faded. She is a cultural shapeshifter, and shapeshifters never go extinct. Her survival is especially remarkable when we remember how ordinary the accused once were. These were not mythical creatures lurking in the forest, but women who lived among their neighbors, widows, healers, midwives, or simply those who didn't conform to expectation. Their supposed crimes were often nothing more than knowledge passed down through experience: how to soothe fevers with herbs, how to ease childbirth, how to preserve food through seasons. In a world that feared what it couldn't control, that knowledge became suspicious. The irony is that today the same skills are celebrated as holistic wisdom, sold at high prices in health shops and branded as wellness. Imagine someone in the 17th century being condemned for knowing how to use lavender for sleep, only for lavender oil to be sold centuries later with a barcode and a premium label. It's almost as though the only real magic was the marketing department. Her image and storytelling proves that she is more than a character. She is a function. Horror uses her to embody the unknown, to draw audiences back to their primal unease. Comedy reimagines her as clumsy and harmless, turning potions and broomsticks into sources of laughter. Fantasy transforms her into a heroine, a figure who bends nature not for destruction but for justice. The fact that audiences accept these conflicting portrayals without resistance shows how instinctively we understand her role. She was never meant to be consistent. She was meant to be useful. And perhaps that is her greatest magic: the ability to be exactly what we need her to be at the moment we most need her. Language, too, ensures that she never disappears. Words like bewitched, enchanted, and spellbound still slip easily into daily conversation, carrying centuries of history disguised as metaphor. We use them to describe beauty, charm, or passion, forgetting that these were once accusations of heresy. The transformation from threat to compliment is almost comic. A man in the 17th century might have panicked at the idea of being bewitched, while his 21st century counterpart uses the word in a love poem. Apparently, the heart still needs magic, even if the courts no longer condemn it. Love, after all, has always been the most accepted form of witchcraft, because no one has yet found a rational cure for it. Politics has kept her alive in its own way. The phrase witch hunt is still one of the most powerful accusations in public discourse, invoked by leaders to deflect scrutiny and by activists to describe persecution. Its effectiveness lies in its ability to summon the chaos of hysteria in 2 words, yet its overuse often flattens history, turning centuries of suffering into a convenient slogan. The irony is that those who cry witch hunt often do so while fueling new forms of scapegoating, as though history is a play we can't stop performing. The witch doesn't even need to appear in flesh anymore. Her name is enough to set the stage. Consumerism has polished her into a seasonal icon, and she has embraced the role with remarkable success. Each October, her silhouette dominates store aisles, stamped on candy, costumes, and decorations. Beyond Halloween, she lives on in wellness products, teas, and cosmetics branded with mystical charm. Herbs once considered evidence of sorcery are now marketed as tools of empowerment. Sage, rosemary, and chamomile, once grounds for execution, now fill Instagram posts about self-care. The irony is so thick it borders on absurd. What once sparked panic now sparks sales. If witches of the past could see their survival reduced to loyalty points and seasonal discounts, they might laugh or roll their eyes at how easily fear turned into fashion. But beyond parody and profit, she has also become an identity reclaimed with pride. Modern witchcraft communities embrace the title, tying it to empowerment, spirituality, and continuity with traditions once erased. What was once whispered in secrecy is now live-streamed on social media, shared across continents with hashtags and tutorials. Picture an inquisitor stumbling across a TikTok video on moon rituals. The sheer bewilderment would be comical, and yet the seriousness of these practices is undeniable. They prove that memory can be reclaimed, that words meant as insults can become declarations of strength. The witch no longer survives despite the accusation. She thrives because of the reclamation. Museums and historians anchor her story in reality, ensuring that the human cost is not erased by commercialization or fantasy. Exhibits display trial records, artifacts, and testimonies that strip away the myths and reveal the mechanics of fear. Visitors often leave unsettled not by tales of demons, but by the ordinariness of it all. Neighbors turning on each other, courts convinced of their righteousness, communities mistaking suspicion for truth. That ordinariness is what makes the story so chilling. Witch hunts were not extraordinary, they were routine. And anything routine is never truly gone. It simply waits for the right conditions to return. Her survival tells us more about ourselves than about her. She thrives on our contradictions, our inability to let go of fear, our eagerness to turn tragedy into entertainment, our tendency to transform difference into spectacle. We keep her alive because she helps us process what we can't explain, whether through laughter, fear, romance, or rebellion. She endures because she reflects us at our most human, contradictory, fearful, imaginative, and ironic. Perhaps that is why she lingers still, smiling from the margins of culture, as though she always knew we would never truly let her vanish. After all, what better proof of her magic than the fact that centuries after her supposed destruction, she continues to cast her spell? The witch endures not because she was ever truly about spells and sorcery, but because she represents the human tendency to fear what we cannot control. She is the embodiment of suspicion turned into narrative. The figure communities invented when explanations ran out. Crops failed, storms arrived unannounced, illness struck without warning, someone had to be blamed, and the witch became the convenient target. That role made her indispensable, not as a person, but as a concept. And here lies the paradox. The same scapegoat that once justified executions has now become a cultural icon. Humanity has a curious habit of turning tragedies into mascots, as if dressing up our mistakes makes them easier to live with. What unsettles us is how ordinary the accused once were. They were not strange outsiders, but neighbors, often women whose independence or knowledge placed them just far enough outside convention to attract suspicion. A widow who lived alone, midwife who knew too much about childbirth, or healer with skill in herbs, each became vulnerable, not because they wielded supernatural power, but because their very existence unsettled the fragile balance of their communities. And the irony is bitter. The same knowledge that once condemned people is now celebrated. Herbal medicine, mindfulness rituals, even the practice of burning sage have been rebranded as wellness. If you want proof that history has a dark sense of humor, look no further than the way a $12 sage bundle at a boutique store echoes the same practice that could once lead to a trial. Her survival in stories shows how flexible her image has always been. Horror films cloak her in shadow, making her the embodiment of chaos, a reminder that some fears never die. Children's tales, however, turn her into a figure of clumsy mischief, a comic relief who cannot get her spells right. In fantasy, she becomes the heroine, her magic reframed as a force for justice. None of these versions erase the others. They coexist because the witch is not a fixed character, but an archetype, a symbol that can bend to whatever cultural need arises. Perhaps her real spell is this adaptability, the ability to keep audiences captivated no matter what mask she wears. Language reveals how much she still lingers in everyday thought. To be enchanted is to be charmed. To be spellbound is to be captivated. To be bewitched is to be in love. These words roll off the tongue without awareness of their history, yet each carries centuries of superstition beneath its surface. What once could have been grounds for execution is now the vocabulary of poetry and romance. There is something comic about this reversal. A man in 17th century Europe might have lived in terror of being bewitched, while today he brags about it in a love song. Desire, apparently, has always been our most accepted form of sorcery. Politics has also refused to let the witch vanish. The phrase witch hunt remains one of the most charged in public discourse, deployed by leaders to dismiss accusations and by activists to highlight persecution. Its effectiveness comes from the way it summons the hysteria of the past in just 2 words, yet its overuse strips it of nuance, turning centuries of suffering into a slogan. And there is dark irony in the fact that those who invoke it often participate in new forms of hysteria. It is as though humanity keeps repeating the same story, only with updated costumes. The witch does not need to stand in the square anymore. Her shadow is enough to ignite conflict. Commerce has turned her into an icon that sells. Every October, she dominates shop aisles, stamped on candy wrappers, mugs, and costumes. Beyond Halloween, she lingers in wellness branding, where mystical herbs and oils promise peace, balance, or empowerment. The same tools that once condemned women now drive profit margins. The absurdity is almost too perfect. Rosemary, once suspicious, is now artisanal. Lavender, once feared, is now luxury. If accused witches of the past could wander through a modern store, they might burst into laughter at the sight of their once feared tools packaged with barcodes. In this light, the witch hasn't been erased at all, she's been monetized. But beyond profit, she has also become an identity proudly reclaimed. Modern witchcraft communities gather openly, celebrating rituals tied to empowerment, ancestry, and nature. What was once whispered in fear is now broadcast online, reaching thousands in digital spaces. The idea of inquisitors scrolling through TikTok and stumbling on spell tutorials is absurdly comic, but it highlights just how far the narrative has shifted. The witch, once silenced, now speaks with pride, transforming insult into declaration. This reclamation is perhaps her most powerful transformation, proof that memory can be reshaped, that survival can become victory. Museums and historical research ensure that her tragic roots are not lost beneath layers of commercialization and fantasy. Exhibits display testimonies, trial records, and artifacts that reveal how ordinary fear spiraled into extraordinary violence. What shocks visitors most is the bureaucracy of it all. Neighbors turning on each other, courts processing cases with chilling efficiency, communities convinced of righteousness. There were no demons in those rooms, only human suspicion dressed up as justice. That ordinariness is what makes the witch's story so enduring. It is not about supernatural forces, but about the fragility of reason when fear takes control. And that is why she endures. She survives, not because she casts spells in forests, but because she continues to expose the contradictions we live with. We fear independence, but admire it. We condemn difference, but later commodify it. We silence voices only to resurrect them in story. The witch thrives because she reflects our own inability to resolve these tensions. She doesn't need magic to survive. She only needs us to keep repeating the same patterns. And so she lingers, smiling slyly at the irony, as though she always knew the flames meant to destroy her would only etch her deeper into memory. The witch fascinates us because she never really belonged to one time or one place. She's not trapped in medieval villages or early modern courts. She's a figure that keeps escaping the boundaries meant to contain her. When communities tried to burn her out of existence, she rose again in stories. When stories tried to make her a villain, she reappeared as a heroine. When consumer culture tried to shrink her into a Halloween costume, she spilled over into wellness brands, social movements, and even political rhetoric. It's almost comical to realize that the most enduring spell she ever cast was not on crops or cattle, but on our collective imagination. Once invoked, she refuses to leave. The ordinariness of those accused still haunts the narrative. They were not mysterious sorceresses living in towers, but women who lived in the heart of their communities. A midwife who understood childbirth better than the local physician, a widow who managed her land alone, a healer who used herbs when prayers failed. These were the people most often targeted. Their independence, their knowledge, their refusal to fit neatly into prescribed roles became evidence of danger. And what makes the story sting is how familiar it feels even now. Societies still find ways to punish those who do not conform, even if the charges look different. The witch's endurance, then, is not about fantasy, but about the uncomfortable recognition that the script of scapegoating has never really ended. Entertainment has made her endlessly malleable, and in that flexibility lies her survival. In one film, she terrifies us from the shadows, embodying everything we cannot explain. In another, she trips over her broomstick, her potions bubbling into disaster, making us laugh instead of scream. In fantasy sagas, she is reimagined as a wise mentor or a fierce warrior, her magic wielded in service of justice. What's remarkable is that audiences never complain about the inconsistency. We seem to understand instinctively that the witch's role is not to be one thing, but to be many, to show us whatever side of ourselves we are least prepared to face. If anything, she is proof that contradiction is the most effective form of immortality. Even the way we speak betrays how much she still lingers. Words like spellbound, enchanted, and bewitched tumble into everyday conversation without anyone stopping to think about their origins. They once condemned people to death, and now they are compliments. It is both hilarious and telling that the same vocabulary once used in courts is now used in love songs. Perhaps this is because love has always felt too irrational to explain without magic. We would rather call it enchantment than admit it makes no sense. And so, centuries later, we still whisper witchcraft without meaning to, keeping her alive in language even as we pretend we've outgrown superstition. Politics, too, cannot resist her. The phrase witch hunt is still hurled in every direction, used by leaders to deflect accusations and by activists to highlight injustice. Its power lies in its brevity. Two words conjure hysteria, persecution, and unfairness, but its overuse has turned it into cliché, a catchphrase tossed about without weight. The irony is that it often surfaces in moments when hysteria is alive and well, proving that people love to borrow the warnings of history while ignoring their lessons. The witch doesn't even need to show up anymore. Her name alone can whip up outrage, as if she were still standing in the square, daring the crowd to choose between fear and reason. Commerce has done what inquisitors could not, made her profitable. Every October, she becomes queen of the marketplace, stamped on candies, mugs, costumes, and decorations. Beyond Halloween, she lingers in wellness industries, where herbs, crystals, and oils are branded as empowerment. Sage, once feared as evidence of witchcraft, is now sold in gift shops as a tool for cleansing energy. Lavender, once suspicious, is now bottled as luxury essential oil. The absurdity is impossible to miss. What was once enough to bring accusations is now marketed as self-care. If witches of the past could see their survival transformed into seasonal sales, they might laugh themselves into the afterlife, or perhaps send a curse to the marketing team. But she is not only a product, she is also an identity reclaimed. Modern witchcraft communities proudly embrace the title, grounding it in empowerment, spirituality, and connection to nature. What was once whispered in secrecy is now shouted openly, live-streamed for global audiences. Imagine inquisitors scrolling through Instagram, bewildered at spell tutorials gaining thousands of likes. The comedy writes itself, but beneath the humor lies something profound: reclamation. The word once meant to silence has become a banner of pride. The witch no longer exists in spite of accusation. She thrives because of her ability to transform accusation into affirmation. Museums and historians ensure that her roots remain visible, even beneath the layers of fantasy and marketing. Exhibitions display trial documents, testimonies, and artifacts, reminding us that beneath the archetype were real people whose lives were torn apart by fear. Visitors often leave unsettled not by the imagery of demons, but by the ordinariness of it all. Neighbors accusing neighbors, courts processing cases with chilling efficiency, communities convinced of righteousness. The witch becomes less about magic and more about the machinery of suspicion, less about curses and more about how easily justice can be bent. That ordinariness makes her story not just historical, but uncomfortably contemporary. And perhaps that is why she refuses to fade. She's not just a figure of the past, but a reflection of patterns that remain alive. We still scapegoat outsiders, still romanticize what we cannot explain, still turn fear into spectacle, still repackage tragedy as entertainment. The witch persists because she exposes these contradictions without ever resolving them. She doesn't need to cast spells. We do it ourselves over and over whenever fear outpaces reason. And so she lingers, not in forests or courts, but in our language, our products, our politics, our stories, smiling wryly as if she always knew the flames meant to erase her would only carve her deeper into memory. The witch has always been more than a figure of superstition. She is the embodiment of how societies process fear, difference, and desire. She is at once the villain in fairy tales, the scapegoat in history, the symbol in politics, and the mascot in consumer culture. What makes her so enduring is that she thrives in contradiction. She can terrify us and amuse us, inspire us and sell to us, vanish into myth and reappear on supermarket shelves. Few archetypes have this level of flexibility, and it suggests that her true craft is not magic at all, but adaptation. She is the ultimate survivor, not because she controls nature, but because she controls our imagination. The ordinariness of those once accused remains her most haunting detail. They were not sorceresses in remote towers, but neighbors, often women who simply lived differently from the rest. A widow who managed her land alone, a healer who relied on herbs rather than prayers, or a midwife who dared to take charge of childbirth. These figures unsettled communities precisely because they revealed independence in a world built on dependence. Their persecution says less about demons than it does about human discomfort with autonomy. And the irony is thick. Centuries later, the very practices that condemned them are celebrated. Aromatherapy sessions, herbal teas, meditation rituals, all marketed with mystical branding, are now signs of sophistication. If there is sorcery here, it lies in the ability of capitalism to transform fear into lifestyle. Her reinvention in stories shows how indispensable she is to cultural imagination. Horror films summon her as the shadow in the forest, stirring our most primal unease. Children's comedies turn her into slapstick, tripping over broomsticks and bungling her spells. Fantasy novels reimagine her as a heroine, wielding her craft not for destruction, but for justice. The remarkable thing is that none of these portrayals cancel out the others. We accept her as monster, clown, and savior because we know instinctively that she has never been about consistency. She is a mirror, showing us whatever aspect of ourselves we most need to confront at any given time. In that sense, her power is not supernatural, it is reflective. Language preserves her presence in ways we often forget. To be enchanted is to be delighted. To be bewitched is to be in love. To be spellbound is to be captivated. These words, which once carried enough danger to spark accusations, are now sprinkled casually across conversation, advertisements, and music. It's almost funny that something which once justified death is now a compliment. Love songs croon about magic because even in the most rational of times, desire still feels inexplicable. Perhaps that is the secret. Society may outgrow bonfires and trials, but it never outgrows the need to describe the irrational with the language of enchantment. And so, unknowingly, we keep the witch alive every time we talk about the things we can't logically explain. Politics, of course, has never let her rest. The phrase witch hunt has become one of the most powerful metaphors in modern discourse, evoked by leaders to deflect criticism and by activists to spotlight injustice. Its power lies in its ability to summon hysteria and persecution with two words, but its overuse often turns it into cliché, stripping it of the weight carried by real trials. The irony is bitter. People call out witch hunts while stoking new forms of scapegoating, as if history were less a warning and more a convenient script to be replayed. The witch doesn't need to return in person. Her name alone is enough to ignite suspicion, outrage, or solidarity, depending on who speaks it. Commerce has transformed her into one of its most reliable icons. Each October, she rules the aisles, plastered on candy wrappers, costumes, and coffee mugs. Beyond Halloween, she lingers in wellness branding, where sage, lavender, and rosemary are marketed as luxury items. What once condemned women is now packaged with eco-friendly labels and sold at premium prices. The absurdity borders on comedy. Imagine a 17th century villager gasping in horror at a woman burning sage to cleanse her home, only to see that centuries later, the same act is advertised in glossy magazines as essential for balance. Aye. The witch no longer has to sell herself. The market does it for her. Yet she is not just an image for consumption, she is also an identity reclaimed. Modern witchcraft communities proudly embrace the word, grounding it in empowerment, spirituality, and heritage. What was once whispered in secrecy is now live-streamed on social media, shared across continents with hashtags and tutorials. Imagine inquisitors confronted with a TikTok titled 5 Simple Moon Spells. The bewilderment would be comical, but the sincerity undeniable. These communities demonstrate that the witch is not simply about fear or branding, but about belonging, resilience, and continuity. The very word meant to silence has become a declaration of strength. Museums and historians remind us of the human cost behind the myth. Exhibitions reveal the trial records, testimonies, and artifacts that strip away fantasy and show the bureaucracy of fear. What unsettles visitors most is not the supernatural imagery, but the ordinariness of it all. Neighbors accusing neighbors, courts convinced of righteousness, communities mistaking suspicion for truth. This ordinariness is precisely what makes her story resonate today. Witch hunts were not strange anomalies, they were predictable outcomes of fear colliding with authority. And because they were ordinary, they are always possible again, simply under new names and with new victims. Her endurance proves something uncomfortable. She is not about magic, but about us. She reflects our contradictions, our fear of independence, our hunger for mystery, our habit of scapegoating, and our ability to commodify anything, even tragedy. We laugh at her, fear her, sell her, reclaim her, but in each form, we keep her alive. She thrives because we cannot let go of the tension she embodies, and perhaps that is her greatest enchantment. She does not need to haunt forests or whisper spells in the night. She only needs us to keep repeating the same patterns. The flames that once sought to erase her only carved her deeper into imagination, where she remains, slyly smiling, as though she always knew she would outlast those who tried to destroy her. The witch remains one of the most versatile figures in human imagination because she has never truly belonged to the past. She was condemned in courts, erased from communities, and burned in public squares. Yet she reemerges again and again, sometimes terrifying, sometimes amusing, sometimes inspiring. What allows her to endure is not sorcery, but adaptability. She is a symbol that can be rewritten endlessly, a villain in one story, a heroine in another, a brand in the marketplace, or an identity reclaimed with pride. She shows us that survival is not about overpowering enemies, but about reshaping oneself so completely that no era can do without you. Her ordinariness is the detail that makes her most haunting. The women accused were rarely mysterious strangers, but neighbors, often widows, healers, or midwives, whose knowledge stood just beyond the comfort of authority. They were the ones who knew which root eased pain, which herb brought down fevers, which ritual calmed childbirth. That knowledge, useful yet unsettling, marked them as dangerous. And here is where the comedy of hindsight arrives. The same remedies that sparked accusations centuries ago now fill wellness stores at shocking prices. A bundle of sage that once meant evidence in a trial now means good taste when arranged on a coffee table. If that isn't proof that humanity is skilled at repackaging fear into fashion, what is? Her presence in stories ensures she never disappears. In horror, she stalks the woods, a reminder that humans remain uneasy with what they cannot explain. In children's tales, she fumbles her spells, turning would-be curses into comic disasters. In fantasy epics, she is reimagined as a warrior or wise guide, using her craft to protect rather than destroy. Audiences accept all of these roles without hesitation, never demanding consistency, because we understand instinctively that the witch's power lies not in who she is, but in what she represents. She is less a character than a function, a mirror reflecting whichever side of ourselves we most need to see. Language keeps her alive even when we don't notice. Words like bewitched, enchanted, and spellbound slip effortlessly into conversation, flattering where they once condemned. To be enchanted is now a compliment, not a crime. Love songs, advertisements, and novels lean heavily on witchcraft metaphors, because desire and fascination still feel like the last acceptable form of magic. And isn't it ironic that in a world built on science, our most passionate experiences are still described with the vocabulary of sorcery? Perhaps that is the secret. We never outgrow superstition, we just dress it up as metaphor and call it romance. Politics cannot resist her shadow either. The phrase witch hunt is hurled across debates invoked by leaders dodging accusations and activists calling out injustice. Its power comes from its brevity. 2 words summon centuries of hysteria and persecution, yet its overuse turns it into cliché, stripping it of nuance. And the irony deepens when those who shout about witch hunts are often fueling hysteria themselves. Humanity, it seems, enjoys replaying history not as tragedy or farce, but as both at once. The witch does not need to reappear physically. Her name alone can ignite conflict, as if her ghost still stands in every courtroom in Parliament, smiling at how little we've learned. Commerce, as always, has transformed her into a commodity. Each autumn, she reigns over store aisles, stamped on candy wrappers, mugs, and decorations. Beyond Halloween, she lingers in wellness industries, her herbs and oils marketed as luxury. Rosemary, once considered suspicious, is now artisanal. Lavender, once feared, is now bottled as calm. The absurdity is sharp enough to sting. Practices that once condemned women are now packaged with eco-friendly branding and sold at premium prices. If accused witches of the past could walk into a modern store, they might laugh at the thought of their survival reduced to barcodes and seasonal discounts. The witch has gone from outlaw to influencer. But she is not only an image for sale, she is also a living identity. Modern witchcraft communities reclaim the term with pride, practicing rituals tied to empowerment, ancestry, and nature. What was whispered in fear is now broadcast in podcasts, live streams, and social media posts. The vision of inquisitors confronted with TikTok tutorials on lunar rituals borders on the comic. Yet the sincerity of these practices is undeniable. These communities show that the word witch, once meant to silence, has become a banner of strength. It is proof that memory can be rewritten, that wounds of history can be transformed into declarations of resilience. Historians and museums make sure that the darker roots of her story remain visible. Trial records, artifacts, and testimonies reveal the bureaucracy of persecution, the way suspicion became evidence and evidence became death. What disturbs visitors most is not the horror of supposed spells, but the ordinariness of the process. Neighbors accusing neighbors, judges convinced of their righteousness, communities mistaking fear for truth. That ordinariness is the most chilling lesson because it shows that witch hunts were not extraordinary at all. They were ordinary, predictable, and therefore always possible again under new disguises. And this is why she endures. She survives not because she hides in forests, but because she lives in our contradictions. We condemn independence, yet admire it, fear difference, yet consume it, silence voices, yet resurrect them in story. The witch thrives because she embodies these unresolved tensions, and we cannot let her go. She does not need to cast spells. We conjure her ourselves every time we repeat the patterns that created her. And so she lingers, smiling wryly at the irony that the fire meant to erase her only etched her deeper into memory, where she remains, waiting for us to call her name again. The witch endures because she has always been more than a character in folklore. She is the embodiment of how societies struggle with their own contradictions. She was born not from cauldrons and broomsticks, but from fear, suspicion, and the need to explain the unexplainable. When crops failed or storms destroyed harvests, someone had to be responsible. When illness struck without warning, there had to be a cause. And instead of accepting randomness or ignorance, communities pointed to the witch. This act of blaming turned uncertainty into certainty, and in a strange way gave people comfort. The tragic irony is that this comfort was purchased with the lives of neighbors, mothers, and daughters, and centuries later, the echoes of that fear still shape the way she appears in culture. What makes her story so unsettling is the ordinariness of the accused. They were not figures out of dark forests, but women who lived within the community. Often widows who managed their own affairs, healers who knew too much about herbs, or midwives whose expertise made them indispensable and intimidating at once. Their independence alone was enough to trigger suspicion, for in rigid societies, autonomy itself looked like rebellion. And here's the comic twist that history plays on us. The very practices that condemned them are now branded as holistic, or wellness. A lavender pouch, once proof of sorcery, is now sold in lifestyle stores with price tags that would make inquisitors faint. What once terrified villages now fills Instagram feeds with hashtags about self-care. It seems humanity's true magic trick has always been turning fear into fashion. Her flexibility in stories guarantees her survival. Horror depicts her as a dark presence, stirring unease in audiences who insist they no longer believe in magic but still jump at shadows. Comedy reduces her to clumsy mischief, turning broomsticks and potions into punchlines. Fantasy elevates her to a heroine, giving her power that defies tyranny and defends the vulnerable. None of these portrayals cancel the others because the witch was never meant to be one thing. She is an archetype designed to bend, reflecting whatever fear or fascination a culture needs to explore. Perhaps this is her greatest power. She adapts to fit our anxieties, and in doing so ensures we can never quite leave her behind. Language keeps her close, even when we think we've outgrown her. Words like bewitched, enchanted, and spellbound drift easily into everyday speech, their history largely forgotten. To be enchanted is now a compliment. To be spellbound is a sign of admiration. It's almost laughable that vocabulary, once tied to accusations of devilry, now fills love songs and advertising slogans. Maybe that's the point. Even in a scientific age, some experiences, especially love, desire, and awe, still feel too unruly to be explained without magic. We are happy to cloak them in witchcraft's vocabulary because, deep down, we still like the idea that some forces remain beyond reason. Politics has also refused to let her rest. The phrase witch hunt is among the most enduring in public discourse, used by leaders to deflect blame and by movements to highlight persecution. Its power lies in its efficiency, two words that summon centuries of hysteria and injustice. But its casual overuse dilutes its meaning, flattening human suffering into soundbite. And here lies another irony. Those who shout witch hunt often contribute to the same cycles of fear and scapegoating that the phrase was meant to condemn. Humanity seems addicted to rehearsing the same script, even when the costumes change. The witch no longer needs to appear in the square. Her name alone can ignite suspicion and outrage, a reminder that language itself can conjure ghosts. Commerce has polished her into a brand. Each October, she becomes queen of the marketplace, her silhouette plastered across aisles filled with candy, mugs, and costumes. But she has also slipped into wellness industries, where herbs and oils once feared as evidence are now marketed as pathways to balance. Sage bundles, once signs of heresy, are now sold at premium prices in eco-friendly wrapping. The absurdity is so complete it borders on satire. What once meant certain death now signals good taste. If witches of the past could witness the transformation of their tools into seasonal sales, they might laugh at the irony, or curse us for missing the point. Either way, capitalism has done what fire could not: make her profitable. Yet she is more than a mascot. She's also a chosen identity. Modern witchcraft communities proudly reclaim the term, tying it to empowerment, heritage, and spiritual continuity. Rituals once whispered in secrecy are now shared on social media, where hashtags and live streams spread them to global audiences. Imagine an inquisitor confronted with a TikTok spell tutorial. The confusion would be comic, but the reality profound. These communities prove that the word witch, once designed to silence, has become a declaration of resilience. Her survival here is not accidental, but intentional, a deliberate act of reclamation that shows memory can be rewritten. Historians and museums ground her story in reality, ensuring her myth does not erase her tragedy. Exhibitions reveal trial records, testimonies, and artifacts showing how ordinary suspicion turned into extraordinary violence. What shocks most visitors is not the idea of curses, but the bureaucracy of persecution, the paperwork, the neighborly betrayals, the rituals of courts convinced of righteousness. It is the ordinariness of these processes that is most chilling, because it proves witch hunts were not anomalies but predictable outcomes of fear colliding with authority. And anything predictable never truly disappears. It waits for the right conditions to reappear in new forms. Her endurance is not really about magic at all. It is about humanity's inability to resolve its own contradictions. We fear independence, but celebrate it later. We condemn difference, but then market it. We silence voices only to resurrect them in story. The witch thrives because she embodies the tensions we never manage to resolve, and because we cannot resolve them, we cannot let her go. She does not haunt forests or castles. She haunts us, smiling slyly at the irony that the flames meant to erase her only burned her image deeper into memory. And as long as suspicion, fear, and fascination remain part of human nature, she will continue to cast her spell without ever lifting a finger. The witch has always been less about cauldrons and curses than about the uneasy relationship societies have with power, knowledge, and fear. She was never a single person, never a single story, but a category built out of suspicion and enforced by institutions desperate to maintain order. That is why she continues to haunt us, because she was never only about the supernatural, but about the fragile balance between conformity and rebellion. When crops failed, when illness struck, when the unknown pressed too heavily on the collective imagination, the witch appeared, not as a reality, but as an explanation. The haunting part is that explanations built from fear are always more durable than the truth, which is why her presence has outlived those who tried to erase her. The ordinariness of the accused is what unsettles us most. These were women who lived among their neighbors, often alone or independent in ways that drew suspicion. A widow who controlled her own land, a midwife who held knowledge over birth and death, a healer who carried herbs that worked better than prayers. Each was dangerous, not because of demons, but because of difference. Communities targeted them not for their strangeness, but for their familiarity made strange. And isn't it almost comical that what condemned them then is celebrated now? Sage bundles, lavender oils, and rosemary teas, once grounds for accusation, are now marketed as essentials in lifestyle stores. The witch, it seems, has been rebranded, proving that nothing sells better than yesterday's fear repackaged as today's comfort. Her survival in stories shows how perfectly she adapts to cultural needs. In horror, she is cloaked in darkness, tapping into primal unease that refuses to die. In comedies, she becomes harmless, the bumbling figure whose spells go wrong. In fantasy, she is elevated to an icon of justice, her magic reimagined as empowerment. The genius of this archetype is that it requires no consistency. We don't demand that she be one thing because we know instinctively she is whatever we need her to be. fear, laughter, inspiration, or rebellion. Her power lies not in casting spells, but in her ability to remain useful, bending to whatever anxieties or desires a culture most wants to confront. Even in language, she lingers, whispering through words we use without thought. To be bewitched is to be captivated. To be spellbound is to be absorbed. To be enchanted is to be delighted. These words, once heavy with suspicion, are now romantic and flattering. And there's something deeply funny in this reversal. A man in 17th century Europe might have begged for a priest if he believed himself bewitched, while his modern descendant writes love songs bragging about the very same condition. We tell ourselves we've moved beyond superstition, but when it comes to describing desire or beauty, we still reach for witchcraft. It seems our hearts never stopped believing, even when our minds claimed they had. Politics has turned her into metaphor, proof that her shadow still hangs over modern life. The phrase witch hunt is one of the most potent in public discourse, invoked by leaders facing scrutiny and by activists resisting oppression. Its power lies in its ability to condense centuries of hysteria into 2 words, yet its overuse strips it of gravity, turning tragedy into cliché. And the irony, of course, is that many who cry witch hunt are simultaneously orchestrating new forms of scapegoating, proving that humanity loves replaying history with updated costumes. The witch no longer needs to appear in courts. Her name alone is enough to summon the old patterns. Commerce, unsurprisingly, has embraced her more eagerly than the Inquisitors ever did. Every October, she dominates shelves, plastered on candy wrappers, costumes, and home decor. Beyond Halloween, she has slipped quietly into wellness industries, her image polished into oils, crystals, and teas promising balance and empowerment. Herbs once feared as evidence of sorcery now carry organic labels and premium price tags. The absurdity borders on comedy. What once condemned women now earns reward points at checkout counters. If accused witches of the past could see their survival reduced to seasonal discounts, they might laugh at the irony, or perhaps curse us for missing the lesson. But she is not only an image for consumption, she is also an identity reborn. Modern witchcraft communities reclaim the word with pride, tying it to empowerment, heritage, and spiritual continuity. Rituals once whispered in secrecy are now shared openly, live-streamed, and celebrated across continents. Imagine an inquisitor confronted with a YouTube tutorial on lunar rituals or a TikTok spell for protection. The absurdity is undeniable, yet the sincerity is too. These practices reveal that survival is not just about being remembered in myth, but about reclaiming memory and rewriting it. The witch has moved from accusation to affirmation, proving that words can be reshaped into weapons of resilience. Historians and museums keep her story grounded in reality, ensuring that her cultural presence does not erase the suffering of the past. Exhibitions display trial records, artifacts, and testimonies that strip away the fantasy and show the machinery of fear. Visitors are often shaken not by tales of curses, but by the ordinariness of it all. Neighbors accusing neighbors, courts processing cases with chilling bureaucracy, communities convinced of their righteousness. What chills us is not the idea of demons, but the recognition that such systems could return. Witch hunts, after all, were never anomalies. They were predictable, ordinary responses to fear, and because they were ordinary, they remain possible, just waiting for new disguises. Her endurance reveals something we rarely admit. She survives not because of magic, but because of us. She thrives on contradiction, our fear of difference and our hunger for it, our persecution of outsiders and our fascination with them, our habit of silencing voices only to resurrect them as legends. The witch does not haunt forests or castles. She haunts our patterns, our contradictions, our refusal to learn from the past. That is why she smiles slyly from the margins of culture, as though she always knew the flames meant to destroy her would only burn her deeper into memory. And as long as suspicion and fascination walk hand in hand, the witch will always find her way back. The witch has endured not because she was ever truly real, but because she has always been useful. She was useful to frightened communities looking for someone to blame, useful to authorities seeking to enforce control, and useful to storytellers who needed a character powerful enough to embody mystery. And even now, she is useful to us, sometimes as entertainment, sometimes as identity, sometimes as a metaphor for persecution, and sometimes simply as a seasonal decoration. And what this tells us is that myths do not survive on truth. They survive on relevance. The witch has stayed relevant for centuries because she is endlessly adaptable, always capable of taking the shape we most need her to take. What strikes us most today is how ordinary her original form was. Those accused were not dark sorceresses whispering spells in forests, but women who lived inside their communities, often alone, often knowledgeable, in ways that unsettled others. A healer who knew which roots cured pain, a widow who managed her affairs without a man, a midwife who oversaw the most mysterious threshold of life. These were the people labeled as witches. Their independence was their greatest danger. And here's the comic irony. The same independence that once sparked suspicion is now the quality most praised in modern culture. The very things once punished as dangerous, self-reliance, knowledge, refusal to conform, are now celebrated as empowerment. It makes you wonder how many lives were lost to qualities we now put on inspirational posters. Her shapeshifting through stories proves that she is less a character than a cultural tool. Horror films drag her from the shadows to remind us that our fears of the unknown never vanish. Children's tales soften her into comic relief, turning her potions and broomsticks into slapstick props. Fantasy epics elevate her into a symbol of justice, her magic used to topple tyrants and protect the vulnerable. None of these versions erase the others because we instinctively know she's supposed to be many things. The witch is never fixed, she's fluid. And perhaps this is her most powerful spell, not the ability to curse, but the ability to transform into whatever we most need her to be. Even our language betrays how unwilling we are to let her go. We describe people as enchanting, stories as spellbinding, lovers as bewitching. These words slip so easily from our mouths that we forget they were once charges of heresy. Now they are compliments, tokens of admiration. There is something both comical and revealing about this reversal. In the 17th century, to be bewitched was a matter of life and death. Today, it's a line in a Valentine's Day card. Humanity may claim to have moved past superstition, but when it comes to describing desire or beauty, we still reach instinctively for witchcraft. Rationality may govern our laws, but it clearly doesn't govern our metaphors. Her political afterlife is just as telling. The phrase witch hunt still dominates speeches and headlines, a shortcut to conjuring injustice in 2 words. Leaders cry it out to escape blame, activists use it to spotlight oppression, and journalists lean on it to dramatize events. Its effectiveness proves how deeply the witch lingers in our shared imagination. But its overuse also shows how lightly we treat history's suffering, flattening centuries of tragedy into soundbite. The irony, of course, is that those who accuse others of conducting witch hunts often engage in the same cycles of scapegoating. Humanity seems unable to resist replaying the same drama. Different actors, different costumes, same script. The witch doesn't have to step onto the stage anymore. Her name alone is enough to raise the curtain. Commerce, as always, has found a way to monetize her. Each October, her silhouette fills stores, stamped on candies, mugs, and costumes. But she also lingers in wellness industries year-round, where herbs once feared as evidence are now sold as tools for calm and empowerment. Sage bundles, lavender oils, rosemary teas, all wrapped in glossy packaging and branded with mystical names, line supermarket shelves. The absurdity is almost too sharp to ignore. What once condemned women to execution is now sold with loyalty points. It's as though capitalism perfected the ultimate spell, turning fear into profit. And if accused witches of the past could walk through a modern store, they might laugh or weep at the sight of their survival transformed into seasonal discounts. But her story is not only about marketing, it is also about reclamation. Modern witchcraft communities embrace the identity with pride, tying it to empowerment, nature, and ancestral continuity. Practices once whispered in secret are now live-streamed, celebrated, and hashtagged across the globe. The image of inquisitors scrolling through TikTok, horrified by tutorials on lunar rituals, is almost too funny to imagine. Yet behind the humor lies a profound truth. Reclamation is its own form of magic. The very word meant to silence has been turned into a banner of strength. The witch does not survive despite accusation. She survives because the accused turned the insult into an identity. Museums and historical work ensure that her tragedy is not erased beneath all the commercialization and fantasy. Exhibits reveal testimonies, artifacts, and trial records that strip away the myths and show the machinery of fear. What shocks visitors most is not the supernatural, but the ordinary. Neighbors accusing neighbors, judges convinced of their righteousness, communities mistaking suspicion for justice. That ordinariness is chilling because it suggests witch hunts were not anomalies but routine. And if they were routine once, they could be routine again under different names. That realization is what keeps her story relevant, because she is less about magic than about the fragility of reason when fear takes over. Her endurance, then, is not about curses or cauldrons, but about us. She thrives on our contradictions, our fear of independence and our admiration for it, our persecution of outsiders and our fascination with them, our silencing of voices and our resurrection of them as legends. The witch is the perfect mirror of humanity's unresolved tensions, which is why we keep conjuring her again and again. She does not survive in forests or castles, but in language, politics, marketing, identity, and memory. And perhaps that is her greatest irony. The flames meant to destroy her only burned her deeper into our imagination, where she remains, slyly smiling, as though she always knew we would never truly let her go.